Good morning. Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 2, held for the additional round of the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Rose Jackson and accompanying officials to the hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of water, housing, homelessness, mental health, youth and the North Coast. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Minister Jackson, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Most witnesses who appeared at the initial budget estimates hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn today. Witnesses who were not present during the initial hearing round or who are appearing in a different capacity will now be sworn. When I call your name, could you please state your name and title and swear either the oath or affirmation, starting with Ms. Amanda Jones, please.
Thank you. Amanda Jones. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And your position title for the record, please.
I'm the Deputy Secretary Water.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Pinkstone.
Rebecca Pinkstone, CEO of Homes New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Hugh Durrant-White.
Professor Hugh Durrant-White. Thank you. Apologies. Professor Hugh Durrant-White, appearing as the Chief Scientist and Engineer. I solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 o'clock, with a 15-minute break at 11 o'clock. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 o'clock to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15 p.m. I'll also note there's currently a hearing for Portfolio Committee 8 happening in another room at the Parliament that I'm also required to attend. So with apologies that I'll be in and out of this hearing today, and my colleague Ms. Kate Fairman will be chairing parts of the session. We'll begin with questions today from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you would have seen the reports of serious abuse and assault of patients and injuries to staff at Cumberland Hospital Mental Health Unit.
Yes, I have seen those reports.
And what actions have you taken to protect patients and staff at Cumberland Hospital?
It's an excellent question and thank you. And I was very concerned to see the reports about both staff and patients at Cumberland Hospital not receiving the level of care and support that I expect. What I have done is ask the Chief Psychiatrist of New South Wales, Dr. Murray Wright, along with an eminent leading psychiatrist, Dr. Karen Lyons, to conduct a review that followed up on a deeper piece of work that had occurred in 2021 in relation to the Cumberland Hospital. Dr. Wright may be able to talk in more detail, but they interviewed over 100 staff. As part of that review, it was a very comprehensive and deep piece of work. I thank them for doing that. They presented the findings of that to me last year, and we are in the process of all of those were accepted. All of those recommendations were accepted by me, and we're in the process of implementing them. As well as that, we've actually done some revision of the leadership of mental health at the Western Sydney Local Area Health District. There's a new Executive Director of Mental Health there that's come on, I think, late last year. And, you know, we're very hopeful that both with that comprehensive review, the implementation of the findings and that new leadership district-wide, that we'll be able to make some change there. I will say this though, Mr McLaren-Jones, these issues are serious. They have been ongoing for some time, and my fundamental view is that the long-term resolution of the challenges that we've had at the Cumberland Hospital is the relocation of the facility to the new modern facility at Westmead. Cumberland is, I think, the oldest continuously running mental health facility in Australia. And that history, even though, of course, models of care and modes of practice have been
thank
updated.
you, Minister. Can I ask when you first heard about the allegations of assault at Cumberland?
I can take the date on notice, although it was last year. It was sometime around the middle or sometime last year. I'll have to take the exact date on notice, but it was last year.
And when do you plan to have all the recommendations implemented?
Look, it's an iterative and ongoing process. As I said, the end of the line is the relocation of the facility, and that's in 2026. Many of the recommendations in terms of the short-term things that we can do have been done. If there are, ongoing pieces of work, as Dr. Wright or Ms. Wilcox may be able to speak to that. But as I said, I don't want to mislead people that I don't believe it is going to be fundamentally possible to really deliver on the very high expectations that I have for patient care and staff support until we relocate to that new facility in 2026. But I am very hopeful and confident we have a plan to do that.
Did you say that facility will be built by 2026?
I think that is the time frame that we are working towards, is it not, team? Yes, the officials are nodding.
Minister, how do you expect that the toxic culture at Cumberland Hospital will be changed just by relocating to a new facility?
Well, as I said, the relocation to the new facility is the end of the line. The two other things that I believe will contribute to addressing what I accept is has been an unacceptable situation there are the new leadership in the district, as I said, a new executive director of mental health, a fresh pair of eyes in the leadership position there, and the implementation of the findings and recommendations from Dr. Wright and Dr. Lyons. And I'm happy for Dr. Wright to speak to some of those findings and the work that he has done, if you're interested in hearing about that.
We definitely will this afternoon. Minister, has New South Wales Health complied with the PID Act when responding to whistleblower reports of abuse and assault?
I expect that they have. That would be my expectations.
Have you asked that question?
My clear direction to New South Wales Health on every matter is that they must comply with their legislative expectations.
But in relation to this matter, and you're aware of the whistleblowers from Cumberland Hospital, did you ask the question?
Well, I don't need to ask a question as to whether
you are the minister.
I don't need to ask my officials whether they comply with their legislative obligations. They are very clear that my expectation is that they do.
And you're confident they have complied?
Absolutely, I am.
Can I also ask, are there any other incidences where whistleblowers have accused the New South Wales Health of not complying with the PID Act?
Not that I'm aware of, although perhaps there are.
Have you asked that question?
Have I asked New South Wales Health if there are... no, I haven't asked them if there are other allegations. As I said, in relation to mental health, in relation to Cumberland Hospital, I haven't.
But aren't you concerned about the allegations made by whistleblowers?
Absolutely. I'm extremely concerned, and that's why I asked Dr. Wright and Dr. Lyons to go in as outsiders and conduct such a comprehensive review. As I said, over 100 interviews, a serious piece of work. If I had heard the reports that you refer to and done nothing, then this line of questioning would be entirely valid. But it's not, because not only did we ask the Chief Psychiatrist of New South Wales to do a comprehensive piece of work, he did that. I've been briefed numerous times on its findings and implementation. We've put new leadership in at the district level, and we have a long-term plan for resolution. So I don't think it's fair to suggest that nothing has been done. In fact, quite a lot has been done. I didn't say that. I was asking
about whether you were confident that the department has complied with the PID Act. And if you are, could you please produce that report?
Well, as I said, my confidence is based on the fact that I could not be clearer in my expectations to New South Wales Health and to all of the agencies. They should understand their legislative obligations.
Frankly,
and I expect
Minister, you should be asking the questions.
Well, as I said, my expectation is extremely clear for all of the agencies. They know their legislative obligations, and I expect them to comply.
But you never asked. Minister, are you confident that no current or former staff member of Cumberland Hospital has suffered detrimental action following their reports of assault or abuse at the hospital?
No, to the extent that I don't want to offer an opinion in relation to former staff. As I said, Cumberland is the oldest continuously running mental health facility in Australia. I couldn't possibly express confidence in relation to any former staff member there and what action may have been taken against them. It's not reasonable. However, I will say this, in relation to current staff...
Are you saying that you don't care about a former staff member who may have been or who was a whistleblower?
Oh no, I absolutely care. Your question was, am I confident that no former staff member...
Or current?
Well, as I said, so I'm differentiating between former staff, where I'm just indicating that, I mean, as a facility that has been running for 100 years or so, I couldn't possibly express confidence
Minister,
in relation
you know I'm
to
not
the
asking
treatment.
about staff 100
So
years
in
ago.
relation
I'm asking
to,
about staff in the last 12 months since you've been a minister.
in relation to current staff, yes, I am. And I have been so clear to the leadership of New South Wales Health and the Western Sydney Local Area Health District, and directly in my public communication to the current staff, that I understand it's hard to speak up sometimes about things that you're concerned about. I get that, but I have their back, and there is absolutely no room for current staff who have issues that they want to raise feeling as though there's no space for them to do that. And I use this again as another public forum to reiterate my full support for staff, and in fact we need that.
But you're
I
actually not
welcome it.
asking the questions or actually taking any action.
No, I mean, I again, in relation to the current circumstances, the current staff, I've regularly made clear to New South Wales Health and expressed the expectation that this is passed on, that current staff, in terms of the current culture and the work that we're doing, I don't want to do the work of the review and its implementation in vain. We're only doing that to make things better. And I accept the point that an engagement and a dialogue with the staff on the ground there is an essential part of that feedback loop. So, as I said, in relation to current staff, I am very confident that everyone who is in a management position understands my expectations for improvement and support for staff who want to provide feedback in relation to where that's going well and where that's potentially not going well.
Now, Minister, I'd move on to the new integrated mental health complex at Westmead, which you said is replacing Cumberland, and you indicated will be completed 2026.
That's my understanding.
Will you update the website, because it hasn't been updated since last year, to advise of the timeline so the community know exactly when the project will commence and when it will be completed?
Yes. If we could pass down the line for someone to jump on the website
Well,
and update it.
It's
As you've asked me about websites, well, I don't
Minister,
regularly
you
check.
have people in the community that are asking about Cumberland Hospital. There are concerns from staff, from patients about Cumberland Hospital. You say your solution is a new facility, and yet your website doesn't actually indicate when that will be built.
Yeah, I mean,
you can understand why the community are concerned.
I mean, I can understand why the community are concerned, and I assure you it's got nothing to do with a website. It's got everything to do with a long history of poor staff culture and poor treatment of patients, which I readily accept, and I've clearly
And your
articulated
solution
our
is a new
plan.
facility,
Your
and
solution
you
is a
have not
website.
communicated that
So-
properly to the constituents. Minister, I might move on to the Nowra matter of Alexander Pinnock and the tragedy that occurred in January this year. The media has your spokesperson quoting, and I say, there was significant room for improvement in how we respond to mental health crisis, and that the government would review and consider any recommendations from the police. Has this review been completed?
Yes, it has.
And what were the findings?
Well, I mean, the police have provided a report that we only received earlier this year. We're considering it. I mean, the findings were, the sort of too long didn't read version was the current arrangements aren't working. My conclusion that I'd drawn and articulated in those comments and others, that the way that we currently respond to mental health patients in the community, which is primarily and almost entirely a police-led response, is not delivering the best outcome for police or for patients. And I was pleased that police came to that conclusion in their review as well. And we've now kicked off a sort of comprehensive memorandum of understanding renegotiation between police and health as to how we can improve that situation.
And what exactly is that MOU?
So MOU stands for Memorandum of
No, I
Understanding.
said what's in it.
Well, I mean, it's a comprehensive document that explains...
What's in the one that you've entered into with New South Wales Police?
Well, it's a pre-existing document that talks about, when mental
So it's not a
health-
new MOU,
No.
this is an old one. So actually, what have you done in relation to this incident?
In relation to that specific incident or in relation to...
To that incident, that's the one I'm asking about.
Well, I mean, asked for the circumstances to be reviewed, which...
And you said the review's been concluded?
Oh, apologies, Ms McLaren-Jones. I was referring to a bigger piece of work that New South Wales Police have done to comprehensively...
Minister, I'm asking about a very serious incident that occurred. We had an individual who was known to the police, who was mentally unwell, who was shot.
Yeah,
And I asked what you have done as Minister in relation to this matter.
Yes, so as I was explaining, that a terribly tragic incident is not the first time that we've seen those kind of circumstances. And every single time a critical incident like that occurs, there is a review to establish...
And I just asked you, Minister, has that review been...
No, it hasn't been... Sorry, apologies. That specific incident review has not been completed.
Have you met with the Police Commissioner in
Yes,
regards to it?
in relation to that incident?
Yes.
Not in relation to that incident. However, I have met with the Police Commissioner and Deputy Commissioners multiple times in relation to the broader problem that we face. And so, as I said, I mean, that incident is indicative of an unfortunate pattern of incidents in which people who are mentally ill in the community are subject to adverse outcomes in their interactions with police. And I accept
Minister,
that that's
in relation
not
to this
acceptable.
incident, when will you have the review completed?
I'm not sure if we have a timeline on that critical incident review. Perhaps Ms Wilcox or Mr Wright may have that, or we may have to take it on notice.
Minister, you'll be aware of the results of the People Matters New South Wales Public Sector Employee Survey in regards to the New South Wales Mental Health Commission.
I am familiar.
And what was your view in relation to those findings?
But they were extremely concerning.
And what action did you take?
Well, I mean, I obviously spoke to the Mental Health Commissioner about it, the former Mental Health Commissioner about it.
When was that?
December 2023. She assured me that there were that there was a piece of work within the Commission in relation to the outcomes of that survey. That satisfied me partially, but not entirely. I agree that those results were extremely concerning and unacceptable. And I will say, Ms McLaren-Jones, that in addition to those survey results, I had individuals contact my office to express concerns in relation to the Commission. So obviously that made me even more concerned to ensure that the Commission was...
So you're aware in December last year, you were also contacted by individual staff. So what action have you actually taken? We're now into almost March.
So, as I said, I discussed the matter directly with the former Mental Health Commissioner. She described to me the piece of work that the Commission was doing in relation to engaging on those issues. That satisfied me partially. I felt as though there was a direct response from the leadership of the Commission. In addition to that, I discussed the matter with the Secretary of the Premier's Department in relation to what options I had to initiate a broader investigation into what was occurring at the Mental Health Commission. Prior to that
and have you commenced that investigation?
No, because prior to that commencing, Ms Lowry submitted her resignation.
So you're saying it's all the former Commissioner's responsibility?
No, I'm not, but I am saying that the investigation that I was intending to conduct was linked to the feedback that I had received, which did specifically raise questions in relation to Ms Lowry's leadership of the Commission. Now, as I said, I want to be very clear. I'm not passing any judgment in relation to that. I'm saying concerns were raised with me. I'm saying I initiated a piece of work to investigate that. But prior to that commencing, she resigned. We now have an acting commissioner, and I'm waiting to see if that provides the fresh start that I believe the Commission needs. And I'll add on top of that, we are conducting the 5-year statutory review into the Mental Health Commission at the moment, and that bigger piece of work has also been kicked off and is an opportunity for us to ensure that the structure and culture of the Commission meets the expectations that I have and the community have about its performance and its leadership.
So basically you're saying to the current staff who have concerns about bullying, just wait and see.
No, I'm not. I'm saying to them, I hear you, I heard your concerns, I saw them expressed to me directly, I saw them expressed through the People Matters survey. I spoke directly to Ms Lowry about it. I asked the Secretary of the Premier's Department what options I had for broader investigation. But those concerns did relate.
Are you asking for regular updates?
Absolutely, absolutely. regular topic of discussion, partially because, as you say...
How often do you get a regular update in relation to the Commission and the work?
Fortnightly.
Okay. Minister, in the Infrastructure Statement 2023-24 budget, $20 million has been allocated to residential accommodation for those with long-standing mental health issues. Can you clarify what's being constructed and where these projects are?
I believe that refers to the PCLI program, the Pathways to Community Living. No?
I think that may be the Haven.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Yes. That relates to the election commitments we made, thank you Dr Flynn, in relation to the construction of 3 facilities in partnership with the Haven Foundation. Those facilities, the first of which will be based in the Central Coast, the other 2 we have not yet finalised the location of, although will be based on an assessment of need. We just want to get one moving before we decide the locations of the others. The latest briefing that I had on that was last week, and my understanding is that we have identified a site and are very close to securing the
So the
land.
Central Coast, any others?
No, the other 2 we have not decided the locations on.
Thank you. Minister, the new Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service unit being built in the Nepean Hospital, I understand will be for young people between the ages of 12 and 17. It'll include single bedrooms with a communal area. What safeguards have you put in place to ensure young people as young as 12 will be protected in that unit?
I mean, all of our child and adolescent units are subject to the most rigorous safeguards in relation to patient safety, consumer safety. That is our core principle. So every single element of design, of the model of care, of staff training is directed towards that goal.
So, Minister, if you've asked about those procedures and safeguards, and can you outline what they are?
Well, I mean, as I have articulated, that's not the only child and adolescent mental health facility we have in New South Wales, and I'm extremely concerned to ensure that every single one of our facility, with its design, with the model of care for consumers, and with our staff training.
Minister, are you aware of what procedures are in place to protect young girls as young as 12 who are in mental health units with potentially men who are 17? Have you asked that question?
Well, I mean, we did have a discussion last year in relation to reports that I believe Ms Conn asked me about, where not just in relation to child and adolescent facilities, but in relation to all facilities, there were alarming reports of sexual assault. And as a result of that, we asked Dr Wright and others at the New South Wales Health team to look into, ensuring that our processes were up to date. I don't know, Dr Wright, if you wanted to give an update about how we have been looking to ensure...
So, Minister, since it was raised last year, have you actually done anything apart from having a discussion last year?
Well, as I said, Dr Wright and the team at the Mental Health Branch...
Have you asked again
for
an update in relation to that matter, or have you just, again, passed it on to someone else?
Well, I mean, I think it's just... Dr Wright and the team at the Mental Health Branch is the eminent... He himself, the eminent...
But Minister, you are the Minister of Mental Health. I know you have a very large portfolio. Are you across the details of your portfolio in mental health?
Yes, I am. And as I said, we have initiated a piece of work to ensure that our policies and procedures in relation to patient safety for child and adolescents and for adults is up to date. And that piece of work is ongoing.
When do you expect it to be handed to you? Are you aware of the report and when it's due?
Apologies.
The policy review is done across this calendar year.
Yeah, so Dr Wright's saying the policy review is being conducted across this calendar year.
Good morning, Minister. This committee is currently conducting an inquiry into community and outpatient mental health services. I assume that's something that you've been following.
Absolutely, and I congratulate you on your good work. You were in Lismore recently, I understand.
We were. I'm glad that you've been following. You would have seen that this month we heard evidence regarding the specific needs of people who've experienced trauma, and particularly chronic and complex trauma, such as victim survivors of family and domestic violence. I understand from that evidence that there's currently only one specialised inpatient program in Thirroul, run by Dr Karen Williams, providing specialised care for this cohort of people. Do you think that that's meeting the need for this kind of service?
No, I don't. I thought Dr Williams' evidence to your inquiry was excellent. I, in fact, had intended to visit the facility, I think a fortnight ago, But that was when that terrible road accident happened on the Bulli Pass, and so I was unable to get to Thirroul. However, I did meet Dr. Williams the next day and had a long discussion with her about her work. And, she reiterated a number of the things that she provided in evidence in the inquiry. It was an incredibly enriching and fulfilling conversation for me. And no, I don't. I see the value of the work that she is doing, and I don't think it is broadly available enough.
Will you be expanding or replicating that program?
Look, we'll see. That would be my hope. I think one of the key things that Dr. Williams talked to me about when we met was the availability of suitably trained staff, psychiatric staff, to provide that level of support. So yes, the facility as a bricks and mortar place is important, and we will look to ensure that the existing mental health facilities we have can deliver that level of care. But I think there is a challenge, Dr. Conn, in that what she is articulating in terms of trauma-informed care is not necessarily well understood by the existing workforce. She has had a fantastic conversation with Dr. Angelo Vergaro, the head of the College of Psychiatrists. I also talk with him regularly and know him well. And one of the key things that Dr. Williams and I committed to doing as a result of our conversation was looking at what we can do to ensure that there are staff available, because I think that is probably the biggest barrier to the broader rollout of those services. Are there people who are trained with that level of understanding of the way that trauma can have those consequences and how to treat it? And at the moment, I'm not sure there are.
Thanks. I'll come back to the training issue in a second because that is important. But in the immediate term, I understand that only one of the beds at the current facility is actually available for public patients. Will you be increasing the number of public beds in the immediate term?
Look, yes, if we can, although, the reality is, and I think that this is important, that's a female-only facility. Most of our other facilities are not female-only or male-only. And so, as we look to ensure that that type of care is available, we have to be mindful of not putting pressure on the system that is already under strain. So, no, I can't commit to delivering more public beds of that nature in the short term. That isn't something that is in our immediate planning pipeline. But I can assure you that as we do our broader statewide mental health infrastructure rollout and we look at the way that we are updating our facilities, that those types of models will inform the decisions that we're making.
Thanks. So coming back to the training issue, I firstly should acknowledge that there are some very skilled people currently working in New South Wales Health with excellent skills in trauma-informed care, but we have heard from some people who access services that they can't always access trauma-sensitive care in mainstream services. What is currently being done to improve the level of trauma-informed care that people are getting in mainstream services? Yeah,
I just want to say I agree with your assessment that, almost all of the people in New South Wales Health who are delivering mental health care are excellent individuals who are desperately trying to do the best for the consumers that they work with. Having said that, knowledge changes and times change and practice changes, and even within the lifetime of some of our existing clinicians, the way that we treat people with mental illness has changed substantially. It would be within the lifetime of the senior leadership of New South Wales Health that, we were still institutionalising, mental health patients in conditions that are completely unacceptable by modern standards. And so as time changes and knowledge changes, I expect that the level of care provided by our clinicians changes too. And we have comprehensive training programs to ensure that is updated. I can ask the officials now, but I imagine you'll want to talk to them in the afternoon. So I understand that you can do that then.
I'll come back to it, but if you're going to go to the officials, can I just be really specific about what's proactively being done to actually support clinicians to do that training, noting the extraordinary time pressure that they're under?
Yes, perhaps Dr. Flynn, you might briefly answer.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Dr. Cohn. There are three aspects to this. There is a health sector-wide recently launched trauma-informed care framework, which is really designed to help clinicians and to inform any training they get around the importance of recognising and responding to individual trauma, and to making sure that the work that happens in the health sector outside mental health, including emergency departments, surgical wards, everywhere, that it considers someone's identity and their personal history. It minimises the opportunity or the possibility of doing harm by replicating what may have happened to that individual previously. And it also talks about how to escalate concern. So that's a general health sector response. Within mental health services, there are two other components. One is individual curriculum for for staff, and I'd take the Minister's point that over the lifetime of a clinician, information and knowledge can change. So we are making sure that our doctors and our nurses and our allied health staff have updated training around that. But the second part is that sometimes, particularly, it not always in response to an incident, but it certainly raises the importance of this, is we might take a multidisciplinary team and provide them with often a lived experience-led trauma-informed care module. Sometimes that can be a workshop, sometimes it can be a presentation. It's a increasingly prominent part of the world of mental health services at a district and a network level.
Thank you.
I would just add,
Dr. Flynn. I might come back to you.
Yeah, no, come back in the afternoon. I would just add, Dr. Cont, as an example, things like seclusion and restraint can be red flags, can indicate to us that the level of care that is being provided at a facility isn't in line with our expectations. And when we see seclusion and restraint data that suggests to us a facility is not necessarily providing the level of support we expect, we have a direct intervention to support them to turn that around.
Can you give an example of a direct intervention that you've taken?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know about naming the districts, but perhaps we should, where we've seen some of our seclusion and restraint data not meeting our expectations. Perhaps, Dr. Wright, you might talk about some of the districts where we have had some concerns, and we've partnered with them, to ensure that the staff have got the training that they need to deliver service care without needing to resort to seclusion and restraints at some of the levels that we've seen.
Thank you. So one of the initiatives that came out of the seclusion review in 2017 was to fund the Clinical Excellence Commission to run a mental health patient safety program specifically designed to deliver contemporary improvement practices around seclusion and restraint as a priority, and also suicide prevention. And that's evolved as a program which is targeted towards those. It's not just districts; it's more about facilities.
Apologies, I think Dr. Wright's correct. It's more of a facility than a district level.
And so we get quarterly reports on seclusion and restraint, and we can see and engage with all those services about trying to understand why things might have slipped, what processes are in place, and then what engagement they have with the patient safety program. And we have seen in a number of places over time some good results from engagement with that team. It's a very small team. They can't possibly be operating across the entire health system all the time, so it has to be quite targeted. But I should add that the issue of maintaining effort and improvement in regards to restrictive practices is an enormous challenge for our services, and the level of vigilance that's required is incredibly high. And so sometimes...
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright. I don't want to diminish the importance of the issue, and I'd love to discuss it with you this afternoon. We just have so little of the Minister's time this morning. Minister, while we're talking about evidence that's coming out of the mental health inquiry, it's very clear that there's greater community demand for peer support and a peer workforce than what's currently being provided. What are your views on a peer workforce in mental health?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I think, the workforce challenges that we have across health, are applicable in mental health. They are significant and they are a major barrier to the delivery of the services that we would love to see the community be able to access. A key component of that in mental health is what we can do around peer support, and I think there is massive untapped potential in relation to the opportunities of peer support. So we have at the moment, I've met with numerous peer support workers and representative organisations for peer support workers. A key piece of work that we're doing at the moment is two things. One, we're recruiting. Have we recruited the peer support coordinator within the mental health branch?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
We are in the process
Yes,
of
we are.
recruiting a dedicated peer support coordinator within the mental health branch to lead exactly the kind of work that you have described. The other thing that we are doing is through our sort of peer support committee, we're looking at essentially how we can update the employment arrangements for peer support workers to ensure that it is a meaningful career pathway for people. And that started before my time as the minister, stalled, and wasn't really going anywhere for most of the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2023, and we've reinvigorated that now, and that committee is meeting again regularly, and I'm quite hopeful that it is going to provide a framework for employment of peer support workers that values their work, that remunerates them properly and shows them what an important part of the system we consider them to be.
Thanks, Minister. I look forward to an update on that at the next estimates hearing. On a different topic, I'm sure you'd also be aware of the changes being made at a federal level regarding vaping, which I would describe as essentially a prohibition approach to recreational vaping, and I'm really concerned about the large community of young people who are going to suddenly not have access to vaping products. What is the government doing to ensure support for those young people?
I mean, absolutely, that is something that I am aware of, and not only through the work that the federal government is doing, but that issue has been brought to my attention. I pay credit to the Advocate for Children and Young People, who's here as well, who's done an excellent piece of work informed directly by the voices of young people in relation to exactly those issues. I know that New South Wales Health is across that. I know that they're committed to the principles broadly of harm minimisation and of supporting people, not just young people, I should say, but people more broadly to transition safely from vaping. I mean, obviously, Dr. Con, it is underpinned by the fact that vaping is a very dangerous thing for a young person to do. We don't want young people. I mean, I'm the mother of a daughter in high school. I don't want my daughter getting into vaping culture. We need to do something about the fact that many young people are becoming addicted to vaping. It is harmful to them, and you know, over the long term, the consequences are harmful and unknown. The danger to their young bodies is unknown. So I am committed to the work of trying to stop young people vaping all the time. However, I accept your point that as we manage that transition, you know, we have to be thoughtful about the voices and the experiences of young people. And as I said, New South Wales Health is directly involved in that. I can ask them to articulate, or you can ask them yourselves this afternoon, but they are across the fact that people need to be supported to find other healthy outlets for their anxiety, you know, whether it's sport, whether it's healthy eating habits, whether it's social behaviour. You know, we don't want young people to build a culture around vaping and use that as their social connection. We want to...
Thanks, Minister. And you know, to be clear, I'm a former
I know.
GP. I'm also really concerned about the health impacts of vaping and have supported many people to quit smoking and deal with other addictions over time. What I'm particularly concerned about is that at the moment, young people are being encouraged by New South Wales Health, if they want support with vaping, to either contact their GP, to download and pay for one of two vaping apps that aren't free, or to call the Quit line. Are any of those services actually specifically catering to young people?
I mean, I understand that some of the apps that are available are specifically dedicated to young people. I have to say, I'm not aware of those particular apps that you're referring to. And it does concern me if the only access to dedicated young people's support requires you to pay. That is something that would concern me, and I'm more than happy to talk about how we can make, with New South Wales, about how we can make access to freely available services. But yes, my understanding is that some of the online and digital platforms are specifically catering to the needs of young people, and to be perfectly honest, in the list of things that you have described as advice to young people, my experience with them, they're not calling the quit line and visiting a GP. I mean, you know more than anyone, finding a GP, getting an appointment. I don't actually think that that's necessarily the first entry point for a young person to access advice either. Online services, digital platforms that are specifically dedicated to them are actually probably the most effective way to help them manage that transition. But I accept your point that if currently the only ones are available you have to pay for, is something that we should look at.
Thank you. I've got a few questions about specialised homelessness health services, which is something I had asked you about in the Parliament earlier this month. Given the increasing demand on those kind of services in the current housing crisis, are you expanding these services to ensure that they can meet the growing needs of the homeless population, particularly for mental health support?
Yeah, we are looking to see what more we can do in terms of specialised homeless health services. So we have the excellent model over at St Vincent's, and I've met with them, and I've met with others, including physicians who run a service out of St George Hospital, to discuss what more we can do. We have recently re-signed a memorandum of understanding between Homes New South Wales, our housing team, and the mental health branch. That's a good start, but I'm keen to put meat on those bones, and a big part of that is expanding dedicated homeless health services. I mean, homeless health services obviously provide more than just mental health support, although I will note that when I met with St Vincent's and I said, they talked about the broad range of services they provide, but I said to them, what's the thing? What's the crux? They said it's mental health that keeps them up at night. So it is really important to note that that is a core component of the provision of specialist homeless health services.
Thanks, Minister. You've mentioned the excellent services at St Vincent's and St George. I'm particularly concerned about the increase in homelessness, and particularly hidden homelessness in rural and regional areas. In my own community in Albury-Wodonga, we're seeing increasing people couch surfing or living in cars. Is any of that specialist work actually outreaching into rural and regional areas?
I mean, one of the things that we've done through St Vincent's is the creation of some mobile homeless health vans, and there has been preliminary discussions about what we can do with those into rural and regional areas. At the moment, that would be a sort of mobile outreach type service, which I think can meet some need, although I accept your point that in some particular communities we may need to look to establish more longer term permanent facilities. Another one that comes to my mind is obviously the North Coast and the Northern Rivers. At the moment, we don't have any particular plans for that. But as I said, we have I think over $700 million mental health infrastructure pipeline to build new facilities across New South Wales, and looking to embed these kind of services in that is absolutely part of the sort of future planning.
Okay, so you're saying that embedded within the infrastructure upgrades for rural and regional New South Wales, you're going to include specialised homelessness health services?
Well, I'm saying we're going to look at that. In some areas, to be perfectly honest, that probably wouldn't be necessary or wouldn't be recommended. But in some areas where, as you have identified, we have this intersection between growing forms of homelessness and the opportunity to deliver new health facilities, there may be a chance to ensure that some of those services are co-located.
And my last question, on a very similar note, earlier this month in Parliament you spoke about mobile cooling stations for people experiencing homelessness during extreme weather conditions, and one of the benefits that you mentioned was the mobility, that they could be taken into the regions. Where have those mobile cooling stations been taken outside of metro areas this summer? Okay,
well, they haven't been taken out of metro areas this summer. We only just started them this summer, and so they've been based here, but one of the benefits now that we have them established and up and running is that we hope to be able to take them into different locations over time.
I'm out of time. We'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Minister, are you serious when you say that you're against water buybacks in New South Wales?
Yes.
So can you explain to me why then in your New South Wales Alternatives to Buybacks plan that was released a few days ago, the plan itself states that this does not eliminate the prospect of water buybacks in New South Wales? They are going to happen under your watch, aren't they?
Well, I don't know because I don't intend on buying back any water. But as I've said repeatedly, at the moment, the water market is a private, freely accessible market, and if the Commonwealth chooses to participate in that activity, I can't stop them from doing that.
But Minister, you just said if the Commonwealth chooses. You know full well that that is going to be a part of what happens under the Murray-Darling Basin. But you've said in this document, page 7, we recognise that they will likely be part of the suite of measures that the Australian government will seek to use. So you know it's going to be a part of what happens and communities are going to be impacted. You have to admit that.
I don't know that, but I am concerned about that. That's why I've put that report out.
But you've said here that these will likely be an impact. You're looking at different communities that you know will have that socio-economic impact of a water buyback. So surely your evidence has to be you are expecting that this is going to happen in New South Wales.
If I wasn't concerned that the Commonwealth may do that, I wouldn't have put the report together and put it out there. The entire point of doing that work proactively is to demonstrate to the Commonwealth that there are alternatives. Absolutely, I'm concerned about it. Absolutely,
Yeah. Well, it's an admission that it's on the agenda. This very report and the wording in it indicates that you know that this is what the Commonwealth have as part of their plan.
Well, as I've said, I'm not the Commonwealth Water Minister.
I understand that, but you've got no power, as we talked about in the last hearing. You have no power to stop water buybacks. It's clearly part of the agenda from the Commonwealth Government. So it's all very well and good to put out a brochure and say that we don't support it, but the fact is it is going to happen in this state under your watch.
Well, I mean, as I said, I don't know that, but I am concerned about that. That's why I put out that report.
Okay, so it's a 23-page plan in quite large text. Can you tell me any of the new projects that you've identified in this plan?
Well, I mean, the key pieces of work that that plan articulates are the acceleration of our SIDLAM projects, and, you know, I think that there is a lot of potential there. A key reason that we signed on to the Murray-Darling Basin plan was because we thought that there was a significant opportunity in those projects. So
when will that? But they've all had their dates pushed back, though, haven't they, Minister?
That's right.
So that's not going to happen any quicker under your watch as Minister. It's going to be delayed to 2026.
No, not necessarily. We now have more time to complete those projects, which is good.
So when you say more time, when were they due for completion and when do you estimate that
I mean, they were due for completion in 2024.
Right.
I mean, that was not when they were actually going to be completed. The problem that we faced was that was when they were due, but there was zero prospect of that deadline being met.
So it's moved from 2024 to 2026?
Yes, that's right. And what that means is that we now have access to substantial additional funding from the Commonwealth to get them moving. Now, we have until 2026. A key part of that alternative to buybacks plan is the opportunity for us to accelerate some of those projects. I mean, I think there's something like 36 SIDLAM projects. There's a number. To accelerate some of those projects to get them moving. The other, there's a number. Another key component of that plan is looking at rules-based changes to contribute environmental benefits and water recovery. An obvious example of where we'll be starting that is around the Menindee Lakes. I've been clear that I'm not satisfied with the current rules as they exist between New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority in relation to the management of the lakes. We're keen to change that. We're keen to have a conversation about how we may better manage inflows and outflows into the lakes, and as a result of that, potentially deliver environmental benefits and water recovery that would minimise the impacts of buybacks.
Okay, can I take you now to the Wilcannia Weir project, which is obviously part of the Better Barker program. That has been significantly scaled back, hasn't it, Minister?
No, I would not describe it as being significantly scaled back.
Well, that's what the community is saying. They're not happy.
I would describe, I mean, I can absolutely share the community's frustration That project was announced in 2018. It's now 2024 and almost nothing has happened. I am extremely sympathetic to their frustration. They have been stuffed around for years with nothing happening, with projects announced, re-announced, re-scoped. And so my commitment to that community is to get it moving.
Okay, well, if I can just redirect you, Minister, there was a design agreed to in 2022. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I understand there was an EIS process in 2022.
According to both the state and federal local member, there was a 2022 design that was agreed upon by the community. It was going to see a metre higher, there would be gates, there would be fishways, and they've now been told that it won't be raised by an extra metre, no gates and just a simple fishway, and that the design has been significantly scaled back without proper stakeholder consultation. So what do you say to that?
I mean, my understanding...
Do you know that detail? Is that correct, that information?
Sorry, in relation
that
to...
it's not going to be a metre higher, that you're not going to have the gates anymore? Is that correct?
No, I mean, it's my understanding is that there has been some changes to the project scope in order to get it moving.
Right, so what are the changes to the project scope? Can you tell us what they are?
Perhaps Ms Jones might...
Well, I might come back to Ms Jones this afternoon. Do you know what they are?
I mean, I can check my note if you want me to get...
But just, okay, so
you're
not sort of across... Well,
I mean, you say I'm not across it.
Well, with respect, Minister, this is a really big issue.
It is a big issue.
It's a community that you should know and what's happening. I'd like to know what consultation was done in the lead up to that decision.
I think the consultation that was done was relatively cursory. I've expressed...
Sorry, what do you mean by relatively cursory?
I've expressed my frustration.
No, I'll redirect you. What do you mean by
I don't know what redirect means. So I'm trying to answer your question.
Well, that to me indicates that there wasn't a lot of consultation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the consultation wasn't ideal.
Right, thank you. So what will you do to improve that process? But also, as I said, you've got a lot of very angry community members, both the state and federal MP saying this is not what the community was expecting in 2022. Why has the scope of the project changed? Is it because it's cheaper to do it the way that you're progressing? Is it a money issue that you've run out? What's the problem?
No, I mean, the problem is this project has been dragging on for far too long and I want to get it moving.
You've got an agreed upon design and you're now changing that. So how are you not adding to the length of the delay? Why don't you just get on and complete the project that the 2022 design foreshadowed?
Well, because my understanding is that design...
But you don't even know what the change is. You can't tell me.
My understanding is that design had not been through an EIS process, had not passed through the gateways in order to be approved. And
right, so if you have better community consultation, and you've just admitted that it wasn't particularly thorough, if the community comes to you and says, as I said, both the state and federal MP and local representatives say, Minister, we want the 2022 design, will you listen to them and go back to that original plan?
If we can get it approved. Well, I mean, as I said, my key thing...
If you're the minister, why won't you?
Well, I don't manage environmental impact approvals. That's not my job. You'll have to ask the Minister for Environment about that.
Right, so
I'm subject to the same approvals in relation to planning and environmental processes as everyone else. My key thing is get the project moving. I mean, I'm extremely sympathetic to the idea that this has been dragging on and nothing's been happening.
That's fine.
My key priority is to
start
the work. Can
you explain to me then the difference? So in your water buybacks plan, or the alternatives to buyback plan, page 10, you mentioned both the Yanko Creek Offtake Regulator project and the Menindee Lakes Water Saving Project, saying that they weren't viable in their current form because they didn't have community support, and you've worked with the communities to rescope that project. Why won't you do the same thing for the Wilcannia Weir project?
Well, that is what we're doing.
And they're not happy. They're not. You completely walked away from the old design, and they're furious with you, Minister.
No, I mean, as I said, I don't accept your characterisation of the rescoping.
Well,
I do.
You didn't know. You couldn't even tell me.
I do
if it was
accept.
changed.
I do accept. I don't accept your characterisation of the rescoping. I do accept that community consultation wasn't ideal, and I've given the commitment to the community and to the local members to lift the game on that.
All right, well, we'll be watching that very closely. Minister, how many Murray-Darling communities have you visited since becoming the Water Minister?
Oh, a number. I have some here, some list of the places that I've visited. I've visited Menindee, I visited Broken Hill. I visited Deniliquin. I visited Albury. I could take on notice
Have
the
you
other
been to
places
Wilcannia?
that I've visited. Not since becoming the water minister.
Okay. Would you go back out there and meet with the community on these issues?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then in terms of, obviously we're very conscious of how devastating potential water buybacks would be for rural and regional communities, and we've spoken about that in previous hearings. Your plan does say that you're looking at analysing which communities will be the most vulnerable to those socioeconomic impacts, as I said. What work have you done around structural adjustment packages for communities who might be impacted by buybacks?
Yeah, so what we've done is we've done our own report. We commissioned it. It was done by AITHA in relation to socioeconomic impact of buybacks on communities. None of that is going to be information that shocks people who've been following this for some time. It essentially concludes that there will be negative socioeconomic impacts.
Yeah, well, you probably don't need an analysis to know that.
I actually agree with that comment, although this provides some heft to that conclusion that I accept your point is well known. We'll be obviously submitting that to the Commonwealth to demonstrate what we have been saying to them for some time, which is that there is a potential negative impact. In terms of the detail of structural adjustment, we haven't gotten into that yet, and for two reasons. One, I maintain my view that there are alternatives to buybacks, and I do not want the Commonwealth to engage in activity that is going to hurt New South Wales.
They're clearly going to, Minister.
Well, as I said, I've done the homework for them. We've put together our proactive plan. I've submitted it to them, and my expectation is that they thoroughly consider those alternatives before.
But if they don't, when are you going to start work on structural adjustment? Because if that happens in a community, time is ticking in terms of that sort of financial support. So surely you can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I appreciate what you're saying, but it's pretty clear that the federal government are going to be looking at buybacks. I think everybody knows that.
So, I mean, as I said, I really don't want to give the Commonwealth any wriggle room on pursuing alternatives to buybacks. And my concern is that if I start doing the work for them on this is what structural adjustment for communities is going to look like, they may take that as some kind of indication that I'm accepting of that outcome,
but what
which
happens
I'm
to
not.
Communities, if I understand that, but you've admitted that it is not within your purview to stop that, right? And we understand that. But if you don't do the work in the interim, those communities will literally be left high and dry without government support. So
the one thing
when would you look to do structural adjustment packages?
The one thing that I will say, Ms Mitchell, to your point, is just last week, I think it was, I had an excellent meeting with RAMJO, the Riverina and Murray joint organisation of councils, and they were making many of the same points you're making. You know, I don't deny that the sentiments that you're articulating are felt by communities across New South Wales. They asked me in relation to structural adjustment packages, would we partner with them and co-design those packages with local communities? That is a commitment that I will give, because I don't want to go down the path of particularly the Commonwealth, but even the state government making decisions here in Sydney about some hall that needs upgrading or some sort of, you know, very light touch investment in a community that isn't based on that community's view about what their future is. And so that, I think, that principle of co-design of those packages is a very sensible one and a very smart one, and that's the way that we will pursue that work.
And you'd obviously commit to doing that with other JOs or other councils?
Of course,
beyond just
as
that.
a
Okay,
yeah,
thank
absolutely.
you. And then the findings that you're going to present to the Australian government in terms of the impacts to communities, will you make that public?
I
as
will,
well?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on now to boil water notices. Can you tell me how many have been issued in New South Wales since the start of December last year, and which communities have been impacted?
Not off the top of my head. Ms Jones may have that information, otherwise we can take it on notice.
I'll come back to Ms Jones this afternoon. But
I'm
you're
aware
obviously
I'm
that
aware
there
of a
have been
number. I can't
several.
give you a definitive
That's fine.
list. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm assuming you're across the current situation at Yass, where you have a town of 7,000 people who've been told that it's not safe to drink the water coming out of their tap.
I am, yes.
Does that concern you, that it's a community less than an hour from our national capital, yet they don't have access to safe drinking water?
That deeply concerns me.
So what are you doing about it?
So we are working on the ground now with council, who are the local water utility and are responsible for the provision of drinking water in Yass, to ensure that they are able to move off that boil water alert as soon as possible. We've been providing them with ongoing technical support, and my understanding is that they are in the final stages of just reticulating and flushing the pipes so that they should be able to move off the boil water alert in the next few days. That's what we've been doing in the short term. In the long term, we've made a $13 million commitment to upgrade their water treatment plant.
Have you spoken directly to the mayor or anyone at council?
Yes, I've met with Yass council.
Recently?
No, not recent. Late last year.
Okay. And would you go, have you visited? Yes?
Not since becoming minister, but previously, yes.
Okay, but would you look, given that obviously they're feeling the impacts of not being able to access water readily, which if this was happening in a metro area, I mean, you can understand why often regional people feel a bit like second-class citizens. I don't think anyone in this room who lives in Sydney would expect to not be able to turn on the tap and drink the water, yet this is literally what's happening in Yass. Would you go? Would you meet with the community?
Absolutely. I will absolutely. I visited their water treatment plant. I've walked around it. It is, a facility that you go there, it smacks you in the face, this thing needs upgrading. And I can understand the frustration of the community that they were promised that in 2019. Absolutely nothing has happened for the past 4 years, almost 5 years.
Can you tell me where you're up to with the business case then for that project? How far away is it?
We are on the stages of final independent assessment of the business case that has been submitted to us. We're very confident that that will be finalised soon. Once that's done, obviously we've made a $13 million commitment towards that project. Yass Council will need to make a contribution too, but in my meeting with them, they are understanding of that. And then we will be submitting that to the Commonwealth for a contribution from them as well.
Okay, so it's still a little way away.
It is, as I said, I think the community rightfully incredibly frustrated that this has been going on for years, but I say to them, since becoming the minister, we have moved as quickly as we can to ensure that the long-term solution to the water problem there that has been going on for a long time is moving as quickly as it can.
I think my colleague has a couple of questions on this too, but just a last one from me. Would you consider working with the Health Minister to look at transporting bottled water in? My understanding is the local supermarket is struggling to keep up with demand. Is that something that you would look to do literally today or shortly to alleviate that issue?
Absolutely. We do water carting in areas where that is required. As I said, obviously our goal is to support the local water utility to get the water back within drinking water guidelines. But we do have a program of water carting to support communities where, that is taking time and they are unable to access water.
Would you look at that for Yass for us?
If
Obviously you're here this morning, but could you take that on?
If the request is made, absolutely.
Okay, I think.
Thank you, Minister. In relation to the business case, my understanding is that the council has provided the final copy of the business case to the department, and also your office was advised. Your office also advised them to that the additional funding, the $18 million that you were aware of they need, would be needed to be applied or obtained from the federal government. Is that correct?
No. So we're providing $13 million of funding. There is obviously a gap between 13 and 18, and that is the portion that we would seek to secure from the Commonwealth through the National Water Grid Fund.
Then why did you not prioritise that in the last funding round?
Because the Commonwealth guideline...
Your office advised the council to make the submission.
No, we didn't. The Commonwealth National Water Grid funding guidelines require a final business case, and they don't have a final business case yet. However, I'm pleased to say...
Are you saying that the business case that was provided to the department is not the final one?
No, it is the final business case, but the round one for the National Water Grid Fund closed on the 5th of December, and the final business case, it still actually has not been independently assured, although that is occurring right now. But I'm pleased to advise you, Ms McLaren-Jones, that we're very confident that that will be done for round 2 of the grid.
So you will be prioritising this as... in that application for round 2?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
I'll take the next 45 seconds. I'll give it a go. Minister, I just wanted to ask you about a plan for regional water security. Have you got anything in place in that space?
Yes, and it's risk-based. So our primary focus at the moment is ensuring that the towns that we have identified as having the highest risk are prioritised. Those towns are Tamworth, Orange and Bathurst. More broadly than that, we are seeking to ensure that every single project committed to funding under the Safe and Secure Water Fund is moving, as some of those projects have had funding commitments dating back to 2019 that have not secured any advance. Again, seeing that kind of drift frustrates me, because I do accept that there are real water security issues in regional New South Wales, and so I'm very confident we've sort of put a bit of a rocket under that project, under that program, to ensure that those funding commitments that have been made to those communities are actually delivered. But as I said, there are broader pieces of work in relation to the towns that we have identified as the highest risk, and I'm sure that you can understand why we might take a risk-based framework when making decisions about how to prioritise funding and activity. But we can come back to it.
We will.
Yeah.
Minister, just before we ran out of time, we were talking about the mobile cooling stations, which you said you hope to take to regional areas, but you don't have any concrete plans to do so. As you're well aware, places like the Northern Rivers and the North Coast have higher numbers of rough sleepers than Sydney. Is this something that will be included in the next budget?
I mean, I'm not sure that it will necessarily require a budgetary allocation. What it will be included is in our future plans for the provision of services in those communities. As I said, we have a number of the vans now. It's merely a matter of considering where they might be needed and how we might ensure that passage up to regional communities. Certainly in terms of the Northern Rivers and the North Coast communities that you've identified, one of the key things that I have done since becoming the Minister is expanded our assertive outreach into, it was previously only in Tweed, now it is right across the Northern Rivers and the North Coast. And once we have those assertive outreach teams established, there are registered nurses that sit within those teams, and so the provision of health services amongst the assertive outreach is an incredibly important part of that project. But that's an opportunity for us to identify where mobile vans, whether they're cooling vans or other mobile health vans, may be able to go out with that team and provide health support.
Okay. I look forward to asking you in future where the vans have been. The Advocate for Children and Young People recently released a report following consultation with young people on the cost of living, and that report included a number of recommendations related to your other portfolios, and that included things like accessibility to community youth health services and renters' rights advocacy. How are you responding to those recommendations to address the cost of living for young people?
Yeah, I mean, I am familiar with that report. Excellent work again by the Advocate, and I've met with the committee, the Youth Action Committee, on a number of occasions, and they have reiterated their concerns. I mean, all I can say is one of the key driving elements of the cost of living crisis for young people is the cost of housing. That is one of the major contributing factors to their increased costs, and the government has a comprehensive piece of work to address cost of living, whether it's cost of housing, whether it is through our reform in the rental market, whether it is through our planning reforms to deliver more housing, and in particular, from my perspective, more affordable housing. Bringing down the cost of housing is core business for government, and consumes a substantial part of the work that we're focused on.
A number of those recommendations were about health services. So, for example, expanding public dental services, free contraceptive options for young people. What meetings have you had with Minister Park or with Health as Minister for Youth to advocate for those recommendations?
I mean, I've ensured that all of my ministerial colleagues are across those recommendations. That's one of the key roles that I see as Minister for Youth. So, yes, Minister Park in relation to health services, Minister Halen in relation to transport services. There are other findings and feedback that I've received in relation to the cost of transport services. So ensuring that my ministerial colleagues are across that is a priority of mine. I mean, I can assure you that the government and all of the ministers are not under any illusions that the cost of living is the key issue in the state right now, and that young people are absolutely bearing the brunt of that. So my ministerial colleagues are aware of my concerns in relation to that, and I've put those conclusions in front of them. I don't want to stray into other people's portfolios and, make statements in relation to their priorities, but they're aware that that cost of living is a major issue and that it has a major impact on young people.
Sure, and can I just finally, before I go to my colleague Ms Fairman, I'm interested if you have advocated specifically for the recommendations around expansion of public dental services and contraceptive options for young people.
I haven't advocated specifically in relation to those conclusions. However, as I said, I have made sure that Minister Park and all of my ministerial colleagues are aware of the findings and the voices of young people as articulated in the work of the advocate, and asked them to ensure that they are mindful of that feedback as they're developing policy priorities in their portfolios.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you. Morning, Minister. Minister, just in relation to the agreement of Murray-Darling Basin ministers to deliver the Basin Plan in full, how much funding has the Commonwealth committed to New South Wales?
We're about to finalise that. We have not landed a final publicly announced figure yet, but I understand it is imminent. It is in the realm of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I would have assumed
Yeah.
so. So within the next week or two,
I
month?
imagine so.
Yep, okay.
I think that my understanding is that we've concluded all the work that we need to conclude at our end, and that we're just waiting on the Commonwealth to do the same.
Yep, so just I suppose this is in relation to that as well in terms of timing, but what's the New South Wales water recovery target within that 450 gigalitres?
I don't think we have a clear line of sight on that yet. As I said, we've committed to with the Commonwealth to a piece of work going forward. Obviously, South Australia has done the same. Victoria at the moment has not done that. And so whilst there are some things that we are able to finalise at the moment, Ms Fairman, there are other elements of the plan going forward that are still unknown. And it goes back to Ms Mitchell's questions about the willingness of the Commonwealth to consider our alternatives. As you can see from our exchange, my expectation is that they do that.
Which I'll get to that in a second, that's my next round. But so just to be clear, so it sounds like you'll get the money before the target, the specific recovery target is known within that 450 gigalitres. New South Wales will get the money, but at that point New South Wales won't have said we'll contribute X number of gigalitres as part of this 450 gigalitres.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just turn to the buybacks plan, and I do have some sympathy for you, Minister, sitting there and getting questions from the Greens on one side and questions from the Nats on the other side, completely different questions that you've got to prepare for today. But hey, that's what that's the
joy of the
game. That's the game. That's so
joy
not the
is
game.
definitely
the
a term I would use in relation to my water portfolio.
Yes. So in relation to buybacks, I'm keen to. So interesting about the research. Was it Aether?
I pronounce it Aether, but perhaps it is
sure.
Aether.
Let's go with that. So
AITHER is
yes,
the
thank you.
Yep.
So they're looking at the evidence. They're looking at a socio-economic impact study of buybacks.
Yes.
Do you know, are they looking at like other socio-economic impact study, socio-economic issues, conditions such as, for example, bank closures, lack of rentals as a result of short-term holiday, don't get into that now though, Minister, centralisation of services away from some regional towns. So they're looking at all of that, and also, why aren't you also looking at the benefits of buybacks to downstream communities, for example?
So they're not looking at that. I mean, I accept the points that you're making. This piece of work was a more narrowly construed piece of work.
Sounds like it's a piece of work that is being done for a predicted outcome.
I have to say I don't disagree with you. As I said to Ms Mitchell, the conclusions were not ones that would surprise anyone who has been following this. It was a piece of work to clearly demonstrate to the Commonwealth what I already knew, which was when they completely unstrategically participate in widespread water purchase, it has a negative impact on our towns. I already knew that. This report does come to that conclusion. I will publicly release it. but I mean, you may be...
But it comes to that conclusion because it doesn't look at the impacts, potentially the benefits on downstream communities, does it? So if you're looking at just the negative impacts associated in terms of socio-economic impacts within a particular community, that's what you're going to find. But unless everything else that's hitting some of our smaller regional communities, in particular, the ones that I just rattled off before, like how can you separate that? Like, it does seem as though that this has been produced to deliver a particular political outcome, this research.
Well, it's not a political outcome. It has been delivered, it has been conducted to back in the conclusion that I had already reached and the findings that the New South Wales government had already made, that previous rounds of Commonwealth water purchase have hurt New South Wales communities.
How much does that research cost?
I'm not sure I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, because it's to back up predetermined outcome. So this is in a similar vein. Has there been any analysis on the economic cost to New South Wales communities as a result of water traded from New South Wales to Victoria and South Australia?
I'm not sure if that research has been done, although we are very engaged in the roadmap for water market reform, and so there may have been some research done, in association with our work on the roadmap, but we could take that on notice.
Because, Minister, I wrote to you about the Bloomberg article that appeared in January that was very, very critical, had a lot of information about the impact of water trading on the whole Murray-Darling Basin, but New South Wales particularly, and New South Wales being one of the worst players in all of this. That article found that over the last decade, 576 gigalitres of allocation water was traded outside of the New South Wales Murray. So how is that, or how is water sold to the Commonwealth more harmful than 576 gigalitres of water traded to South Australia and New South Wales?
I mean, I think... I do acknowledge that you wrote to me about that and brought that article to my attention. I mean, to me, there are two things that flow from the consideration and analysis of that piece of work. One is the separation of land and water and the establishment of a private water market where those interests can be traded. That is a long-standing and pre-existing state of affairs, which it is not really within my purview alone to change. That arrangement...
I do have a few questions on that later, Minister,
that arrangement,
because there are some
though,
things that your government could be doing.
That arrangement, Ms Fairman, underpins all of the issues that you have raised. And as I said, my views on that are, I mean, I'm happy to discuss it with you, but are almost irrelevant to the extent that that is such a long-standing and pre-existing arrangement. But how is that, I suppose the question is, how is that potentially not being factored into this socio-economic impact study that is being undertaken for a predetermined outcome to say buybacks to the Commonwealth are so bad, when water trading, all of the water trading to South Australia and Victoria isn't? Well, I mean, I'm not saying...
This just sounds like the AITHA, whoever they are, they've got a nice chunk of government money for probably not telling us anything useful.
I'm not saying that the other water trades that you have referred to are particularly optimal or acceptable either. I agree with some
But you're not looking into that.
No, I am looking
Ms.
into
Jones,
that.
In terms of commissioning research, for example?
Well, as I said, we are committed to the roadmap for water market reform that the ACCC set out, and are ensuring that we're working with the other states. I really want that to be a national piece of work, because if we start, as I said, it's a national market. It has been a long-standing private market in relation to the trading of water. That's not something that I would prefer to have differential regulations in New South Wales alone. But I want you to know, Ms Fairman, that I do think a number of the points that you are making and the conclusions that have been reached are valid. and that we are working
But you
on
can
the
see,
roadmap
Minister,
for
I think
reform.
what I'm getting at is this, what seems to be this ideological stance that New South Wales Labor brought into this government based on what the National Party took before the last election, coming in, being absolutely opposed to buybacks, with actually based on, you're creating evidence to justify this ridiculous stance when there are so many other things impacting regional communities when it comes to water. Selling water to the Commonwealth is the least of people's worries.
No, I don't think it is the least of people's worries. I accept your point about there are other stresses in regional communities, but my view is that there is incontrovertible evidence, clear evidence. It's not pretend, it's not manufactured for a political conclusion. It is based on clearly previous Commonwealth buyback engagements in New South Wales have hurt New South Wales communities. And I don't think there's any denying that, and I don't apologise for being proactive in trying to avoid that.
To rivers, because you've got water, obviously, as a portfolio. It's not just about socioeconomic impacts, as you know. It's also environmental benefits. Where do you, as Water Minister, then factor into this in terms of that study, whatever it is, the huge, the environmental outcomes that, again, in terms of your legislative requirements, you have to take into consideration as well.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And that is why we are deeply engaged in delivering the outcomes under the plan. I mean, to be honest, Ms. Fairman, the option was available to me to do what the Victorian government had done and to wash my hands and say, no more. That is a bad outcome. It's a bad outcome for New South Wales and our rivers. I am committed to delivering our commitments under the plan, but I genuinely believe there are ways to do that minimise negative impacts on New South Wales. And I'm concerned that the Commonwealth will take the cheap and easy route, which will be detrimental to our communities.
Sure about the cheap,
and I'm
given how much has already been spent.
I'm determined to not let them do that.
Sure. Okay, so we've got a lot of questions on a bunch of things. So I wanted to just ask you about rules-based water and, water recovered through rules-based water, which is this plan you put together. Will it be quantified by long-term average equivalent factor or by a long-term average equivalent factor so it can be compared to other water recovery volumes?
That's the intention.
Okay. And I see that you did respond. Thank you for the very detailed responses to my questions on notice after the last budget estimates. It's very good. Can I just put on the record to have your department and you actually providing us useful information? So that's very rare, and I really appreciate it. And I don't think it happened in the last government. So how is it possible? I'm curious to know how a rules-based change will achieve more than the equivalent amount of water that could be recovered through a buyback. And are they both if they're both calculated using this long-term average equivalent factor?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, though the question of how we would deliver that outcome and whether the Commonwealth would accept it is not finalised. So this is new work. This is the New South Wales government trying to engage with new thinking about how we can deliver on our commitments under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and avoid buyback. And so exactly how we manage that, the outcome of those rules-based changes in a way that is acceptable to the Commonwealth in terms of their framework, that is not finalised work, Ms. Venn.
I think the really big, the reason I'm asking this mainly is to work out, I can't work out from that how it means additional water into the system. And that's the whole point, right? I think my fear is that there's kind of, creative accounting going on here, and ultimately what we're not going to see is additional water put into the system. That's the whole point. So the question, again, how is it possible through what you're saying, this alternatives to buybacks, which is here, how will these changes achieve more than the equivalent amount of water that would be recovered through a buyback? Again, if you're using this long-term equivalent average factor, I'm just like,
I mean,
are you assuring us that is possible, firstly?
Am I assuring you that it's possible? I mean, no, I'm not assuring you that we will be able to make that land. But what I am assuring you is that work that has not been done before to consider these arrangements will be done now. I cannot give you a guarantee or an assurance that it will all line up. I can't. But it's not, as I should say as well, it's not necessarily about delivering a quantum of water that is more than buybacks. That's not actually what my goal is. My goal is to deliver a quantum of water that we are legally obligated to deliver to the Commonwealth under our Basin Plan commitments, and that is sustainable. So,
can I check if there any indication of any indicative volumes that are being considered for these rules-based recovery proposals or projects? Do you have like indicative volumes overall? Like maybe, I don't want individual ones at this point,
not
maybe
that
later
I
in the day.
necessarily have been briefed on. Amanda, is that indicative work something that the department has done? I'm certainly not at the stage of being briefed on that level.
Because this is I just feel like you would need that to get to this point. I mean, the whole point is the amount of water that's going to be put into the system, and it doesn't seem like anybody knows how much water is going to be put into the system by this.
Ms. Fairman, we're modelling outcomes, and the rules-based changes are really about, depending on what the water availability is, so depending on the weather and whether it's rained upstream, really, it's about when you can take water and making sure that when water is taken, it's the optimum time to take it, or restricting it if it shouldn't be taken, like the Section 324 rules after a drought's broken. It's that kind of, we can modify rules in water sharing plans to make sure that we're optimising allowing
after
water
a drought's
for the
broken, I
environment.
think people might want the water more to be more assured throughout the drought, as opposed to waiting for Section 324.
What Ms. Jones is trying to articulate is these are the examples of the work that we are doing. Ms. Fairman, I think I understand, that you want, that not just you, that the community wants detail and assurance. I want that too, but we are not yet at the stage of having done that, and partly that is because we're not yet at the stage of even knowing if the Commonwealth is willing to accept these principles. They've indicated that they're open to it. That's fantastic. I am pleased that they've opened the door. But we are at a far too early stage of this work to be at that pointy end. And yes, you're wanting us to reach there, and you're wanting that assurance, and we want that, and the community wants that. But in this area, particularly when we're unpicking numerous water sharing plan arrangements, water resource plan arrangements, to see where we might be able to make adjustments to deliver these good outcomes, it's not as straightforward as it might seem.
Just a couple more questions on this. So you were talking before about structural adjustment packages. So I take it from that there is consideration of compensating irrigators if these new rule-based water scheme, whatever, is implemented. That's correct?
Well, the conversation that Ms. Mitchell and I were having about structural adjustment was actually in relation to communities, I had understood.
So,
however, I just wanted to be clear, that was what I had understood we were discussing. However, your point in relation to compensation for irrigators, if there are rules-based changes, is also a valid one. That is a legal requirement.
And so if there will any determination then of, say, reduced reliability and compensation, whatever happens there, be subject to public scrutiny in consultation, any of these changes?
Yes, absolutely. There will be a, and that's part of the reason that we cannot be more definitive than we are, because yes, there will be the opportunity for the public to engage.
I think people are concerned and need certainty or assurance that any changes, these rules-based water savings, will provide greater certainty and transparency around how water is used. At the moment, it's pretty appalling, as you know. How will that be enhanced, and how can the community be guaranteed
Well,
that?
I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't going to deliver those outcomes.
But how, Minister?
How are we going to, how are we going to provide it? One, we will do comprehensive community consultation. It's a bit challenging in a way, Ms. Fairman, to be asked, be incredibly clear and provide all of the detail about this outcome that you're going to deliver, but at the same time, there's an expectation that you do comprehensive community engagement and consultation. The only point of doing that would be to inform the outcome. And so, of course, I'm not going to jump to the outcome without having done the work, but I assure you that that work will absolutely be done. It is a legal requirement that it is done, that we fully consult publicly on any changes to plans, as it should be, and I welcome that opportunity. And yes, the entire point of doing that will be to have clearer, more certain rules about who can take water and when and at what volumes. And I certainly have heard the feedback that you have heard. I was in Narrabri and Gunnedah and Moree last week, and once again water users were telling me how opaque the system is, how challenging it is, how uncertain their licence arrangements are. I accept that. And that's a clear commitment that we've given in relation to that piece of work to try and simplify that.
Thanks, Chair.
2 minutes of opposition time.
Thanks, Minister. Just coming back to Yass, can you just clarify, you said before that the business case is being reviewed by an independent consultant, is that correct?
Is it a consultant? I mean, we do an independent review of business cases.
But is that through the department? Is that the normal process?
The department will review the business case. The business case is done by the council.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so who pays for that independent review?
Well, I think, apologies. I think it's independent to the extent that we are doing it independent of the council. So the council have done that work.
Okay.
We are now doing an independent review.
So there's not a third party?
No, apologies.
Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify that. And then also just going back to the water security projects in Tamworth, can you tell me what the latest update is in terms of that industrial water recycling plant? Yes, so, we are obviously going flat chat to try and get the business case done. It's going to need to go through the INSW gateway because it almost certainly will end up being over $100 million. So we are hoping to try and have that done this year. It's a big project, and so, business cases for projects of that scale can't be turned around super quickly. But so if you do the business case this year, it's going to be some time before there is actually a treatment plant for that community, and you've got local businesses, and you would have seen Biata, they're building their own because you're taking too long. So how long is it actually going to be? You said a town like Tamworth is your priority and it's a risk-based assessment, yet there won't even be a business case completed this year for that project. As I said, we do hope to complete the business case this year. I've met just the other week with Mayor Russell Webb and the leadership of the Tamworth City Council and Biata to talk about potential paths forward. As I said, we are trying to get that business case done as soon as we can, but there are other options on the table that are articulated through the Namoi Regional Water Plan, and we are considering those too. We don't have all of our eggs in the advanced water treatment basket. I think it's a great project. I think it delivers multiple benefits. I'd love to see it happen, but I think it would be a mistake to do Dungowan Dam 2.0 and put all of our eggs in one basket. We have a suite of options we are considering under the regional water plan, and we're pursuing a number of them. My time. Thank you.
Member's time has expired. Are there any questions from the government? Okay, there being no questions from the government, we'll now break for morning tea, and we'll be back at 11:15. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, I know. Great. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Scott Fowler.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. Minister, with respect to the land audit, the Premier indicated in May that that process would be completed in months. Minister Camper indicated the other day that that was an unreasonable timeframe to be considered, that it would be finished within 9 months. What's your view on that?
I'm keen for it to be done as soon as possible. I understand from Minister Camper that that's the case. Certainly, our agenda is get it done, get it moving. We've got Homes New South Wales ready to activate opportunities. I think Minister Camper does understand, and his team do understand how urgent it is, but it's a big piece of work. So, they're trying to do it as comprehensively as they can, but I'm hopeful it'll be resolved soon.
Minister, are you frustrated with the time delay?
I'm frustrated just with everything that is happening in the housing market right now. I'm frustrated that we're coming off such a slow start. I'm frustrated that there's no momentum. I'm frustrated with constraints in the construction industry. I'm frustrated with the planning system. I'm open about that too. Frustrated with some local councils, not all of them. And sure, I make no apologies for the fact that I use my role as the Minister for Housing to agitate in every forum that I am given to get things moving as quickly as I can. But having said that, I also accept that I perhaps can be a little bit impatient, and that has its benefits, but that rushing things doesn't necessarily always lead to the best outcomes as well. And so that dynamic with the stakeholders and the community and my colleagues of ensuring that there is pressure to get things done, but also quality work being done and the time taken to do it properly, it's just one of the dynamics of this government.
Minister, have you or Homes New South Wales been given any time frame for when the first parcel of land will be handed over to you to be able to start the program of development on these
I
portions
have
of
not
government
been
land?
briefed on a definitive time frame. Obviously, we are working within the time frame of the next few months. Rebecca may have a definitive time frame. No.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister Camper indicated as well in those estimates hearings that with respect to selling that land to private developers, that's a decision to be made later on through the process, and that's a quote. Is that your understanding?
If that's what Minister Camper said, I'm not involved in those decisions around the disposal of that land or what to do with it. My involvement is Homes New South Wales sits on the LORG, the group that is managing decisions around the future of how we activate government land. We're in there fighting our corner, trying to get access to as much of that as, we think we can use. Then it comes over to us and, we take the opportunity to build social and affordable housing. But in relation to what is otherwise done with it, that's not something that we play a role in.
But Minister, it would concern you, wouldn't it, as you say, as an advocate for social and affordable housing and for being able to have more housing in government control, it'd concern you, wouldn't it, if this land was being sold off to private developers?
It would concern me if there was land that was suitable for the delivery of social and affordable housing that was not being delivered to Homes New South Wales for that purpose. But I have full confidence that every parcel of land that we identify as suitable for social and affordable housing, we will be given the opportunity to deliver that outcome.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to the 30% requirement, is it your understanding that that 30% affordable housing requirement will be on each parcel of land, or will it be across the whole suite of the land audit?
That the finalisation of that policy has not occurred yet. That's still being worked through. And exactly those kind of questions that you have articulated are the ones that are exercising our minds at the moment. It's easy to say 30% of housing delivered on government land will be social and affordable housing. I know it's easy to say it, I've said it a lot. Making the decisions about how to actually do that, as you say, parcel by parcel, do you group the land, how do you group the land? Even the distinction between social and affordable housing is a significant one. Social housing is extremely important to us, requires a much heavier subsidy. We want to do everything we can to deliver that. But we're also keen to grow the market for affordable housing. I think it's an important contributing factor to our attempts to confront the housing crisis. So all I can say, Mr. Farlow, is they're good questions. They're exercising our mind at the moment. We just haven't made those final decisions about what the framework will be. And that's not a decision that I myself am making. Obviously, I'm making that in collaboration with Minister Camper, Minister Scully, the Treasurer. It's a collective cabinet level decision about how that policy is activated.
And Minister, with respect to that split between social and affordable housing, does the government have any indicators at the moment in terms of how much of that land will be used for social housing, how much for affordable?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to when the first parcels of land are handed over to Homes New South Wales, what's your anticipation in terms of when they can actually be turned into homes?
Well, as I indicated before, we don't have a definitive time frame of when we'll be able to access that land. Once we know that, we then obviously need to figure out, are there pre-existing structures on the land that need to be removed? What is the current zoning of that land? Does it need to be rezoned? The early effort is to identify land that has already suitable zoning, but we can't be definitive that that will be the case. So is there a rezoning process that needs to occur? What is the scale of the building that we may be able to do on the land? Those are some obvious questions that I can't answer that are going to impact the time frame. But, all I can say is the entire effort with the land audit and with our work so far has been to look for that low-hanging fruit, has been to look for that land that has suitable zoning, that is close to services, that is construction ready, that we can get moving on. That's our hope, that's our intention, but until we know what the parcel of land is, I can't give you a time frame as to when the final buildings will be available.
Have you had input into the selection of those parcels of land and their suitability?
No. In terms of the conduct of the audit, that has been done by the team at Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, led by Deputy Secretary Walker. Our input has been, once those parcels of land have been identified as surplus, do we think that they're suitable for our purposes? As I said, what's the zoning? What's the services around? So we have had direct input in those questions. I will say the only input that I have had is a more broad input, and I don't, again, make apologies for the fact that I have gone around and hassled my colleagues to make sure that their agencies are fully cooperating, because, there are historical reasons why agencies may want to hold on to parcels of land that they're not really using and not identified as surplus and therefore subject to the audit. And I didn't want to see that happen. And so I did talk to a number of my ministerial colleagues who had substantial land holdings within their portfolios to encourage them to make sure that they were saying to their agencies, get real about this, get your land in this. And I'm, pleased to say that Minister Park and Minister Halen and Minister Carr, who are some examples, understood why I would be advocating to them to talk to their agencies about making sure that they were fully participating in the project.
So it's health, education and transport that have been the naughty children, so to speak, in this case?
Well, look, naughty children is your term. As I said, there are valid historical reasons, in relation to the way that, to be honest, my understanding is that under the previous government, agencies were given targets, KPIs, in relation to the disposal of land and activating that, to support their own budget bottom line. And those historical reasons have led them to be somewhat defensive around their land holdings. I'm actually not really, I wouldn't use a term like naughty children. I'm not trying to criticise them. I'm trying to say that's the reality. And we're trying to culture change. We're trying to show how important housing is, encourage that from departments. And the good news, as I said, is that I do think, with a little bit of leadership from the ministers, that there has been a good engagement from the departments, to say, okay, yeah, you know what, we really are going to make sure that we're identifying every opportunity and putting that in the process.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect, you've called for a national definition of affordable housing. What would you like to see that definition be?
National.
We'll take that as a given.
Yes. I'd like to see it as a definition that gets that balance right between ensuring that it's a tenure type available to people who are really struggling in the private housing market. So, I'd rather not have it more so broad as to not necessarily provide a pathway to stable housing for people who really need it. But also, I accept that we cannot have it so as to be an inhibitor on feasibility on each and every project. And that's a balance. So how do we, if we set the definition of affordable housing to be so tight, then it may be the case that it's the difference between projects starting and projects not starting. And I don't want that. I want to lean in favour of feasibility, in favour of projects happening, but I also want to make sure that it is a genuine pathway into housing for people who need it. So there are a couple of questions there. How long it is affordable? Obviously my preference is always in perpetuity. That's always my preference. But as I said, there are feasibility questions there. I think anyone who's trying to have a sensible conversation about housing has to accept that. So that's my preference, and my preference is that it's not linked to market rent, that it's linked to some sense of an individual's income. But again, how we deliver that, is challenging. We're working through that. We had a really good update at the Ministerial Council last week. As I said, we're trying to do this nationally. Every state does it differently. It's a dog's breakfast at the moment. It's chaos out there in affordable housing land, new emergent market. But I feel like progress was made, and those questions that I have just articulated that you are asking about are the exact questions that the officials across the states
Well, I must say you've answered my 2 follow-up questions to that one. So,
Well, as I said, I will be clear about my preferences. I always say, I know you ask these questions in good faith. I'll answer them in good faith as to my preferences. But I do caveat it by saying I don't want the definition to be one that then means a number of projects become unfeasible. That would be a bad outcome from my point of view. And finding that balance, well, that's our job. That's what we're working on, but that's where we're trying to get this definition to land. And it's not landed yet.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, being upfront, you've been upfront in calling out councils and saying, and I quote from you, that calling out being hysterical and fear-mongering, and then another quote, peddling ridiculous low-rent nonsense. Does this include Canterbury Bankstown Mayor Bilal Halayak as hysterical after he said his local streets will be turned into rabbit warrens, bottlenecks and frustrated drivers? Does that include Mr. Hayak's comments?
I mean, I am not going to get into the business of naming names at the local government level. I don't think that's helpful. I make those comments to try and be helpful, because I do think that in the context of the public discourse that is happening right now, the fact that there are local government elections this year cannot be discounted as a feature that may motivate some local government leaders to make statements that I think are hysterical and misleading. Me getting into a war of words with individual councils and individual mayors, I don't think that's helpful. I don't, and so I'm not going to do it. I do think, and I've been clear in the past, Mr. Farlow, I don't play politics here. I have been critical of Labor councils, I've been critical of Greens councils, I've been critical of Liberal councillors and independents. My criticism is across the board to anyone who doesn't show an interest in partnering with us. But I actually accept as well that I need to reflect on, the extent to which I'm engaging in that distraction. And I want to call it out. I want to make sure that we lift the level of debate, but naming councillors and getting into that game, that's me perpetuating the problem. And I don't want to do that. I do want to be part of the solution.
Well, this is a nice period of self-reflection here in budget estimates. Now, Minister, while you say that in terms of not calling out individual councils, in Parliament in October of 2023, or the 18th of October in fact, you actually did call out the Hillshire Council, and you actually said, I call out specifically the Hills Councils, maybe another area of reflection. Now, the Mayor of the Hillshire, Dr. Peter Gangemi, has said there is already enough land zone to accommodate an extra 100,000 people in the Hills by 2036. Isn't this the correct approach to be following in terms of identifying land that is already zoned and being able to actually accommodate more people?
No, good. I mean, yes, and good on him for that. And, you know, look, fair. I mean, I have called out individual councils, and I called out Bayside Council. I was very frustrated. I'm on the record, you know, about the project that we had in Botany, that we just tried really hard for 5 years to get over the line, only to have the whole thing deferred because of, you know, the intention to create a botany master plan that, you know, to me, it saddened me and it frustrated me because I thought it was a good project, well located, that was going to deliver more social housing. So, you know, as I said, I accept your point that I haven't, probably will still on occasion do that. But in general, my intention is to try and get past the sort of petty politicking. And I mean, you know, look, sometimes my instincts aren't great and sometimes, you know, my bad instincts get the better of me. But fundamentally, here, what I'm trying to do is say, good on Hillshire Council for a constructive contribution. That I welcome. Of course, there is a difference between a general comment, such as we have a substantial amount of suitably zoned land, and the individual decisions week after week, month after month that councils are making to frustrate the delivery of housing. And so, you know, I'm continue to call on councils to live up to the rhetoric that they have used about wanting to be partners in a solution by delivering the planning pathways that those individual projects need to come out of the ground.
So when it comes to the Hills, again, you know, living up to the rhetoric, this is a council that has exceeded their housing targets. It's a council that is expected to deliver more than 13,000 homes over the next 5 years. Isn't this an example of a council that's actually doing the heavy lifting when it comes to delivering more homes?
Good on them for that. Well, I'm obviously not going to criticise them for those good things. I mean, I am going to criticise them when they, you know, make comments about additional housing sort of ruining the character of areas and those kind of comments, which I think are an unhelpful contribution. But, yeah, as I said, if the intention of these questions is to get me to be complimentary about the good work that Hillshire Council has done, I welcome the opportunity.
I'm sure they'd be very grateful to hear
They
it.
probably don't care what my opinion is on them, but good on them for the good work that they are doing, and, you know...
Going, huh? Minister Jackson, you are leading the short-term rental accommodation review for the government. Now, that's being conducted by DPHI, is that correct?
Yeah, in conjunction with Treasury.
In conjunction with Treasury. Now, in terms of that review, have you canvassed any potential taxes that may be applied to short-term rental accommodation?
Well, we haven't canvassed anything. What we've canvassed is the community's opinion. And so, as you've mentioned, we've launched a discussion paper. All options are on the table. What we want to know from the community is, what do they think? Are they concerned about the impact of short-term rental in their area? Do they welcome it? Does it make a fantastic contribution to their local economy? You know, are the small businesses there reliant on the tourists? On the other hand, what's it like living next to one? What's it like having 5 in your street? You know, houses that are vacant most of the time, or, you know, people who live near, you know, well-known and well-established party houses. How does that affect the residential amenity of the area? There's lots of cross-cutting, challenging questions about this new and emergent market, and we welcome the community's view about how they think the government could be better regulating it.
Minister, has the government conducted an economic analysis regarding the impact of STRA on the New South Wales economy?
There has been some economic analysis done, and that economic analysis
by the New South Wales government or independent of the New South Wales
I'll
government?
have to take on notice who conducted it,
Thank you.
but I'm happy to advise you of that. But no, the economic impact is absolutely something that has been and will be considered in relation to future regulatory changes.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, with respect to the short-term rental accommodation review, can the government provide an update on the status of discussions with industry stakeholders so far and community representatives regarding the discussion paper?
Yeah, I mean, so all of the key industry stakeholders have been engaged in the process of the development of the discussion paper. They were all informed of its content. They were informed of its imminent release. I have met with most of those organisations since my time as becoming minister, and I am meeting with the peak body for the short-term rental sector tomorrow, in fact, I think. So they have been engaged both by the department and by me directly to canvass their views.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the crossbench. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you,
Apologies,
Chair.
Chair. I may just, if I may, because I had intended to do it prior to Mr Farley's questions, I just wanted to let Ms McLaren-Jones know that the date we are expecting the critical incident review in relation to the tragic Nowra incident is the 14th of April. There may be a coronial inquest subsequent to that as well. Apologies,
Thank
Chair.
you. Okay. Yep, we'll start the clock now. Thanks.
Thank you. No problem. Good morning, Minister. What proportion of social housing in New South Wales is public housing?
Well, I think it's 75%.
Yeah. And what proportion is community housing?
25%.
And so then, so your kind of classification of social housing, within that, you have public housing, community housing, and then you consider Aboriginal housing as separate to...
No, I think Aboriginal housing is... Some of it is delivered by the AHO, which is in the public housing component, and some of it is delivered by Aboriginal community housing providers, which is within the community housing component.
Okay, so Aboriginal housing is part of the social and part of the public?
Yes.
Thank you. Are the housing services provided by DCJ and non-government organisations, are they interchangeable?
So, first of all, the housing services are provided by Homes New South Wales now, although Homes New South Wales sits within DCJ. I mean, I sort of think that they are interchangeable, would be my top-line conclusion. That my view is that the support services provided directly by Homes New South Wales and the support services provided by our NGO partners are equivalent. I mean, to be honest, Ms Higginson, historically at least, I have to say, I think some of the support provided by the community housing providers may have been better than the support provided
So I was going to ask that in
DCJ
terms of the
housing.
level of service, you are seeing there are differences?
Well, I mean,
similarities and differences?
Yeah, similarities and differences. Of course, amongst the community housing providers, there's a range of different organisations and they're not all identical. But in general, as a generalisation, they are interchangeable, they are comparable, and you know, my expectation is that the level of service provided by both Homes New South Wales and the community housing providers is as high as possible. You know, I think we're doing better. I'm not quite sure we've reached the standard that Rebecca and I would like to see.
So are you confident, therefore, that the information provided to you by the non-government community housing managers is accurate?
Yes, and they are heavily regulated, including through the Registrar of Community Housing.
And have you undertaken or attempted to undertake an audit of organisations to ensure that they are providing precisely the services they say they are?
No, I haven't, although to be honest, that's because I've not had any specific incidences or concerns in relation to that not occurring raised with me.
So what oversight do you have then to have that degree of confidence?
We have, as I said, we have the Registrar for Community Housing. I have met with him on a number of occasions and he provides direct briefs up to me. I have regularly raised with our team my expectation that not only do they lift the level of service that we're providing, but that our community housing partners do the same. I see the point that you're trying to make, which is that when we partner with NGOs to do a job for which we are responsible, I take responsibility for the people who live in properties managed by community housing providers but who would otherwise be public housing tenants. And my expectation is that the level of support and service they receive is equivalent to or better than they would receive from Homes New South Wales. And I want to make clear to you, Ms Higginson, and anyone else, if there are concerns in relation to that, please raise them.
So when you say you want us to be doing better, what are the current limits on government, on public housing and government's capacity to do better? When
Resourcing. You know, I mean, when I say we want to do better, and Rebecca and I are working on this, we want more direct client service officers on the ground to provide the support that vulnerable people who live in public housing need. Rebecca, it is something like one person for every 400, up to 400 tenants at the moment.
Right.
Rebecca and I have discussed the fact that that's too many.
Yeah.
And like, Homes New South Wales has literally come online in the last few weeks. We have this new CEO who I'm very pleased to say values align with mine in relation to this work. We want to see more client service officers because they are the ones that check in on people who may be in rent arrears.
Is this what
antisocial behaviour? What's going on? Why is that happening?
So is it fair to say these are case managers? Is that what you was no different?
No,
okay.
I mean that's right. They are different.
Okay.
And I mean certainly a case management load of what I have just described would be completely unfeasible. But they are the ones that can ensure that if someone does need case management, that they're linked into a service that can provide that. Not everyone does. I mean, a lot of people live in public housing happily and successfully, and you know.
What is the case manager turnover in government housing for the first quarter in the last 12 months?
That I will have to take on notice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In estimates yesterday with planning, there is a very clear sort of language that's developed with the government that all public and community housing and Aboriginal housing is referred to as social housing. That's the nomenclature that's being used. Do you think that's sensible of your government at this point in time to be not understanding and consistently communicating the difference between public housing, community housing and Aboriginal housing?
I mean, it's not a deliberate thing. That is a nomenclature that has developed over many years and we have adopted. I mean, I do understand the point that you're making and I try at relevant forums to articulate, you know, when I'm talking about public housing and when I'm talking about community housing. But fundamentally, Ms Higginson, apart from it being a bit of a word salad to have to go through public and community and Aboriginal all the time, and you know, we use the catch-all term social for the deliberate reason that it is hopefully a bit more clear and understandable. I see that this point is made occasionally, that somehow the use of community housing to deliver tenant management services on behalf of the government is a problem. I don't accept it. I don't. And I'm not going to accept an argument that our community housing partners are somehow a suboptimal part of the system. I want more public housing. I want more housing managed by us and managed better, but I also want more community housing.
Thank you. But so in terms of public housing, is that our greatest need at the moment?
Is that our greatest
need? More
need?
public housing?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
It is.
So would it not be more beneficial for you advocating for the thing you've identified that we need most in the state at the moment to help our most vulnerable is to actually just use the words public housing, and that potentially we are losing the understanding, the messaging, the need, and therefore the delivery of strong public housing? Perhaps it's just something I'll put to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I? Sorry,
it wasn't a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Well,
okay.
it was. Can I just ask you to think about it, perhaps?
I will think about it.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. In relation to Aboriginal housing, reforming the housing sector obviously is critical to ensure Aboriginal community housing providers can provide viable, culturally responsive, and that the Aboriginal Housing Office has equitable access. How do you plan to support properly, in earnest, the sustainable growth of that sector?
Well, I mean, for starters, when we talk about social housing, we refer also to our Aboriginal community housing partners. So I appreciate the point that you just made, but I am actually committed, particularly in Aboriginal housing, to having, to be honest, less housing managed by the Aboriginal Housing Office. I mean, Famie and her team do a wonderful job because I want to support the Aboriginal community housing sector. It literally runs directly counter to the point that you're making. These non-government Aboriginal-led organisations are incredibly important partners. What are we doing? Well, as I said, we're trying to ensure that they have their capacity built up.
And so what's your timeline? Like in the kind of acceleration, what's your timeline? What's your plan?
So there is a critical piece of work at the moment is delivering the $130 million or so to directly build up Aboriginal housing as part of the accelerator. There is an EOY for our Aboriginal community housing partners in March. We have engaged a lot with them to make that EOI as straightforward as possible. Part of the issue, Ms Higginson, is, as you have well identified, previous efforts to do that have been unbelievably complicated and have wasted a whole bunch of time and money for organisations that don't have that. And so Famie and her team, I think, have done a great job to make that EOI really straightforward. And I'm very hopeful that we will see a large number of expressions of interest from our Aboriginal community housing partners to spend that money building up their capacity and delivering more housing.
So little time.
Thank you.
We can always talk offline, Ms Higgins.
Thank you.
We're not
Minister,
under oath, but I'll still always tell you the truth.
I'd just like to turn to the Barwon Darling. So how often will there be opportunities for floodplain harvesting in the Barwon Darling? So in terms of years, every however many years, your understanding?
I mean, that depends how often it rains, Ms Fairman. So I've not personally been briefed on the long-term meteorological outlook for the Barwon Darling. And
I think like roughly, just in terms of historically and stuff, it's every 1 in 3 or say 3 in 10 years, roughly, Ms Jones. Is that correct?
Does that roughly equate to your
I'll
view?
confirm that late. Yeah, I'll confirm
so
that.
Ms Jones will confirm that. As I said, using historical rainfall, yes, I accept your point. You also know that can be dicey in terms of the unpredictable climate future that we're facing. So I don't know when it's going to rain, but I accept your point about the patterns that we've seen so far.
Okay, so and at the moment, are you aware of what the long-term, or not just at the moment, what the long-term average is in terms of the baseline divergent limit, the BDL, for the Barwon Darling?
I don't know the Barwon Darling BDL off the top of my head, but Ms Jones may be able to look that up.
Yeah, so on the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's website, which is where all this stuff is held, Barwon Darling watercourse is 17.7 gigalitres. Do you know how many gigalitres of floodplain harvesting licences have been issued in the Barwon Darling?
Well, I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know where this is going, and you're going to suggest that it is higher than that.
51.3 gigs.
I appreciate that point. And as we've discussed before, there is a difference between the licensed volume and the take that is authorised in any water year.
Yes.
And so, yes, I accept that obviously we will need to continue the very close active management of water taken under floodplain harvesting licences, under all licences, to ensure that we remain compliant with our BDL in every annual water year. You are right to put it on our radar. I have put it clearly on the department's radar. They know there is no tolerance for exceedance of our legal limits.
Because you've got also the 500% carryover, which makes it even higher potentially for any given year. So 500% of water access licences can be carried over, something you supported, I think, and the Labor Party does support. So technically, it's possible. So if we go back to that just over 51 gigs and the 500% carryover, technically, even though you've got a 17.7 gig, going back to that figure of BDL, technically, we can have something in the order of 256 gigalitres being taken from those floodplains. So I just want to know how it's possible to allow that while also trying to keep within the legal limits the BDL of 17.7 gigalitres.
I mean, I think, the technical possibility of a full 500% carryover being activated in one water year in the way you have described, I think is so far beyond the realms of
Or
what
even
is
200%
what
is pretty
realistic.
over 17.7 as well.
I will say this, as I said, I just think that is so far beyond the realm of what is realistic as to be a substantial risk. I am open, absolutely, to reviewing the operation of carryover after we've had a number of years of the floodplain harvesting licensing in operation. I think that the principle of some carryover does make sense in relation to floodplain harvesting licence, but I don't. I'm not completely dismissive of the point that you're making, Ms. Fairman, and I can see a world in which after a number of, this is all very new, this licensing, after a number of years of it being in operation and a number of floodplain harvesting events occurring, as you say, a bit unpredictable, if it is the case that despite my expectations of take being within legal limits, that the operation of those rules is such that we are seeing consistent patterns where the operation of carryover is either making that difficult or, we are consistently exceeding that, I'm absolutely open to review of those rules. I don't want a system in place that delivers that outcome.
That is very good to hear, Minister. Let's talk about if there is any, if it looks like there is activity that goes over a certain period of time, which the Inspector General of Water Compliance, I want to go back to Barwon Darling Barker. So the report that I'm sure you're aware of into BDL compliance, SDL compliance, found that for the Barwon Darling Barker, they exceeded their valley limit by more than 20% for 3 years to 2012. In fact, this is like super scathing. This is really scathing.
I'm familiar
for
with
New South Wales. Like,
I have
absolutely,
read it.
It's just all about New South Wales, actually. So that's already
just to be clear for people who may not be familiar, this was not the time in which I was the Minister
yes,
for
I know.
Water. I think
exactly.
that's an important principle.
But you are, exactly, and you are now, and I really appreciate the sentiment often that you're expressing, wanting to get on top of things and bring back water take within legal limits. But for example, this one, this was obvious when you came in. This was obvious straight away. The allocations to the Barwon Darling, they've been 100% for A, B and C class licences for 3 years. The SDL was exceeded by 71 gigalitres, 40% during that. So what have you done about that? It's just for people in the community who are concerned about this to trust you, and I'm not saying there's but to when you say that you'll get things under control, here's one that it's been obvious for almost 12 months now to get this under control in terms of the Barwon Darling. What's happening with that? Why can't you act for this?
Well, we are. So a couple of things. The review of the Barwon Darling water sharing plan is due to commence this year, is my understanding. We do have Professor Hugh Darrant-White here. He's in his capacity as the Chief Scientist, but I refer to the fact that the NRC is playing now an active and leadership role in that to ensure that the work that we are doing over in DQ Water, delivers on those outcomes. The department understands and has had clear direction from me in relation to ensuring that our takes in all valleys come back within legal limits, and I have confidence that that has been done. And
within the water sharing plan process, in terms of when you're saying coming back to within legal limits, that's this new water sharing plan review. Are you saying, Minister?
No. That's within more direct active management, annual water determinations year on year. Yes, obviously the water sharing plans need to be updated to ensure that the rules-based framework in which we're operating is optimum. So that has to occur. But no, I wasn't just referring to that. I was referring to the more specific determinations that occur on an annual basis.
So let's go back to, because what has been determined relatively recently, and I understand still needs to be in terms of the NAMOI, maybe, I'll get an update on that too, is the 269 gigalitres of floodplain harvesting licences issued in terms of over-extraction and then over-extraction through other licences as well. So just to be clear for the committee, how is the government bringing those over-allocations, over-extractions back to within legal limits outside of the water sharing plan? What's being done? What can we see in the next 6 months, 12 months, for example?
Well, I mean, we are working on the process of our annual water determinations for the water year that will start in July. And I point you, Ms Fairman, to the fact that one of the early things I did as the Minister for Water was take direct action in relation to Namoy, where there had been examples of growth in use, to bring those licences back within legal limits. I mean, I'm still in court about that one, but I make no apologies about it because that is my job. Those legal limits are the principles by which water is shared.
So let's
fairly.
go back to this over allocation. This kind of furious report by the Inspector General, who welcomed the compliance of Queensland, South Australia, Victoria, the ACT. 100% compliance, no issues there, and just calling out the failure of New South Wales to deliver water resource plans and other things. So it's been highlighted in here, which I just highlighted, about the Barwon-Darling take. Just in the 1st of July 2023, though, when you were Minister, the allocation of the A, B, C class licences for the Barwon-Darling were still issued at 100%. Why is that the case? Because that surely was the opportunity that was right there, your Minister, to bring that back, to reduce the allocation, to reduce that over-extraction, because they've been like many gigalitres for those at least 3 years. Why didn't you do it then?
Yeah, well, partly because one of the reasons that issue had consistently arisen was that there was not a clear understanding between the New South Wales Government and the Commonwealth Government, the Inspector General, in relation to the modelling that was being used. We wanted to let that process resolve itself. My understanding is that is now resolved, which is a good thing. And I will say, I mean, I know, Ms Fairman, that you do try and acknowledge that you sort of comment in relation to the lack of compliance in relation to water resource plans. I mean, absolutely. And I draw you to the fact that we've now submitted 19 of our 20 water resource plans and are on the path to full accreditation. I mean, it's a big turnaround, in relation to some of the criticisms that the Inspector General made. So, you referred earlier to how can the community trust the commitments that are making, because it's not just words, because we've done the work to show that we're trying to bring the system back into compliance.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition, Ms Sarah Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I just want to ask you a few questions about your responsibilities as Minister for the North Coast, but also where they overlap in terms of you being Minister for Housing. Now, you said back in a question on notice earlier this month that you haven't set any targets or plans for housing in electorates literally from Port Stephens up to the Queensland border. Why not?
Because I don't want to set targets that are not based on reality. And the reality is we haven't gone through this year's budgetary process. We haven't had the NAHA finalised. We haven't finalised the 30% social and affordable housing on government land policy. And until that work is done, it's extremely difficult for us to know what housing we can feasibly deliver. But I assure you that work of setting targets is a priority for us, and we just want to make sure that when we do that, they're targets that we can deliver.
Sure.
on.
So when would we expect to see some targets for the North Coast?
We're hoping this year that's the time frame for the strategy. So as I said, we need those few key pieces of work done. The NAHA, this year's budgetary process, the 30% social and affordable housing, the HAF, another one, excuse me, how could I forget? The HAF is also a key component.
You're hoping to have those set by the end of this year? Is that the time frame that you're working towards?
No, I think we'd probably aim for earlier than that.
Okay, but can't kind of give an indication.
Well, I don't want to give a definitive date. And
so I guess my concern, though, Minister, is that particularly like before the election, you were very vocal about the need, especially around social housing on the North Coast. We're now hearing that you're almost a year in. Hopefully you'll have targets set at some point this year. That's not a lot of action for the first almost 12 months and potentially 2 years of you being the Minister for those communities who aren't very happy that not much is progressing.
I mean, what I would say to you in those communities is I haven't been sort of wasting time setting targets that are not based on reality. We've just been getting on with the delivery of housing. And I will draw you...
What have you... Can you give me some examples?
I will draw you to the announcement that I made alongside the Premier and the Minister for Planning in relation to the Resilient Lands Package in Lismore, $400 million as a partnership between SCU and Landcom to deliver housing, mixed tenure, some private market, some social and affordable. I'll draw you to projects that we have been doing with social ventures.
And they're all new under your watch? Or
yes. Again, that's there's 18 units there that we're delivering in Lismore in combination with the housing social futures. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Higginson. In relation to 18 units there, I'll draw your attention to the $20 million commitment that we made to deliver build to rent on the Northern Beaches. Northern Rivers region. So
I think the Northern Beaches probably don't.
Right. They don't really like social and affordable housing there. They love it in the Northern Rivers, so fair enough.
Okay. Just coming to the issues around flood recovery as well, and I know you mentioned some things there in Lismore and those areas, but can you tell me how many people we've got who are still currently living in pod villages in the Northern Rivers?
Oh, look, I can't give you the exact number off the top of my head, although I do know that we still have a number of people living in pod villages. I'll take the exact number on notice, but most of the pod villages are still in operation.
Yep. And I'm happy if you take this on notice as well, but can you tell us how many people are currently being housed out of their hometown or their area? My understanding is there is a little bit of displacement as well, just depending on the location of the villages.
I will take that on notice, although, again, I accept the principle that the pod villages are still in operation and, in fact, are likely to have their time extended.
Yes.
That they are housing people in suboptimal housing situations for a range of reasons, including the one that you have identified, that people are being housed disconnected from their local community. And, we are working through the solutions for each of those individuals. 60% of those, the latest briefing that I had, were people who would require some form of social housing. They did not have a private market solution that would be available to them. And so, that does go back to your original premise, of course, which is there's a big piece of work to deliver more social housing on the Northern Rivers. And I've mentioned a couple of the projects that we're already doing, but I don't disagree that we need to do more.
And then just in terms of the residents in the pod villages, are they being charged rent?
Not at the moment.
And is that's going to change?
No, not that there's no brief that's before me in relation to that.
Okay.
That also I'm not sure would be a decision that I would be the one making.
Okay.
So I'm not across that, but they're not at the moment.
Okay. And then in terms of, you just said that you expect that they will be there for some time, and I appreciate the complexities of what's happening there, but would you anticipate that those pod villages would likely to still be in operation by the end of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Can I turn quickly now just to some questions about your youth portfolio? You might recall that I asked you last time about the Regional Youth Task Force and you were considering that, but it's been scrapped, hasn't it, Minister?
No, we're still considering what the future is going to look like for youth engagement in the New South Wales Government.
Specifically the Regional Youth Task Force, last time that we spoke about it, applications weren't open. They were due to expire their term. I think you were due to meet with them shortly thereafter, but there's not a new one.
No, there's not a new one, that's correct.
So is there an intention to have a new Regional Youth Task Force, a specific regional body of young people to provide feedback and guidance to you as the Minister?
We just haven't made a decision on what we're going to do in terms of the structure.
It's been months.
Well, the delay is we're looking at a broader re-engagement with young people and the way that the government interacts with them. At the moment, you are right, we have the Office for Regional Youth with the Regional Youth Task Force over in the Department of Regional New South Wales. We have the Office for the Advocate of Children and Young People with the Youth Advisory Committee over in DCJ, and we have another small youth policy team that sits separately in DCJ. I don't consider that to be a functional structure for youth engagement. It is fragmented, it is siloed. I want to see what we can do better. The reason that I haven't been definitive or clear about what that looks like is because I want that to be co-designed with young people. I mean, if I was sitting here saying, no, this is the new structure, I've made all these decisions, well, that's perpetuating exactly the kind of exclusion that I'm trying to overcome.
Sure, and look, I agree with you that I think, having young people at the table as your co-design is absolutely the best way to do it. But my concern is that, it's now been some months since we asked you about this and you're still considering the position. I know that there was an announcement, I think, at the Sydney Summit about having a central youth agency, and again, I acknowledge that. But the concern is, particularly from my perspective, for regional young people who have been used to being able to participate in a regional youth task force. I certainly met with them and they are amazing young people, as are the Youth Advisory Council as well. But it just seems there's a vacuum at this point in time with no clear time frame as to when something new will be established and how these young people can continue to have a voice. And I'd love some sort of clarity from you today about what time frame we're working on or you're looking at as Minister for that co-design, so that it's not just stagnant.
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking to do that over the next few months. I would say by the middle of this year we will have some clarity as to what the new structure might look like. And I mean, I take your point, and I imagine it will be one made directly to us by regional young people that they want to see a particular and dedicated voice for them and space for them. I'm not actually denying that as we listen to and engage with young people that is feedback that we may well receive. But I'm not going to be definitive at this point about what that new structure, those new committees or task force or forums or councils might look like, how many young people will be on them, what their composition will be, whether even, we can look to move a little bit beyond the kind of, round table model that has its benefits, but also I'm not really sure does capture, broad community sentiment, what mix of engagement platforms we might use. So at the moment, that's up for discussion.
I think that the concern, though, Minister, is that, as I said, while there is now this period of inertia, you had a youth task force that's finished. You'll make some decisions, hopefully you're saying within the next few months and by the middle of the year. What happens now? How are you getting that feedback from regional youth if you don't have a task force in operation?
Yeah, I mean, of course, all of the work that we do in an ongoing way, engaging with young people in regional New South Wales through, for example, the youth community coordinators in the Office for Regional Youth, who, I had another joint meeting with just the other week, that is ongoing. I'm not defending that as optimal. I'm not saying what is happening now.
You can fix it. You're the Minister. That's
well,
the
I mean,
frustration.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to come up with a new and better model. I don't, as I said, I don't suggest that the current arrangements will represent the way that we engage with young people into the future, but I ask young people to work with us in designing what that will look like. And I assure them that whether it's through engagement with the youth community coordinators, the regional young people who are on the Youth Advisory Council as well. I mean, there are regional young people who are on that, and I, very interested, in their views always. I mean, as I said, none of that is saying, oh, well, that's it, job done, tick, I consider that adequate. But in answer to your question, those are ways that at this stage we are hearing the voices and feedback from regional youth, and we will look to finalise a model that provides that direct space and voice and engagement as part of the broader work to lift and elevate the voices of young people within government.
Thanks, Minister. And to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Just following on from the comments about the Central Youth Agency, I'm interested to know, how do you plan to bring in the Advocate for Children and Young People, or YAC, or are you looking to abolish that? What was your idea when you made this announcement?
Yeah, I mean, so TBC, it's the similar answer in relation to the questions Ms Mitchell was asking. We are looking to see how we can do engagement with young people better. Obviously, the Advocate for Children and Young People is a statutory appointment, and so I'm not intending to abolish it. Even if I wanted to do that, which, to be clear, I don't, I'd have to pass legislation to achieve that outcome. I have no intention of doing that. But I do think there is potentially a way for them to deliver their important statutory role alongside a complement of other work that sits more centrally and is a more elevated opportunity to engage with young people in New South Wales.
Have you got an idea of a budget that this agency will have?
No, I don't have that yet.
Just in relation to the pod villages, you said you're not involved in the decision in relation to extending their stay, but also the rental arrangements. Which minister is?
That's managed by the Reconstruction Authority, so Ministers Dibb and Scully.
Are you aware of the latest data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare that's shown around 36% of young people aged between 15 and 24 have been turned away for specialist homelessness services, which is almost double the national average?
Yes, I am.
And what's your view in relation to it?
Oh, it's completely unacceptable. I mean, you know, the turnaway rates in general from specialist homelessness services are unacceptable. I think we're close to 50% of people having their accommodation needs unmet through an engagement with an SHS. Not acceptable. In particular, you know, the issue you raise about young people is the deep problem with that is that, you know, when a young person presents asking for help, that's an opportunity for a crossroads in their life. I mean, we can meet that need and set them up for success, or we can fail them and they'll probably have a lifetime of cycling in and out of various of the
Do you know how
facilities.
many women and children escaping domestic violence have been turned away?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but we could, I mean, it would, you know, we could get that for you, but it would, any number is unacceptable to me, but we could get that. Women and children.
Minister, last time I asked you about the capacity of and the workload of SHSs, and you said at the time, I imagine all of them are above capacity. On reflection, have you had time to look at ways of measuring how the SHSs are going and capturing that data?
Yeah, we have, as part of the work that we're doing on the homelessness strategy. A big part of that piece of work is better capturing data from our SHSs and, you know, using that to be flexible about where to direct resources. I mean, I would say I'm mindful, and the conversations that I've had with the SHSs and with the peak bodies in relation to that, they're up for it, but I am mindful about the fact that they don't really want substantial more administrative burdens. And so any kind of data questions about the way that we're capturing and reporting data does need to be done in a supported way, because they're already under the pump, and having additional data reporting requirements has to be done thoughtfully. But, I mean, I think that is something that we would look at.
Can I ask, have you met with Homeless New South Wales about options of how to gather that data, and did they say it's too complicated?
No, I have met with them multiple times. There was feedback that they provided to the SHS review evaluation that had been done, that evaluation talked about the need to do data better, to improve the level of data capture and reporting, and as I said, I accept that. They did provide some feedback, as I think did Y Foundations and DBNSW, that exactly to the point that I have just articulated, you know, some nervousness about the already smashed workload of people in SHSs, and then us sort of saying, oh, well, and here's a substantial...
So, Minister, just to clarify, are you collecting data? Do you intend to collect it, and when will you start collecting that data?
Well, I mean, we're collecting some data, some of that data that you have referred to in relation to people with unmet accommodation needs. How often is it reported to? Is it going to be on an annual basis? Well, I mean, there are various data collection points. I receive quarterly briefings, I think it is, up from DCJ, from the FAXIA team, you know, in relation to some of the data. So quarterly data in relation to the number of people turned away from SHSs, is that the data you're being provided? What exactly is that data? I can't remember all of the data points from that FAXIA set. As I said, it's useful, but I mean, we can. I have no defensiveness. We can provide you this data. I'm open to people seeing the data. It's useful, but is it? Minister, will you commit to providing that data quarterly, publicly? Yeah, I mean, as I said, if that is something that we can do, I'm more than happy to have that publicly available. Minister, in relation to a question you were asked about 20% or providing additional funding to SHSs, your response was the Department of Community Justice budget for homelessness services is fully committed for 2024-25. DCJ will seek additional funding from Treasury to meet current SHS levels and respond to unmet need from 24-25. Does that mean that SHSs will not receive any additional funding until at least 2026? No. What that means is that the budgetary allocation that we made in the last budget, which did include additional funding for SHSs, is fully allocated and in fact is not meeting the needs of the community. As I said, we accept that. As part of the 24-25 budget process, we will seek, to ensure that we do our very best to secure the funding that we think those services need. Obviously, I can't preempt that. That's not a decision that I make on my own. And as part of that, not just that, I should add as well, obviously we're directly engaged in the NAHA negotiations as well. I call out to the Commonwealth if they're listening. I doubt they listen to New South Wales budget estimates, but I'm very clear that the Commonwealth has to lift its game as well. That if we are able to deliver funding through that process, as we will. You're referring, I think, to SHS recommissioning. That
no,
I'm
referring to the fact that they have said quite clearly they need more funding. The former and the current CEOs have said they need more money. They've asked for a 20% increase. I'm asking whether or not you've put in that bid to increase their funding
I'm not going to talk through the details of the budget process that we're currently engaged in. It is obviously subject to, cabinet in confidence. We're in the ERC process. We're going through the cabinet. I'm not going to talk through that other than to say, I accept that there is a significant unmet need in the provision of homelessness services.
Women being turned away. You've got SHSs that are closing their doors because they can't provide a service.
Yeah, absolutely. And and not only that, we have SHSs that aren't closing their doors, but that are, providing service, 20, 30, 40% beyond what they're funded for. So they're keeping their doors open.
And yet your government's not looking to give them more money.
No, I don't think that's a fair characterisation of what I said, Ms McLaren-Jones.
Well, hopefully we'll see something in this budget. Minister, do you know what the current wait list for temporary accommodation is?
We don't really operate a wait list for temporary accommodation. We can't always meet the needs of everyone who seeks it. Sometimes there are just really genuine capacity constraints, like literally we cannot find a motel room for them.
Shouldn't you keep a database or a record of again, unmet need for TA, considering it is a demand-driven...
Yeah, well, Rebecca's saying we actually don't at the moment, but I think that's a good call out. As I said, we don't operate a wait list because, we intend to meet the need of the person right then. But I have no problem with the idea that we would record data on how many people's needs for temporary accommodation we were unable to meet.
Would you also be willing to look at doing an audit, as has been recommended by Homeless New South Wales, of current accommodations available, whether it's accessible to people with disability, accessible to families, particularly women escaping domestic violence, and what is that unmet need?
Yeah, I would be open to conducting an audit. I should say at the moment, I am well aware that the quality of some of the temporary accommodation that we offer is pretty substandard, but we are literally up against it to find enough places for people who need it. And so, of course, we will always look to make sure that the temporary accommodation that we are providing, meets the dignity and the respect that we should show to an individual who's come into our care through temporary accommodation. But the biggest problem at the moment is there's just not enough spots available. And this is, for all of us, the kind of confronting reality of the housing crisis, that we have seen a significant spike in needs for emergency accommodation. As a lot of the time, Ms McLaren-Jones, it's because people who have never had experience with the homeless service system before have received an eviction and cannot find a new place to live, and they're relying on temporary accommodation. And
Thank you, Minister.
Very sad.
Minister, your connectivity panel that you spoke about during the last budget estimates, where's that up to in terms of presenting its findings to you?
Yeah, I think they've met 4 or 5 times. They've met a number of times, and I'm expecting a preliminary report from them in March and a final report from them by the middle of the year.
Okay, so last year, when I asked this question, I think you said by the end of last year, and more detailed findings to you by early this year. Is there a reason why there's a delay in their work?
Look, only the reason is it's complicated work. They are deep in the detail of how we can change and update our rules in our various rules-based plans to deliver that connectivity. The expert panel, I mean, you have the details of the membership. They're absolutely the people who are on the detail.
Which you said
I've not asked them to delay their work. They've asked me for a little bit more time so that they can get it right, and I've acceded to that request.
Thank you. Can I check are they considering the total extractions within the total valley take? Is that part of their work?
I think that is within the terms of reference. Yes?
Yes, that's open to them to consider. And if I could perhaps also, Minister, just report that for the 2022-23 year, when the Inspector General puts out his next report, it'll show that the Barwood Darling is in credit, and that turnaround is really the department working with the MDBA to fix data and fix metered information about the water use.
That's very good news. Be interesting to see by how much, but that's very good news. The Guida water...
I wasn't sure. I did know that, Amanda, but I wasn't sure it was publicly available.
It's not publicly available.
Then I didn't want to be getting in trouble with the Inspector General again for
It's out there.
Anyway.
Correct.
It's out there now. I'll just move to a different issue just because of time. I'll come back to this other one if I can. But wanted to talk to you about in early January, I wrote to you about the Bloomberg article, which I've already mentioned in these budget estimates, and that the water trade is booming and sucking a continent dry is the title. So in that article, it reported the situation with Murray Irrigation Limited's company account, where that irrigation organisation carried over 1/2 to 2/3 of the total valley's carryover. This was during a time of incredible drought between 2018-19 and 2019-20, when there were so many distressed farmers and landholders in that region. A lot of people in the community had no idea. This was completely hidden from the community. That's what Bloomberg kind of uncovered. You replied to me on the 8th of February and said that your department was looking into that, was investigating. What's the status of that investigation?
Amanda, I might ask you to give Ms. Fairman an update.
So it's the carryover that you refer to is actually allowable under the water sharing plan.
Who have you spoken to as part of that investigation, firstly, Ms. Jones?
I'll have to take that on notice.
It's a question as to whether any of the people that were mentioned and whether Bloomberg was contacted in terms of how they got in that information, whether Mary Ann Slattery from Slattery Johnson was quoted. She was the one who discovered, I think, that carryover, plus others who were quoted in that article. Have the department speak to them to work out what was going on?
I think, Ms. Fairman, the carryover wasn't an illegal carryover. As I understand it, the carryover was allowable under both the water sharing plan rules and their licence.
But in terms of the work that the department did and perhaps is still ongoing to explore that and come to that conclusion, I mean, I'm not sure if Ms. Jones would have knowledge about who did that and who they spoke to.
Oh, okay. So hang on. So we can come back to that actually. Yeah. If that's the department's response, so it was actually just allowable. I think we'll go back to the Minister, because now it becomes a policy issue, doesn't it, Minister? Because you said to me in that letter that the department was investigating, so they seem to be saying nothing to see here. This is all fine. It's fine that Murray Irrigation Limited literally held this massive quantities of water during a drought where people had no water available to them, had to sell up, had to sell their family farm, huge distress, probably worse actually in some parts. That's a policy issue in terms of the lack of transparency around these irrigation companies. There are some things you can do at a state level. What have you looked at, explored as a result of these revelations?
Yeah, I mean, you are right, essentially, I think. You know, we have looked into it. Ms. Jones may be able to provide more information this afternoon, but essentially, from our investigations, what has occurred there is legal. That there's no evidence that we have uncovered. Perhaps Mr. Barnes may have a view on it too, but there's no evidence that we have uncovered that something outside the rules has occurred. Yes, that leads to the conclusion, as you say, well, are the rules adequate? Certainly, in terms of the regulation of the IIOs, I share your concerns about transparency and accountability. I have asked the Energy and Water Ombudsman to explore whether their jurisdiction may be expanded to include the independent irrigation organisations. They have accepted my invitation to explore that and are currently doing that and will get back to me. If that is an option, I will pursue it. If they come back to me and say that they're unable to do that, that's not the end of the story for me. I will look at other opportunities. I mean, this is one example, Ms. Pham, and there are other examples that I am aware of and that you may be aware of too, of questions about the size and market power of these private irrigation organisations. Look, they play an important role, but honestly, considering their scale and their market power, I don't think that the current level of regulatory oversight is necessarily adequate.
Okay, so what can we expect from you in that? Because that was a whole line of questioning that you've just answered for me, which is good. So in terms of, because yes, ministers sometimes say it's all up to the Commonwealth, but as I understand, they're not doing enough to ensure, for example, all of the information that people on the boards of these IOOs have is available to everybody. It's essentially insider trading, as you know. But just to increase transparency, can we expect anything from you this year around making improvements to IOOs?
Yes, absolutely. So as I said, I've asked the Ombudsman, the Energy and Water Ombudsman, just to be clear, that specific Ombudsman, to look at what the capacity of their jurisdiction might be. So either you can expect, me to try and move the IOOs into their jurisdiction if they're amenable to that, and we can make that work. If they're not amenable to that, we'll look at what else we can do.
Okay, great. That,
add anything?
Yeah, just the Commonwealth legislation will require that by 2026,
yes,
the internal
I'm
trades
aware
are
of
transparent.
the Commonwealth
but
legislation,
what can we do in the meantime?
There's still...
Which we support that, but I mean, I agree. We want to do our own thing.
Okay. Minister, so this is... I just wanted to go to the extent of the Harris family's take, for example, to be honest, in terms of floodplain harvesting, and the fact that you're aware, of course, that you can suspend or cancel licences if the holder of the licence has been convicted of an offence against the Water Management Act and its regulations. Now, Bloomberg, again in this article, incredible. I think they researched this for 6 months, by the way. It does indicate just how lacking sometimes our media investigative powers can be here and resources. But Bloomberg reports that the extended Harris family has, of course, been found guilty of various offences against the Water Management Act for illegal water take. The extended Harris family received 12% of the floodplain harvesting licences, I understand. So why haven't you considering that they have been found guilty under the Water Management Act, why haven't you considered cancelling or suspending licences on that basis?
Well, that recommendation has not been made to me. I take the independent role of NRA as our compliance agency incredibly seriously. Grant may want to comment in terms of the work that they're currently doing, but also the work that I am supporting NRA to do to ensure that it has the capacity, the teeth, the resources to do its job properly. But I will say this, that, I mean, I don't really want to get into the game, Ms. Fairman, of naming individuals. I mean, there may well be ongoing legal matters in relation to that, which I'm also a bit nervous about cutting across in a parliamentary hearing. Nonetheless, individuals who do the wrong thing are subject to the sanctions that are available to us under the various pieces of legislation that is entirely appropriate. To once that's happened, to then go and sort of cancel people's water access licences is a huge step.
It is a huge step, but
and
when people are found guilty under
lightly.
the Water Management Act, I think just in terms of like sending a message, like making an example of someone, I think there's a hell of a lot of people in this state that kind of really feel like that's what the government should be doing, and particularly you're obviously new water minister, clearly wanting to do better than the National Party do on water. Nothing has happened.
Well, I mean, I would say, as I said, I'm not really sure about naming individuals and talking about making an example of them. That's not how I make decisions.
I mean, they've already been all over
I
the
make
media.
decisions, sure. I make decisions in the broad interests of the state of New South Wales, and that's my focus. And I will give you already an example of something that I've done, you know, to ensure that the sanctions under the Water Management Act are appropriate, which is review the value of water under, what is it, Section 60, thanks Grant, to ensure that when we put fines in place, it accurately represents the value for water, as opposed to what you and I both know, which is that, you know, some organisations are able to account for the cost of illegally taking water in their business model. So that is already a piece of work. Now, it's not about targeting any one individual or, you know, one person. It's about putting in place rules that are applicable statewide to ensure that the system is fair. So that's already one thing that I've done. But also, as I said, there is an ongoing piece of work with NRA to ensure that it has the tools at its disposal to ensure that there is compliance.
Thank you. Minister, in the last estimates, I asked you the financial value of the floodplain harvesting licences issued, and you were unable to provide that. I put in questions on notice, supplementary questions, asking the same question, and the department was unable to provide that then. Have you calculated a financial value yet?
Have we done that, Amanda?
No. No, we haven't. We can come back on that.
Is there work being undertaken?
Because Namoy is still unresolved.
Namoy is still unresolved. So we have 4 of the 5 valleys licensed at this stage.
Yeah, so which go back to, well, to Namoy, because you announced a 40% reduction in floodplain harvesting licences to be issued in the Namoy. So could you advise, do you know what is being allocated, or reduced, I should say, in the upper Namoy versus the lower Namoy? Do you have that information?
I mean, I actually don't have that on automatic recall.
If you're talking about shares, the shares to be allocated in Namoy, there'll be roughly 50% of shares in the unreg and reg, but that share allocation is the step that we are up to at the moment.
Okay, so just to be clear, so you can confirm, this is the unregulated, obviously, Namoy.
So there's unreg and reg Namoy. Yep.
So for the unregulated Namoy, just to confirm that water extractions are not measured, there is no hydrological model for the valley. Is that correct? Just to get that on the record.
No, there is a hydrological model for the Namoy.
Source model.
It's a source model
for the unregulated Namoy.
Yes. Yeah, we're using the source model.
Yeah, it's an updated model.
It's been a process. It's been a journey, that model.
Yes.
But I think we're there almost.
Almost, yes, almost, Minister.
Okay, I might have
and there's a new methodology as well, which is a bit more conservative. For
I
that
might
as well.
explore that a little bit in supplementary questions. Just a couple more minutes before I throw to my colleague. The Healthy Floodplains Review project then, so with respect to that, I think you mentioned it last time. We talked about this last time. You said you're undertaking a review.
Yes.
So this is being undertaken by consultants, is that correct?
By a law firm.
We completed that, and I think the outcome is on the website. Yeah, we employed a law firm to review all of the decisions taken, and the report is on the website.
Okay, and those consultants, how were they chosen? I assume they
weren't consultants.
Law
it was
firm.
actually a law firm. And so they took a probity approach and looked
Who were they? Who chose them? Sorry, did the department recommend those?
We did. Yes, we did.
The terms of reference written by the department, was it?
Wasn't written by me.
Yes.
I have to say. I did not personally write the terms of reference.
But I should say that what they were checking against was the terms of reference for that committee.
Yeah, so in terms of those, the report, were there various iterations of the report that came to the department? Were you able to look at it, to review the report?
I'm not aware that there were iterations of the report. Basically, it was done and the committee was run with a probity advisor, so we asked a law firm to take all of the paperwork, all of the record of decisions, and for them to review those and form a view.
So just to be clear, did anybody within the department, were they able to suggest changes to the reviews
not that I'm aware.
before they were finalised?
Not that I'm aware.
Perhaps just are you able to just take that on
Absolutely,
notice
we
just
can
to
do that.
Yeah.
do that research would be good. Thank you. I just wanted to check, has there been a review of the total take, including the new floodplain harvesting licences being within valley extraction limits? Has anything like that occurred?
There's 4 of the valleys licensed at the moment, and what I can tell you is that at the moment we're modelling outcomes because there's a 12-month lag before metering is required. But for the modelled floodplain harvesting outcomes for 2022-23 for all valleys, it's 433 gigalitres. This is about 8% of surface water take under all of the SDLs across New South Wales, and it's 19% of surface water take in the Northern Basin.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Very conscious of time. I'll go to my colleague now, Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. It's very difficult to talk about the North Coast today, but we're doing it.
Sorry,
We're
yes,
all
it is, of course, the
bracing and
2-year
doing
anniversary,
it.
Ms.
Thank
Higginson,
you.
so I do accept that and extend ongoing love and solidarity to your community.
Thank you. I'll hold back. As you know, Minister, your responsibility for the North Coast, do you see your role as currently advocating for some of those organisations that are not just housing, that are recovery organisations, and they're not government organisations? These are the community organisations that have been born through the disaster, some of which have grown through the disaster, and there's a bunch of them. They're incredibly important, and some of them are facing sort of the cliff. Is your position to advocate for them?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I do see my role as the Minister for the North Coast primarily as an advocate. I mean, I don't have a direct budget. I don't have a direct legislative
So
oversight.
if I was to name the Women's Outreach Trauma Health Service, if I was to name the Northern Rivers Women and Children Service, if I was to name Human Nature, and if I was to name Flourish Australia, Wardell Core and Plan C, are these, and of course Resilient Lismore, are they organisations that you're aware of?
Yes. So
And
I've met with a number of those, not all of those. Wardell Core definitely I have, Resilient Lismore I definitely have. I think another one of those organisations that you named I have met with.
And will you go into bat for them in this next cycle, just anything that they can be given? I think that all of us literally are banding around saying we need these organisations to survive. I mean, we want them to thrive, but literally we've heard very recently they are facing closure, and we need them to keep going.
Yeah, I do. I do see meeting with them, engaging with them, advocating for them as part of my role. Obviously, I don't have a budgetary allocation I can make for them, but the point you're making is valid. You are right to put it on my radar. There is a cliff that we are facing in relation to the packages of immediate flood recovery support that was made available. And we know that the community has not fully recovered, that the job is not done.
Well, frankly, in some circumstances, it's quite the opposite. There's people who are just now displaying and coming out and have found the strength, and I think the expertise advised us that this is what we may face. In particular with these organisations, what is particular is they are services that government will never be able to support or never be able to take over. So, and also what they are is they are organisations that are modelling what they've pioneered that will be replicable in other places as we walk through our changing climate and so on. With the 11 pod villages in my last seconds, and they will need to carry on, as you've identified. We want them to carry on because it's desperate. What about the 724 as of last November? I understand from the RA, they don't know what that number is, but they were the people in November desperately in need of accommodation still or some form of housing. Are you aware of them?
Yes,
and are they?
I am. And, I think it's a challenging conversation that I've been having with the RA. I'm sympathetic to the scale of the work that they have, but I have been a little bit frustrated with the what I consider to be somewhat limited engagement with that group. I agree with you. I'm not even sure that we have a level of confidence about what that number is. That is at the very least what we should know. How many of those individuals are still in unstable and unacceptable housing situation and essentially consider themselves on the waiting list for some kind of support. I don't even want to express to you confidence that that number is in fact.
Will you undertake to find out?
I will. I am aware of that. I have talked to the RA about it, and I will undertake to follow up on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Minister, the Together Home program interim report has shown it's been quite successful. I understand you've got another report coming up. I just want to ask, what assurances can you give the sector that the Together Home program will continue to be funded from in the next budget?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to be definitive about the next budget, so I'm not going to provide any assurances about what's in or out at this point. As I said before, in relation to SHS funding, I'm just not in a position to talk through what is going to be in that budget. We're just not at that point yet. But I accept the point, despite my occasional criticisms of the previous government, Together Home was a great program and it changed lives. And my view is that the principles that underpinned it should underpin more broadly our approach to homelessness.
But you are aware that there's providers at the moment who have got staff that are employed. Their funding will run out on the 30th of June.
I am aware of that.
So they've got to be thinking about leaving and finding new jobs if they don't get any assurance before 1 July.
I am aware of that, and not just that, Ms McLaren-Jones, there are individuals who were chronic long-term rough sleepers who are now settled in stable accommodation, who would, if the program was not continued, be essentially sort of you're on your own, and neither of those things are acceptable. So, as I said, it's a shame that the Together Home program, was not previously funded for the long term, but the reality is it wasn't.
Minister, you could have done that in the last budget, but I'll move to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you floated previously turning office space into residential housing. Have you made any progress on that?
Look, I have, and it's more challenging than it might seem at first blush. So the current unoccupied office space is very difficult to move into residential housing, and often that's to do with quite technical things around ceiling heights, around access to bathrooms and those sorts of things. However, so I have done a big piece of work on that. I've explored it. We've had briefings with experts about what our options are. God, I wish that it was easier than it is, but it's not. Actually doing that transition is complicated. The thing that I think, is really now where the game is focused is, particularly in the city, there is a pipeline of commercial space that, is looking to come online. I don't know whether the market is there for that pipeline anymore. And so whether we can transition some of the new build, essentially that is intended commercial to residential, in some of our big centres, that to me is where my focus is.
Queensland's undertaken a program recently where they've been going ahead and buying up hotels effectively to transition to public housing or social housing. Minister, is that something the New South Wales government's considering?
Yeah, we're considering it. I mean, I think it's a great project because it provides accommodation in the shorter term. Whether we can find suitable places and whether we can find the money to buy them, I cannot give guarantees, but we're absolutely looking at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Higginson, do you want to go again?
Got a couple more. Just on the Aboriginal Housing Office and the work that's happening there and the acceleration and the injection for the delivery of Aboriginal housing, what mechanisms are you putting in place and how are you doing it to ensure that it's delivered in accordance with the Closing the Gap commitments?
Yep. So we met with the Closing the Gap steering group or the CAPO team. Specifically in relation to this twice recently, and so I personally attended both those meetings so that I had that level of assurance. There has been a deep piece of work with the AHO and the New South Wales CAPO and the Aboriginal community housing industry to ensure that that outcome that you have articulated is met. We ring-fenced that money for a reason, because we knew that there needed to be a direct injection into Aboriginal housing. We then asked the AHO to work with those partners to ensure that the delivery of that money met the Closing the Gap principles. Key priority one, supporting the ACOs, supporting the non-government organisations, and we know that. I think the AHO do such a great office, and Famy's a great leader, but we're clear that a big part of that is to capacity build the non-government sector and to give them access to the resources so that it is ACCOs that are making those decisions. And that's core work under Closing the Gap. And as I said, I just can assure you, Ms Higginson, that we have a very clear line of sight and a direct, regular engagement on ensuring that's the case.
Thank you, and I'll take some questions up
Yes,
later.
Ms.
Thank
Badger,
you.
Sue.
Thank
you, Chair. Ms. Williams.
Minister, I just wanted to
Sorry.
go back to the Natural Resources Commission's review of unregulated water sharing plans, that review between 2021 and 2023. So he criticised the plans for not including qualified long-term average annual extraction limits. Since then, water sharing plans have been revised for several New South Wales valleys. They also, as I understand, don't include those long-term average annual extraction limits. Why haven't they been included in this latest round?
Well, I mean, primarily because our goal is to have our water resource plans accredited so that we are in compliance with our sustainable diversion limits. I mean, that's the game here. That's the whole point of all the work we've done on water resource plans, our recommitment under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. So, you know, I mean, I have been in a discussion.
And with that, I am just wondering then, final question, but how can stakeholders be confident that extractions are managed and being managed within valley limits if those limits aren't included?
Well, because I can assure those stakeholders that as we get our water resource plans accredited, and I think we're up to 9 of 20, those operational legal limits that we have under our Commonwealth obligations come into place, and I welcome the opportunity for the Inspector General to do compliance on them. We're 9 of 20, we will get to 20 of 20.
Okay, thank you. Questions from government members? No questions. No?
Can we go home?
We're 11 of 20. 11
well,
of 20.
the
Apologies.
videos...
That's right, I got the letter from Ms. Woodson.
The videos are starting on the members' phones, so I think we're ready for a lunch break. So thank you very much. Appreciate you making yourself available, Minister, for this latest round. We will see everybody else after the break at 2 o'clock.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We will start this afternoon session with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to foreshadow, I've got some questions for Mr Wheaton, and I think my colleague's got some for the advocate. So we might do a table swap, so you're on the microphones, if that's okay. Apologies to some of the others, but we'll try and work through this as logistically as we can so that we manage the microphones and the signs. Thank you. So if I can just start, Mr Wheaton, just with a few questions for you. Obviously, you would have heard me ask the Minister about the Regional Youth Task Force and how there's been the announcement by government to have that central youth agency. Can you provide any information in terms of those who are currently working for Department of Regional in that youth, I think it's the Youth Community Engagement Office, or whatever the...
Youth Community Coordinators.
Coordinators.
Yep.
What are they working on at the moment, and what is their sort of future going to be in terms of the new arrangements?
Yep. So that team had been stood up with temporary funding to run a temporary funding program that was a response to COVID and then natural disaster recovery.
Mm-hmm.
So the footprint of that team actually covers both regional and metropolitan in some local government areas.
Okay.
And it is co-funded with the Commonwealth. And so at the moment that team are still in place. The team do engagement with youth both directly and with youth servicing agencies right across regional New South Wales. I think we've got a footprint not specifically for that program but almost in for the whole of the current youth team that we have across the state in around 20 locations.
Mm-hmm.
And they are supporting the delivery of many funding initiatives that have been funded under that program that was from post-COVID and natural disaster recovery.
So I'm happy if you need to take it on notice, but can you tell us how many staff you've got under that and where they all work as well?
Yep.
And again, I don't...
No,
now if you've got it, or...
Yep. No, I have it. So there's 25 in total around the state for that program.
Mm-hmm.
And we have them in... so this will be total across our Office for Regional Youth. We have 3 in Armidale, 1 in Burke, 1 in Broken Hill, 3 in Coffs Harbour, 1 in Dubbo, 1 in Gosford. Would you like me to continue? I can table it.
Yep.
1 in Gosford, 1 in Goulburn, 1 in Lismore, 2 in Maitland, 4 in Newcastle, 1 in Nowra, 1 in Orange, 1 in Port Mac, 2 in Queanbeyan, 2 in Sydney, 3 in Tamworth, 4 in Taree, 1 in Wagga, 2 in Wollongong.
Okay, thank you. Saves you having to do it on notice if you give it to us now, so always happy to do that. And then in terms of the funding, and I appreciate what you're saying in terms of it came out sort of post-COVID for that community engagement piece, but is that funded up until the end of this financial year?
Correct.
Okay, and then beyond that, obviously, it will be up to decisions of government whether those roles and those individuals will continue in those positions?
That's correct.
Okay.
So they are employed under temporary contracts up until June 30 this year.
Yeah, sure. And then in terms of the wider piece that the Minister was talking about wanting to engage with young people about a co-design of what the new model will look like, is there any support coming from your department in relation to that, and what does that entail?
Yep, so we're actively working with the Advocate, the Office of the Advocate.
We'll come to her in a minute. But
and Youth New South Wales. So the 3 main parts that the Minister referred to this morning around, and the Minister's been quite clear around that, how that, in her perspective as Minister for Youth now, has coverage of the whole of the state, that she wants a more centralised model of how she's supported in that portfolio, and also her intent to then co-design what that central agency that she has announced looks like. And so that discussion is ongoing across our Office for Regional Youth, the Office of the Advocate and Youth New South Wales, and the Minister's Office of what that would look like. And I think that the Minister has said that then the time frame for when we're working together on that is over the next few months, and as part of that we will be looking to design an engagement strategy, a joined up approach, and the co-design process the Minister had mentioned.
Okay, and then this to you, but I'll also ask it to Ms Robinson as well. In terms of that co-design process, are you intending, how are you intending to engage with young people on the ground? Is it going to be sort of roundtables or online, or what's that sort of framework that the minister's asked you to operate specifically for the next sort of 3 or 4 months is what I'm interested
So
in.
that's yet to be determined, but it may
Okay.
be a mix of all of those things that you've
Okay.
just mentioned.
Okay. So I might just turn now to Ms Robinson. Similar question, but in terms of, I guess, your role in not just, I guess, the formation of that new kind of advisory body from young people or whatever that will look like, but what has been sort of your role in terms of consultation with the Minister around both the Central Youth Agency and that Voice for Young People in that process?
So we have had conversations with the Minister around what that might look like, what obviously the role of ACYP and being an independent statutory officer and what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we've, as Mr Wheaton has said, we've had conversations across all of the affected, the impacted or the groups that are dealing with young people right now. Obviously our remit is children and young people, so that's obviously an important distinction to make as well. And we have and will continue to suggest that obviously if all the voice of children and young people in New South Wales are lifted, that's very important. And there are already existing mechanisms in which we can utilise that for that particular purpose. You may be aware that we do Youth Week polling, and Youth Week is coming up, and so we will do that, and we can ask children and young people themselves what they think about what government should be doing. We have asked that over a number of years already. We have Youth Week activities that happen in regional areas and in metro areas. So we have provided those examples of existing mechanisms in which the Minister can engage with young people to understand what it is that they might benefit from in terms of a central agency.
Okay, thank you. I think my colleague maybe has a couple more follow-up ones. So.
Just in relation to my one, actually more about reports and things.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Robinson, just a couple of ones in relation to your vaping report.
Yes.
And whether or not you've, at the last estimate we asked the Minister about whether or not she's met with you in relation to that. Just wanted to follow up. Have you had a chance to meet with the Minister to discuss that report, and has the government provided a response?
I'll take on notice whether we received a formal response from the government. We have engaged across health and with our Minister around that particular report. And also the Minister most recently met with our Youth Advisory Council. I don't think vaping was discussed at that Youth Advisory Council, but I can take on notice whether it was an issue raised before. But as she suggested this morning, those recommendations she's taking forward with her government colleagues. And we are, what I would say is that we're working with health really in that key response about providing children and young people cessation support and the supports that they need, and obviously the Department of Education in terms of some of the work that they're doing around implementing some of the recommendations around schools.
And the only other question is in relation to the special inquiry that you're doing in out-of-home care. I understand submissions closed late last year. How many submissions did you receive, and what's the time frame for reporting?
I'm going to say 12 written submissions, but I can take on notice and I'm sure I'll get a text immediately around that. 12 written submissions. We are in the process of doing our private hearings, and so our Act affords us the ability to do private hearings with young people, which we think is very important considering the situations that they're in. At this stage, we have interviewed 12 young people who are currently in alternative care arrangements. We have 5 more next week, and at this stage, we have committed to releasing an interim report in March, and we think that that's important because we think it's important to urgently hear some of the voices of these children and young people, and then there will be a final report tabled in late May.
Great, thank you very much.
Do you want to keep going?
I can come keep going.
But just foreshadow to Chair, just on the record, we don't have any further questions for either the advocate or Mr Wheaton, but I understand some of the crossbenchers do, but when you're done, we're happy for those
Thanks for letting me
witnesses
know.
to be excused. Yeah.
I might actually start with a couple of straightforward ones. The New South Wales homeless strategy. I'm interested to know about the time frame of when it will be released.
Thanks. I think I caught that question. I think middle of this year, so probably July 2024.
And how many, well, I suppose, what's the consultation process?
It'll be released for consultation, the strategy. We're currently working, I think in January we ran some roundtables with specialist homelessness providers and other key stakeholders and peaks to inform, I guess, the strategy going forward.
And will there be an opportunity for, I suppose, to provide feedback before the final report is
released?
Correct.
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that?
Just have a double check. Because the SHS contracts were extended from June 2024 to June 2026, so new contracts would, recommissioning would start from 1 July. So I'll take on notice the exact timeframes in terms of the final report, but certainly we want to do that really early in the lead up to the recommissioning.
Oh, sorry, no, I was talking about the strategy.
Oh, the strategy.
The
Okay, sorry.
The consultation on the strategy.
Okay. I'll just take that on notice and I might be able to come back towards the end.
In the budget, 4.3 was 3.7 million was allocated to the Aboriginal Homelessness Sector Growth Program. Could I get an update on the details of that program and if all funds have been allocated and where to?
Finding that. So my understanding is there are 4 new ACOs that have been funded to deliver that program, and there are 6 ACOs linked to that. I can give you in a minute, I'll try and find it for you, the actual locations and the timeframes, but the funding has actually gone out to those providers. So it's new funding that's come through the homelessness program.
The other one is in relation to the EY report. So I understand the interim report was provided last year, and based on a question of notice, the final report in relation to SHS evaluation was received mid last year. Is that correct?
I think the final evaluation report was received later last year, and we're just in the process of providing advice to the Minister on that.
So that advice hasn't
Not
gone
yet.
to her office?
No.
Was there a reason why the interim report wasn't released publicly?
I need to take that on notice.
And if you could also check, has it been provided to the sector or any other organisations?
Don't think that's my understanding with an interim report. Yeah.
Thank you. Could you provide a overview of how the SIMS database operates and what data is actually collected?
Look, I might have to take some of that on notice. So it is a mandatory system, so it's called the Client Information Management System, where SHS providers that we fund have to provide certain data in terms of number of people, outcomes. I know there's been some new measures added to that as well, but I'm happy to take the rest on notice.
And yeah, so if you can give an outline of what data is collected, but also particularly in relation to accessibility indicators. Because I understand that was being a modification that was going to occur. And so I'm interested to know, has that modification happened? And if not, what the time frame would be?
Yep.
In regards to the homeless registry,
Yes.
is that progressing or?
I think we're looking at all options at the moment. So as you know, the Minister announced something a couple of weeks ago. So I think we're exploring options is a fair way to say this.
And when you say options, what does that mean?
Well, what's the best mechanism?
Okay.
What other sources of data systems are around so that we're not sort of reinventing the wheel? So, yeah.
And is there a time frame for when that would be?
Not at this point.
Okay. Now, you probably will need to take this on notice, but the accreditation, previously I asked about how SHS were tracking. If you could just give an update of how many have been accredited and if there are any outstanding and if they're on track to all be accredited by the, I think, 30th of June.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to take that on notice. I think I said last time it was about 60%. I think that's gone up quite significantly, so I'll take that on notice.
Yep. Street count. I understand that's occurring at the moment, so you won't have that data. But is it all being completed this month?
Yes, it is. It is.
And do you have the number of locations for this year compared to last year?
I know this year, so the street counts occurred between the 1st of February and the 1st of March 2024 in 77 LGAs. As at the 20th of February, 57 counts, that's the last data that I've had, have been counted. For last year, I'm pretty sure it was maybe 1 or 2 LGAs less, but I'm happy to take that on notice. Yep.
Is there a reason why the LGAs didn't participate?
No, it's gone up this year.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
that's good.
Yeah.
And when will the results be released?
Obviously, we usually put out a technical report. So I would say within the next couple of months.
Okay. The 11 million in relation to that was announced for temporary accommodation in the budget, have all those funds been allocated?
I might hand over to Ms Pinkston.
They have.
Welcome.
Hello. Good to see you again. They have been allocated and they're addressing the temporary accommodation assistance at the moment.
And where's the funds gone to?
So we have a number of additional requirements around TA in terms of the accommodation offered, and we also have supported accommodation providers that provide additional assistance to people that are in different temporary accommodation options.
And how was the decision made as to where those funds would be allocated?
Well, I can take that on notice for you and come back to you.
Okay. Is the housing and mental health agreement still in operation between New South Wales Health and DCJ?
It is indeed.
And how often are reports provided on the progress of the agreement?
I'll take that one on notice just to look at. I know we recently last year signed a updated agreement, so I just need to find out where we're up to in terms of reporting.
Okay. I might actually move to some mental health questions, just following on some of the came out of this morning's session. In relation to the mental health complex at Westmead, the Minister said it will be complete by 2026. I was wondering when development will commence.
I'll take that on notice, give you specific milestones, but the preparatory work is underway for the site. So, but in terms of the actual construction steps, I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
And if you can also provide the time frame, so when
Yes,
commence
definitely.
each of the stages.
Yep.
In light of the Minister's comments this morning, particularly around and following questions by my colleague about housing and the concerns of construction constraints, how confident are you that the complex will be built at Westmead by 2026?
Look, we do our best endeavours to give an appropriate date that we believe is true to the milestones in the construction and getting labour and materials and the like. Obviously, there's some things that are external factors, sometimes out of your control, but at the moment the planning is on track for a late 26 completion of the project. Yeah.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about the PID and how that is managed, particularly in relation to Cumberland. And I suppose who is ultimately responsible for managing any of those complaints or dealing with whistleblowers?
In general terms, complaints made by staff are dealt with under a policy, a New South Wales health policy, which we're required to comply with. And there's as you'd expect, a detailed procedural fairness component to that and the gathering of evidence and how those decisions are made. I don't have particular details in relation to any protected disclosures, so I could take that question on notice, that component.
Mm-hmm. And then I asked this question of the Minister morning, and I just wanted to confirm with you if you're aware of any other incidents where whistleblowers have made any allegations against New South Wales Health.
In recent times?
Yes. Yep.
No, I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And are you aware of any current investigations by SafeWork in relation to Cumberland Hospital?
There were some initial matters brought to the district in around 2020 from SafeWork and some provisional improvement notices, which came as part of which led into the cultural review work, but I'm not aware of any that are current, but I can double check that and come back to you before the end of the session.
That's fine. Yeah. The Minister indicated that she provided a report last year in relation to Cumberland with a number of recommendations. Are you able to outline what those recommendations were, and have all those recommendations been implemented?
Yes, certainly. And I might throw to Dr. Wright, because Dr. Wright was one of the co-authors of the report, undertook that with Dr. Karen Lyons, and were requested by the Secretary to go and have a look. And there had been some previous culture work initiated in the local health district, particularly for the mental health service there. And the work that Dr. Wright did was to look to see progress on those. And the good news is that most of that work had been completed, but Dr. Lyons and Dr. Wright committed to some additional, provided some additional recommendations to continue to reinforce that work. I might throw to Dr. Wright perhaps to talk a little bit about the report, and then I can come back in and tell you about the recommendations.
That's fine. Thank you. So the original work was done in 2021, and Dr. Lyons led that. And there were a number of recommendations arising from that review. Our purpose was to follow up on the progress against that review. So the terms of reference were really against the original review, and I think the key for us was that there had been some substantial progress against what I would have seen some of the foundational aspects of that review, particularly in trying to improve the culture. And what was striking to us was the improvements within the culture of the nursing staff in particular. And there'd been a number of changes to leadership and senior personnel. And some of the metrics that you measure staff, I guess staff happiness with, which includes turnover, there was actually quite a low turnover of staff that they talked to us about. So we, as the Minister said, we did discuss with a large number of people over the course of that review how they felt things were going. You're going to challenge my memory to give you in detail the actual recommendations we made, but you'd appreciate that things like culture change, there's not really an end point to that. It's an ongoing process. We did talk about I guess upscaling some of the initiatives directed towards the culture change. We thought there were some good ideas and some good work which should have wider application in the service, and we also had made some recommendations about the levels of I guess integration of the mental health service with the rest of the health service and the supports from the district executive for the mental health service. I think one of the challenges of a relatively isolated site is the risk of a disconnect between the mental health facility and the rest of the hospital, and I think that's something they've been wrestling with for a very long time. As the Minister said, that will ultimately be resolved by bringing the mental health service into the broader health campus, but in the meantime there needs to be specific efforts aimed at addressing that. That's really the intent in a number of the recommendations that we made. I hope that gives you a bit of a picture.
That's fine. I think my time's run out, but I can come back to it. Thank you. I have some questions about the LGBTIQ+ health strategy, and particularly relating to mental health. In the strategy document, there's commentary about the relatively difficult access that people in those communities have accessing mental health services due to limited specific clinical mental health services. What work's being done to address that access?
Thanks, Dr. Cohn. Look, the first thing I'd say is I agree. That historically, and this is something we hear from LGBTIQ consumers, that they have had at times difficulty either accessing or feeling safe in those services. So we do want to make sure that we do, I guess I would say two things. The first thing is to make sure that all of our services are welcoming and are conscious of the specific needs of individual cohorts of consumers, remembering that people can, belong to, at the same time, different population groups that we specifically try to serve. And the other thing that we do is engage in specific initiatives, and in this case, for the LGBTQI+ community, there's a couple of specific programs that we have underway. One of them is we fund ACON for crisis support and counselling, and that is it's actually a fairly long-standing relationship. I heard ACON give evidence at the Upper House inquiry, and obviously you would have heard that yourself as chair. I think we are aware there are improvements that we could make. I think it's very powerful to hear from the community around what works and what doesn't work. And a part of what we need to do is to make sure that information comes back into evaluation of those services. There is another package that's funded under the Towards Zero Suicide funds, and it's a community response package that I probably need to take on notice to give you some more details around. And if I could just step back with that first thing about trying to make sure that our services are welcoming, a part of that is also just ensuring our staff are trained. And we also invest in community suicide prevention training, and 2020 is an organisation that specifically looks at suicide prevention training in that community. So, yeah.
I'm interested, you mentioned the funding for ACON for the community-based suicide prevention aftercare services.
Yes.
It's my understanding that those services have been delivered in Sydney and Newcastle in person, and that service is then virtual for the rest of the state. My question is, what feedback have you received, or what evaluation has been undertaken about how effective those virtual services have been in meeting those specific needs?
I will take that on notice, and that's it's important information that we will need as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Coming back to this strategy, the strategy document repeatedly references the need for particularly mental health services to respond to emerging issues that are impacting LGBTIQ plus health and well-being. Are you able to explain either what those emerging issues are that are identified at the moment, or how those issues are identified and informed?
Look, I think I would. I think it's probably better, a service like ACON are probably better placed to explain what the issues may be in an overall community level. Certainly individual consumers, and I'm a clinician and I meet consumers who identify as one of those groups, who will tell me that their concerns relate to previous stigmatisation, feeling unsafe, feeling not listened to. And it is one of the challenges we have in health is to try to put those important pieces of personal feedback into words, into a document, but we actually have to make the document be effective. And so part of that is trying to make sure that as I mentioned, our staff and our services are attuned to the needs of different populations. Training, consumer feedback, lived experience, expertise in designing models of care, and I'd probably stop there.
Yeah, sure. Appreciating your comments about responsiveness as an individual clinician, but is there a process for that feedback on emerging issues to actually be formalised and input through into New South Wales Health? Are you just getting that feedback from ACON? I'm trying just to unpick what the system is.
I think I would say the strategy. I'd have to take the feedback pathways into the oversight of the strategy on notice, because that's not something I have direct oversight over. But I think to come to the first part of that question, I think it's really important that our staff are aware and our consumers are aware of what pathways there are. So that includes, surveying, listening to lived experience and listening to our staff and their concerns around whether our services need improvement.
You also mentioned the funding that went to 2010 for suicide prevention skills training.
Yes.
And I understand that 2010 reported it successfully reached its target training audience of gender diverse people, which is excellent, but also that 97% of that training was delivered in major cities.
Yes.
Now that the COVID mental health recovery package funding is expiring, what's being considered for targeted suicide prevention training in the next phase, and how will that training be delivered regionally?
Yep, thank you. I would firstly mention that the training will sit, and again I need to take on notice the specifics around that package, but it wouldn't be necessarily under COVID time-limited funding. We do fund suicide prevention training under the Towards Zero Suicide initiative, but I accept that there were some aspects of that in the COVID package as well. I was not aware that 97% was metropolitan, and I would only state that we would feel it's very important not just to make sure it wasn't metropolitan, but there was as much face-to-face and then virtual if required to cover the state. So.
Thank you. I look forward to that answer on notice. I understand there was a budget commitment of 21 million over 4 years for 36 Aboriginal mental health worker positions. Could we get an update on those positions and whether they're being filled?
Yes. Can I? Yeah, I'm very happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
That's under the TZ money. That's the towards zero. Yeah.
I'm also noting the $700 million mental health infrastructure program.
Yes.
And that part of that funding's being allocated for Albury-Wodonga.
Yes.
I'm interested in a detailed breakdown of what that infrastructure is going to provide in Albury-Wodonga.
Yes. Okay. So the statewide infrastructure plan for mental health included Albury-Wodonga, and those funds relate to moving what, as you'd be aware, is the standalone Nolan House to an increased bed number in an integrated build, which is 32 beds in the new hospital. But equally important, it's an opportunity to look at a contemporary model of care, listening to the community around what's needed, and taking the opportunities, and I think we touched on this earlier, around what a new mental health facility build can create in terms of transformation of services. So I think it's a good news story, but I think there's work to be done to work out how, we listen to the local community to work out what's the best and the best evidence-based way to provide those services.
And my last question, I've only got 1 minute, which was for Ms. Robinson. If you could jump back up quickly, it's relating to the vaping report again. I'm really interested, following on from the discussion this morning around where young people are directed if they identify that they want support. And I know in your report it talked about young people feeling really isolated, that because it's so... that they don't feel comfortable going to parents or teachers about vaping addiction, that they need youth-specific avenues to look for support. So young people are sent towards sites like Headspace. And I've followed down this pathway. So when you go to Headspace, the only option there for addiction is under a header of alcohol and other drugs. Do you think from the young people you've spoken to that they would identify their concerns around vaping under that header? Would that be accessible to them?
I think in their own words, that when they talked about vaping, they talked about that it was sometimes in relation to anxiety and for those kinds of concerns. So what we have heard is obviously the need for a youth-specific online tool that is free and accessible. And so there has been announcements around the design of that, and Cancer Institute and NIB are funding a design around that as well, and we are contributing to that conversation, and young people themselves are contributing to that conversation. So I would say that children and young people themselves said they want holistic responses to this. So a subheading on a website might not be the logical place to go, but also that peer-to-peer, which you discussed earlier. Peer-to-peer is such an important thing as well. So how are we working with the young people themselves to assist each other in finding appropriate tools that can help them?
Thank you. That's the bell. I'm out of time. We'll go back
I know, so
to Ms.
little
Higginson.
time and so many questions. Thank you. I might just keep you there, Ms. Robinson,
Sure.
and I'll start with you. I've just got a couple of questions for you and then some for Ms. Williams, and then I think you get to go, perhaps. I think. Ms. Williams, could you tell us how many young people are currently in the pod villages in the Northern Rivers?
324.
And is there, at the moment, is the indication that there is significant concern about their well-being and how they're coping in the temporary villages?
So we have a team that work up there in the Northern Rivers, and they've worked alongside the community now for a year. Some of the things that have come to the attention of that team are seeing some increased suspensions from some of the young people who are in pod villages. The need to have access to services on site and available in those pod villages. And I want to acknowledge that we do work with the Reconstruction Authority and provide this information to them as well, and all the service providers that are in those spaces. We operate what is a form of referral service. So we currently are working with around 18 young people who have some potentially specific needs and trying to connect them into the services that they might need to support them. So we have seen what we call often in government antisocial behaviour, but I would suggest that it's probably in relation to experiences some of these young people have had, acknowledging the 2-year anniversary, and that there is still some need for stability and access to supports that they need.
Thank you. And are you cognizant, or is it visible that there is, insecurity, or that there are unique problems that are resulting from the uncertainty of what happens next in terms of their housing?
Depending on the age group that you were talking about. So there are some young people who would be potentially able to be living independently outside of pod villages, and so they obviously want to understand what is available for them. And I know I'm surrounded by people who are well in this space and doing amazing work to ensure that we have access to housing for all people in the state of New South Wales. But you can imagine some of the concerns that some of those young people might have in terms of transitioning and what that looks like, and access to private rental or what that might be. We had a particularly remarkable young person who participated at a round table and who voiced his own concerns, or their own concerns, about some of what might be available to them and what areas it would be in, and if it's close to work and all of that. When you're talking about littler children and their families, again, it's the need for stability and certainty around what happens, access to their schools, access to programs, and the friendships. I was up there 2 weeks ago, and it's amazing, some of the amazing, beautiful friendships that young people have made. And I was talking to 2 young people in particular who didn't know each other, and because where they live now know each other and have developed a great relationship, and they are little people, and so they asked me questions like, I don't know what happens if we're not here together, whether we'll see each other. So there are some really, they seem like perhaps insignificant things, but when you're talking about a 6-year-old who's developed a friendship over 2 years in a particular space, I think it's very significant. And so making sure that when we're thinking about a transition and what it could look like for community, thinking about the particular needs of young people and children in this space, I think is very important, and we welcome those conversations with our colleagues often.
And so just finally on that point, are you able to communicate to these young people at this point in time what their next plan is, or we just don't have that available yet?
I don't think that my team have that information necessarily. I also think that having the community of people who are around, noting that there is still some needs in terms of access to supports. There are a lot of people who've been working in this space for a long period of time who have probably developed relationships with those families who would be in a position to have those conversations. But at this stage, what we're doing is doing the things that children and young people are asking for, activities, helping them in the things that they need. One of the things I would highlight is potentially working around the engagement in schools and making sure that these young people in these particular circumstances are given the opportunity to be engaged in schools if they are disengaged at this stage.
Thank you. And then one completely different topic with young people, and this is at the very vulnerable, at-risk young people. Where do you have any visibility on whether young people coming into contact with police officers, just general duty police officers, whether there is any impact on the fact that they are carrying weapons, have you got any lens on that, whether it's helpful, unhelpful, whether there's anything that you've come across?
Noting that we haven't done specific work on that, but we have done a lot of work with young people who are in youth justice and who have come in contact with police. I do want to acknowledge the relationship that we do have with police and the fact that they are often a youth commander working with us to ensure that the relationships they have with young people are good relationships. As you would appreciate, anything that is an intimidating relationship or a shift in power can be very confronting for a young person. Young people who've had a variety of experiences with the system would already have a view on any time they're coming in contact with any government worker or a police person. So I think that to work on relationships between young people and police, noting there's been a lot of conversations in budget estimates around crime and youth crime particularly, I think we need to talk about the relationships and the imbalance of power that can exist in that, but also how do we work with young people to understand the roles and responsibility of police and the part that they have to play, and also how do we work with police to understand the vulnerabilities and complexities of some of the young people that they may be coming into contact with. And weapons can always appear intimidating. And I think anyone at this table, when a police person walks into a room, we all get a little bit nervous. That's not to say they're here for any other reason than doing their job, but I think it would be unfair to assume that's just something that is special or unique to young people. But those who've had contact with the youth justice system or police, I think we need to consider how we can work with those communities better.
Thank you. Ms Williams, just in relation to the changes that are taking place at the moment with the Aboriginal Housing Office and the building of capacity amongst the Aboriginal community housing providers, the Minister referred to work that is happening to make sure that that's happening in accordance with the Closing the Gap target initiatives. Are you able to just kind of identify what are those top lines that you're seeing and where do we need to be doing more?
I think it's a good question, but also a difficult one around where we need to be doing more. But for the AHO, within our portfolio, we work quite closely with New South Wales Capo around Priority 9A. There are a number of initiatives under that we work with those partners to deliver on, and we meet quite regularly to understand how we can improve engagement and improving the capacity and capability of providers to engage in a space that's wider than the AHO. We definitely do our best within the AHO, but looking towards, well, how can they play in other spaces as well? And for us, the registration is a key pathway for that. So it's not just AHO that our providers interact with. Registration allows for wider opportunities. We also have functions such as the Social Housing Accelerator Fund, looking at providing grants to our sector in order to build a new supply or to bring untenable properties back on market for them. We also have great relationships where such as our sector reform STEERCO, where we work with New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council and our housing peak, ACHIA, so Aboriginal Community Housing Industry Association, around a sector development, so a 10-point plan around how we can work collectively to achieve the aspirations for the sector that we all want to see, which is Aboriginal services delivered by Aboriginal organisations.
And do you think the way the Housing Office is working now, are you content or satisfied that it is in a culturally appropriate, sort of safe environment that's taking place?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's only going to be enhanced by our inclusion in Homes New South Wales, because there is that shared focus and drive for social outcomes, which I think will only help that and increase opportunity for the sector.
And so just because of where I sit, I suppose, I've received a bunch of concerns about leases that will now be transferred to the Aboriginal Housing Office. Are we seeing an increase in the transfer of those to the office through the system that's happening now?
Yeah, so we had we were approved by Cabinet to transfer Aboriginal tenanted properties from Land and Housing Corporation over to the AHO.
Do you know how many? Sorry, I'm running out of time.
That's all right.
Do you know? Have you got a rough idea?
Yeah, it was just over 3,000.
Right.
I think our next tranche will be in May, so that's 1,109 in May. Okay. And the opportunity with that, we can attract Commonwealth rent assistance. And we're looking to put solar and air conditioning on all those properties too. So there's quite a large program forecasted to bring those properties to well maintained.
Okay, and so if there are, are there things that you are able to do as the Housing Office to leases that are coming to you? If there is some fear around what that will happen, is there ways of communicating that to provide that?
It is. We have a lot of information sessions. We work closely with other colleagues in Homes New South Wales, our housing services team, to actually manage that with tenants that are impacted, because it is a great opportunity for them. They're going to get a lot more by being in homes that are managed via AHO. And we do often hear people, there may be anxiety about that, understandably. People have been with a provider for a long time and there's anxieties that can come with change. But we are open to supporting the community through that. We have, as I said, a number of community events where people get an opportunity to voice their concerns. We often get representations through local members and different things where people have concerns. So we address those on a case-by-case basis,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Williams, I'll continue with questioning of you at the moment, and the upside of that is that we hope to get you out by the break. So
I don't mind sitting.
it's all part of the service. And I think Ms. Mitchell's indicating that Mr. Wheatman
we can deal with that later.
Yeah,
yeah.
Fine. So just in terms of the Aboriginal Housing Office, and these are questions probably Ms. Pinkston you might want to add to as well. But with the establishment of Homes New South Wales, the AHO now still remains a statutory body with its own independent board. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
How's this going to operate in terms of the Homes New South Wales dynamic? And is there sort of any operational understanding between the two organisations?
Well, and I think with the announcement when for Homes New South Wales, it was very clear that AHO remains its own statutory organisation. It's something that has contributed to a great deal of the success we've had, having that some level of autonomy. We are supported by an amazing board. None of that is going to change. If anything, I think it will be enhanced, and the opportunity for the board to lean into opportunities for Homes New South Wales. These are conversations I know just last week Rebecca was having with our board when we met. So I might hand the homes aspect over to you, but
Sure.
remaining the same.
Okay.
Yeah, so with the transfer, with the AHO forming part of the Homes New South Wales division, it's our intention to keep that board as an advisory board and a strategic board oversighting the work of the AHO. We think that's very, very important for Homes New South Wales, not only in the way that the AHO operates to grow the Aboriginal community controlled sector, but also the knowledge and learning that we can bring into Homes New South Wales as well. There's been a significant amount of work done with the new supply program through the AHO in terms of designing for country and really how you can embed those architectural principles into the way that you deliver your new homes. And I think there's a lot of potential for Homes New South Wales and the property division to learn from that work. So I think there's, while we're maintaining that autonomy, there's also the opportunity for us to learn in Homes New South Wales around delivering better homes for Aboriginal people, given the amount of people that we do house in mainstream public housing.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams, you indicated that Ms. Pinkston attended the last meeting of the board. Is that something, Ms. Pinkston, that you will continue to do? And will that be on every board meeting, or are you looking at attending every couple?
I think it was quarterly they discussed.
Okay.
The board said
Right.
if they could have a quarterly update.
Okay, fantastic. And with respect to the next budget, will the Aboriginal Housing Office continue to be its own line item within the budget, or will it be all under Homes New South Wales?
No, we'll have a standalone budget for the AHO as it operates now.
Okay, fantastic. And will that be the same for LAC as well, or?
No, the portfolio team is going to be integrated.
Okay.
Public housing will have its own line item though.
Okay, great, thank you. And then while you're here, Ms. Williams, I'll ask a few questions with respect to self-assessments, and I'll ask those to you as well, Ms. Pinkston. Just has the Aboriginal Housing Office made any self-assessments so far under the new provisions?
Yeah, we've completed 7,
Okay.
and there are 5 currently in progress.
Okay, so there are 5 in progress,
Yes.
7 are completed, okay. And with respect to Homes New South Wales?
I'll take
Ms.
that on
Pinkston?
notice. I
Okay.
do have it in this book.
Okay.
And I will have a look for you.
Great. Maybe after the break if you've got the numbers.
Sure.
Otherwise, we're happy to take it on notice as well. And I think that's it with respect to the Aboriginal Housing Office. So thank you, Ms. Williams. But I'll continue on, Ms. Pinkston, some other questions regarding housing. So with Homes New South Wales, of course, prior to the establishment of Homes New South Wales, but I'm sure it's under your domain now, is the announcement with respect to the app from the Minister. So what's the future of the e-repair portal online now with the introduction of the My Housing app?
Yeah, so as part of the new maintenance contract, where a big component of that is how do we make it easier for tenants to be able to report repairs. So there will be, that functionality will be integrated into the app. Tenants will be able to go online, log their repairs, and also we're hoping to have the functionality for them to track that live over time so that they won't have to call the maintenance line. They'll be able to do that and it will be integrated.
And will there be a feedback provision in the app as well?
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay, great.
Absolutely.
And what stage of the development is the app at present?
Oh, look, I mean, in terms of percentages, we're going live with the new maintenance contract from the 1st of July this year, and we're hoping to have that on track to go live at the same time.
Okay.
So that's our time frame.
And that will be live, not just beta testing or that at that stage?
There's testing underway, and
Okay.
we're doing that work at the moment. It's the integration with the My Housing app
Yep.
that we're looking at.
Great. And will all maintenance be available to be requested through that app?
Yeah, at the moment,
So
yes, we're
absolute suite of maintenance.
We're
with respect
at the
to-
moment we're anticipating that can be done.
Yeah, great. And have you had any discussions with Service New South Wales about integration of the app at all into their platform?
Not at this stage that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, move on with respect to okay. So has Homes New South Wales or any of its predecessors conducted modelling outlining the proportion of social housing tenants who will be ageing whilst living in social housing?
I'll take that on notice, that work, and if it's happening now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Do you keep any data in terms of the age cohort of social housing tenants?
We do.
And what is that data showing you at present?
It's showing us that our tenants are ageing over time
Yep.
in the properties. I can get you the exact percentage.
That would be great.
But it is growing, and it's a big focus for the agency in terms of accessible housing, obviously.
Yep. And I imagine, and in term, do you have data in terms of the wait list as well and the age profiles on the wait list?
Yes, we can get that
Yeah,
data for you.
great. Thank you so much. Okay, now with respect to the modular housing trial, we learned at last estimates that the trial provided for 20 homes at approximately $500,000 each. Has there been an exploration of increasing this funding at all?
At the moment, we're looking at all the options around the modular housing trial, and we've been talking to other agencies who've been using modular housing as well within New South Wales. And the other element that we're looking at is how we can support New South Wales construction companies to develop that modular. So it really is a pilot for us to learn.
Yep.
And once we see that implemented and we evaluate it, then we'll make a decision about how that's rolled out.
Now, in a release on the of the Minister on the 27th of November, it was said that the cost of modular housing expected to decrease as we scale up and achieve efficiencies of scale in manufacturing. Has the department done any modelling or gotten any information with respect to that at all from its preliminary discussions?
Not at the moment. We're in the early stages of doing that work and really scoping out who would be the suppliers and how they compare with other government departments that have done that work as well.
And would you be looking at exclusive supplier arrangements or a range of suppliers if the department were scaling up in this regard?
Well, I think that we'd look at all of the options available. It's only a pilot at the moment,
Yep.
so it would only be, we'd need to look at all of those options if it became a new supply program.
Now, I know these aren't your comments, but last time in budget estimates, Mr. Wheatley informed us that the first step is to assess what forms of modular homes are most appropriate to pilot and to prototype. Have you assessed those modular homes yet, and what sort of form?
That work's underway at
Still
the moment.
underway? Okay, thank you. And last time in estimates we were discussing as well possible sites and the assessment of those sites. Has that completed yet, or is that still underway?
No, that's underway at the moment.
Okay.
We're in the scoping phase.
Okay, and how many sites are you considering?
Well, we at the moment we have for modular housing a target of
Yep.
property numbers, and then we'd be looking at the properties that we have available that would be suitable for modular housing. So I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact sites yet.
Okay.
Overall numbers only.
Okay, and what's the time frame that you're working towards in
The
terms of?
scoping's to be completed by the end of this financial year.
Okay, and with homes to be delivered by 2027, is it, or?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, and I think we've discussed all of that. Now, with respect to maintenance social housing, there's a lot of attention that's provided to the maintenance system last year. How is the progress going to establish the maintenance hub?
That's underway at the moment. We're due to go live with the new maintenance contract
on the 1st of July. And what we're looking at now is how the hub will fit within the Housing Contact Centre that's administered already through the Department of Communities and Justice. So the work is underway to scope out what that team would look like and the technology to support that team to go live for contract commencement.
Okay, so 1 July is the timeline you're working to. And how much will the maintenance hub cost to launch?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And now, what's the interaction between the maintenance hub and the app? The maintenance app?
Both of those will be administered by the department. So at the moment, what we're envisaging through the maintenance hub is that obviously our tenants will be able to call us, and that work will then be taken by the team within the maintenance hub and allocated to the contractors. And similarly with the works that will come through that maintenance app, those works will be able to be logged centrally by the Homes New South Wales team and then allocated to the relevant contractor in that area.
Okay. And how many staff are there in existing call centres for social housing maintenance? And
I'll take that on notice from the Housing Contact Centre.
Thank you. I've got a range of other questions on this, but I think it's probably best to put to you on notice as well.
Sure.
Now, just interested in housing with mental health support. Now, I think we had a brief discussion on that before with the Haven indicated. Just interested in terms of when will that program be delivered when it comes to the Haven?
We're aiming to have the contract with Haven signed by the end of this financial year. I can take that as well on notice and just get the overall timeframes for delivery for you.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. In terms of this program, what are the criteria and conditions for somebody to be eligible for this type of housing?
For the Haven program,
Yeah.
I can take that on notice for you.
Okay, I might put the rest of those on notice to you as well. And then... Now, with respect to the expert housing panel, so the tenure expired in December of 2023. Now, we had some discussion about this at the last budget estimates as well, and it was indicated that the Minister was finalising her plans with respect to the expert housing panel within the Homes New South Wales environment. So has that panel now been renewed at all, or is there something that is substituting this panel?
Work's underway to look at what the expert advisory panel will look like now that we have the whole agency established, including different components that have been brought over from other different agencies. So that's underway at the moment.
Okay, is there a timeline for that panel?
No, I don't have a timeline for you at the moment. I'll take that on notice if there's been something agreed.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of Homes New South Wales, will it have a net zero target for its housing stock?
I'll take that on notice to see how it fits with our guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And what's the number of new social housing dwellings constructed so far in this financial year?
Sure. So we have an overall target of 750, and to date, at the end of December, 180 have been completed.
Okay, completed. Thank you. Then I might ask the rest of these on notice because I suspect you won't have those figures at hand. But could you provide me with the amount of unoccupied properties that there are within social housing portfolio in New South Wales?
At the moment we have, from the 1st of January we had 2,842 properties that were vacant across the portfolio.
Okay, thank you. And I might ask some questions now of Sydney Water. Mr. Shiro, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
It's a difficult angle to be able to ask you some questions on. I'm sorry about this. But my questions just relate to the input that Sydney Water's had with respect to the transport-oriented development program so far. What information did Sydney Water provide to the transport-oriented development program conducted by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to support them in their assessment of that program?
So we provided all the information necessary for the department to do their job, meaning what water and wastewater services were available for the 8 priority precincts and the 1523 second priority.
So with respect to that, when did you give that information? Was that, so there was an assessment done of 305 transport locations. Did you provide input to that assessment of 305 or only
Yes,
once
we
sites
did.
were finalised?
No, we did work closely with the different departments on providing all the information that we had available to give them information about what capacity we had, spare capacity, or what work we needed to do to have the housing development in this area.
Okay. And with respect to that, did that assessment take into consideration the age of the infrastructure and the maintenance schedules?
It does. It does, but most importantly, what it takes into account is the capacity that we've got available. These assets are already in service and existing and used to service existing customers. So we obviously look at the age, but in a case where an asset is coming to the end of its life and we know that it's going to be renewed, then it's planned anyway.
Okay. In terms of that renewal, and is that stage at all changed or altered by the demand on that infrastructure?
No, actually, the analysis told us that there was very little work that we needed to do on the existing assets to provide services to the TODs.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to that analysis, did you conduct any assessment of the number of bursts that had taken place within that?
Well, not specifically for this analysis, because this is something that we're doing across the network, all across Sydney.
Okay, thank you very much. And with respect to, just give me 1 second, sorry.
Can I just ask one quickly
Yep,
for
go
Sydney
for it.
Water? Sorry, just while we're on the topic. Have there been any new resources or support provided, particularly to help Sydney Water cater with the demand for housing? One of the things that we certainly hear is that obviously being able to have the infrastructure and connections is important to get that housing underway. Have there been any more support from government to...
So we are a state-owned corporation, so we've got a level of autonomy, and when we've got this request coming from government or coming from developers, this is actually now in our act to provide the services. So we do it on our own means. So no, there is no additional support coming from anywhere.
Okay. Sorry.
That's right. It helped me in getting to my
right.
point as well. Mr. Shrew, just with respect to Sydney Water as well, and again in terms of that housing piece, I've received quite a few concerns from, well, I wouldn't say residents, but hopeful residents of the Oxford Garden development in Ingleburn, specifically related to the approval process for a temporary pumping station and the issuance of a Section 73 certificate by Sydney Water. They state that this has been going for 4 years, which has been delaying the development and impacting 80 families who've been associated with the development. Could you please provide any insights into the approval process at Sydney Water for the proposed temporary pumping station at Oxford to support the Oxford Garden development at Ingleburn?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And then if you could take on notice as well, when was the temporary pumping station proposal submitted by the developer, and what the duration of Sydney Water's assessment has been, and at which stage the approval process does the proposal currently stand, and can you provide an estimated timeline for the approval and the issuance, and a timeline for the issuance of a Section 73 certificate for that development as well? Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Pinkston, I might just turn back to you with the minute we've got remaining. Just in terms of, did Homes New South Wales have any role, or its predecessors, I should say, in the identification of the TOD locations at all?
I'll take that on notice for you.
Thank you. And I might have some more for you on notice there as well. And then with respect to the infrastructure funding, or for new infrastructure and new homes that you have, you indicated that there's 750, was it? Projects to be completed this year? Is there complete funding within the budgetary allocation for all of those properties to be delivered?
Yeah, those properties are being delivered on existing Land and Housing Corporation sites and upgrades.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And with respect to social housing tenants, on the 31st of December 2023, how many social housing tenants were there in New South Wales?
I have that for you.
Or the closest figures you've got?
Let me come back to you in this session. I've got it here.
Great, thank you.
Aye.
You've got that?
Yes.
Ah.
I found my
Mr.
voice.
Tidwell.
I've had a very quiet day.
There we are.
I must say. it's
Off
been-
the bench you
We
come.
can fix that if you'd like, but
becomes
we're trying to
quite
share the
stressful.
love. You know?
I'm probably wrong, but my notes 92,124.
Sounds good.
Sorry?
92,124.
And that was at the
30
31st?
June 2023.
Okay, are there any more updated figures?
No.
No, okay,
Not
thank you.
Okay, so just before I kick off, I can give 3 people an early, it's a funny thing to announce. Mr. Wheaton, you are free to go. Ms. Robinson, you're also
Can
free
I
to
just
go.
clarify some questions that I had that I can quickly answer? 18 submissions, one
Yes,
video
I'll,
submission.
Yeah, let me just get rid of the third so people aren't just left hanging. And Ms. Williams, you're also free to go. Okay, so Ms.
Can
Robinson.
I mention, if I may, Chair, that I believe that another committee may require me at 4:30, so I don't know that's certain, but I believe that was negotiated, which is Minister Gibbs.
That's right. It says that you're only here till 4:30.
Yeah.
So
And on the
Thanks
other
for
one, it says you're there at 4:30. There's never question.
But
the
I hate to say
secretariat.
it's 3:06 at this stage, so we'll wait until afternoon tea.
we won't take it personally when you leave. We know.
So just in response to the Honourable Natasha McCurran-Jones' question, 18 written submission received for our special inquiry and 1 was a video submission as well. And the Minister on the 18th of December when she met with the Youth Advisory Council spoke about the vaping report and reiterated the commitments to the recommendations.
Thank you.
I'll just also clarify, sorry, my team have said, I think I mentioned that the youth community coordinator funding was Commonwealth and state. The Commonwealth portion of that funding has been utilised. It's just solely funded by New South Wales up to 30 June.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, all right. I've got a question, I believe. Let's see. It would be for you, Mr. George, I think, or maybe Ms. Jones, actually. But it's about what's happening at Menindee at the moment in terms of, I'm hearing from constituents about more fish dying. Ms. Jones, have you got an update on that?
Yes, I do. So we have been, there's a multi-agency working group that's been managing the situation at Menindee for really a year now. It also involves the MDBA. The Water Agency chairs that group. It does involve Water New South Wales, but also EPA, BCS, a lot of government agencies. What we can do with water is manage the dissolved oxygen levels for fish health, and so far, and including this summer, we've been able to avoid at least the potential of eight incidents of potential mass fish death there by using the water that we've been using to date. Over the last year, we've used about 250 gigalitres of environmental water, so the environmental water holders have been part of this work. But at the moment, over the last few weeks, there have been not mass fish deaths, but hundreds of fish dying, presenting with parasites. This is something that fisheries have the lead on. Fisheries have been out at Menindee this week, last week, and the week before, actually collecting fish samples. And the toxicology reports from those samples are yet to be finalised. We expect them in the coming weeks. And there's some hypotheses around what might be the cause, but the truth is we don't know the cause at this point in time, but it will be a whole of government response to that situation and to whatever's indicated that we might need to test, for example, sediment testing, in addition to the water quality testing that we're doing.
Professor Durrant-White, have you heard anything in relation to the fish, what's killing them? Of course, the people that I've spoken to have said, yes, there's this parasite, but usually doesn't kill fish in this way, is what I'm hearing from some people. And of course, you're very familiar with the water quality, lack of oxygen issue at Menindee, and I just wondered if you wanted to contribute what you're hearing
just add
after Ms Jones.
It's particularly golden perch. Golden perch bottom
That's right.
feeders, and there's hypotheses around the very heavy sediment load, given the numbers of fish that died during the last mass fish death. But yeah, you.
Yep, I mean, as you're aware, we did the report earlier, end of last year, which was a lot to do with dissolved oxygen and lack of oxygen in general. This is not to do with that, I think it's fair to say. We are being kept informed, but technically we're not involved in dealing with it or managing it. It's with the water group in environment.
Okay, thank you. While you're there, though, and in terms of oxygen and lack of oxygen and the impact on fish, there's been reports of a trial, I understand, to pump oxygen into the Barwon Darling to improve the conditions for fish. Now, just wondering, Professor, whether you're aware of that, and firstly, whether you're aware of that trial and been involved in any way.
It was recommendation 4 in our report, was to basically look at doing that. It's been done in Western Australia very successfully, a number of other places, and so we're pretty pleased that actually it's been undertaken. When you look at the dissolved oxygen profiles, a lot of the issue is the variability during the day. So oxygen's removed at night because algae use oxygen at night, and it's made, I understand, quite a significant difference to the variability in dissolved oxygen.
Is that a solution because there's not more water flowing down the river? Like pumping dissolved oxygen into the river is probably the less ideal out of the two options in terms of putting more water down. Is that why it's happening?
No, it's more subtle than that. It's not a water volume issue, in my view. It's a water quality issue.
And so, Ms Jones, in terms of that, do you know what the costs of the trial are?
Andrew, do you know the cost of the trial? So it started in February, and it's actually being run by Water New South Wales.
It's being run by Water New South Wales.
Just checking the microphone's on. Chair, I will come back to you with the cost of that trial today. I don't have that in front of me right now.
What, in terms of pumping the oxygen, is it at different points throughout the river? How is that operating? Are you aware of that?
Yes, so it's this trial is just one location, and it's not aeration like we've done in the drought, where we introduced water bubbles into the river. We're actually saturating water offside and reintroducing that water back into the river, which has been, if you like, super saturated with the oxygen, and that's what's helping improve the dissolved oxygen in that location of the river. The trial that we're undertaking is looking to see how widespread the benefit of that reoxygenated water is. Fortunately, it's Murphy's Law. The conditions out there have been somewhat improved since we started the trial. So we are trialling different approaches so that we can get good background readings to understand the effectiveness of that oxygenation trial against the background conditions and the monitoring that we've done previously.
How long did you say that was going for?
So we implemented it a few weeks ago. It was initiated. We're thinking we'll need a few months of data to properly understand the benefit and the extent of the benefit of that trial. But early indications are positive.
We're still releasing about 750 megalitres of water quite regularly through that section of the river. So it's a combination of initiatives that are trying to keep, from a dissolved oxygen perspective, the water fit for fish health. Unfortunately, this current situation is not related to dissolved oxygen.
Okay, can I also get a sense of the resources provided? Again, the Menindee community does seem to well, people I've been speaking to, I should clarify, have said that it just seems that nobody is on the ground actually. I asked the Fisheries Minister this the other day. She originally did say it was a water issue. However, that was clarified by one of her departmental staff who said it was in fact their issue. What resources have been put in from Water New South Wales, Deep Water as well, potentially to support the effort, or is it all fisheries?
The current situation or the whole situation?
The current situation, which has got everybody very alarmed, as you can imagine.
Absolutely. Fisheries are very active over the last 3 weeks, ever since fish started to die with this parasitic infection. Fisheries have been active. The first weekend, it was part of the report that the Office of Chief Scientist made, was that the water group should have someone actually employed at Menindee, and we do have that staff member now in Menindee. So in the first weekend it was her. She collected samples, but every weekend since it's been fisheries staff, and fisheries have been out the last couple of weeks actually collecting samples. They have toxicologists, Charles Sturt University involved, and they also last week were available. They spoke with individuals in the community, and they also had a drop-in session at the Civic Hall last Thursday evening, or Wednesday evening it could have been, and our staff member was also there.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask about community meetings. Okay, thank you.
Also, all of the community updates are available on our website. We publish them, and they're very regular. If you wanted to look there, you could. It's a diary of what's happening at the
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This morning, the Minister indicated, I think she said 19 of the 20 water resource plans had been submitted to the MDBA. Is that correct?
That's correct. So 11 are accredited.
Yes, that's right.
9 are still in assessment, and there's one to be
Which is that one? The one?
The one that is needing to be submitted is the Namoy surface water.
Okay, so the Guida has gone in now. The Guida surface water.
Guida alluvial.
Yeah, is part of the 9. And when were they submitted? Are we expecting? Are we expecting an outcome on them? Within the next few months, just in terms of that timeline?
And a number of the water resource plans have been with the MDBA for a period of time to be assessed. I can get you, actually when everything went into the portal.
That would be very useful, thank you.
Yeah, I can get you those dates and times, but yeah, it's not detail I have here.
Okay. The other, I wanted to ask about the Reconnecting Rivers team. So I understand they're working on the relaxation of constraints for the delivery of Commonwealth environmental water in the Murray River. You are aware of that team. Is that a team that's working cross-border with the Victorian government? How is that working? How are they working?
So the Reconnecting River Country program is funded by the Commonwealth. We have funding to May this year, and we're seeking to extend funding. The work in the Murrumbidgee is somewhere where New South Wales has total influence, but the work in the Murray is somewhere where we do need to coordinate with Victoria. I'm not aware of any issues in particular at the moment, and in fact, to complete the regional water strategies for Murray and Murrumbidgee, we have good cooperation with the Victorian government in that we have access to their data for the purpose of climate risk modelling. So I'm not aware of any issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The potential, the re-scoped Menindee Lakes water savings, SIDLAM, whatever that looks like, you envisaging that will be to the degree that it does require changes to, like legislative changes to the agreement?
So we've already negotiated changes to the federal funding agreement. We needed to do that so that we were ready to start those projects again.
To the Murray-Darling Basin agreement?
Is it- Oh, no.
That's
the
what I'm
federal
sorry. I
funding
should have been
agreement,
clearer.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Mm.
Sorry, I
So
misunderstood the
changes
question.
to the scope, because we're unclear, obviously, what that looks like at this stage. But is it envisaged that it will require changes to the Murray-Darling Basin Agreement itself when it comes to the operation of the mini lakes?
Oh, I'm not sure if it'll require changes to the agreement so much as the perhaps the guidelines and regulations that attach to the agreement. It's an issue that we've raised through BOC, through the Basin Officials Council. I can clarify whether it's the agreement or other guidelines or that need to be changed.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Mr. Barnes, if I could just get an update from you, please. We've talked about this before, but I've noticed that the New South Wales Irrigators Council has done a submission to the review of the implementation of the non-urban water metering policy. As you know, I mean, they've said that there aren't enough duly qualified people to implement meters, and I'm wondering the update on that. You've acknowledged that yourself at previous budget estimates, and indeed when we've had conversations as well. What the update is on that, please.
It's encouraging news with respect to tranche 1 to those users with works greater than 500 millimetres. And so most of those users have met their obligations to upgrade their meters and to have them validated by DQPs. You'd expect that to be the case 3 years after the deadline. In tranche 2, so the northern users, it's more of a mixed picture. So those that we've deemed high risk users by virtue of how much volume of water they're entitled to take, they're the ones we're focusing on. And we do encounter oftentimes where there is insufficient evidence to show that those users have understood their obligations and are taking those steps. There are those others who are in the pipeline who have commissioned a DQP to install meters and have them validated. And in those instances, there's evidence that they are encountering challenges with DQP availability. So they'll sign up with a DQP, but that's with a number of other clients that the DQPs need to manage. So the time from start to finish is continuing to increase. And that's something that the Minister and officials are now looking at through the non-urban metering reg reviews to see what can be done to unlock those supply constraints.
So, in other words, if some of the solution might not be, isn't just trying to find more duly qualified people in terms of installing these meters, can I get a sense of what the options are when you're saying looking at regulatory changes to make it, obviously, reduce the level of qualification needed to install meters? Is that what you're referring to, implying?
Make it less prescriptive so that there might be a number of trades people who could do that qualification. Or
Where's that up
installation.
to?
So the discussion paper was out late last year, and I think we've now had responses in, and so it's now about considering the responses and preparing a report and advice to the Minister.
Yeah.
But what, particularly for the last tranche of water users to be metered, we're looking to make to remove the market barriers, which include access to technology as well as qualified persons, and to make the regulation less prescriptive so that it's easier to comply with. So that we want compliance to be more rapid, and we want it to be easier for people to comply with, so that occurs.
Yeah.
So it could be a matter of flipping the onus onto individuals to attest in some cases. And we're looking at different models as to how to do that and making it operationally implementable.
Yes, and able that real-time kind of auditing to Mr. Barnes that we've talked about in terms of obviously the types of meters, who installs them, obviously with integrity, so that the data can be accessed extremely easily by authorities and by yourself. Is that correct? Is that what we're expecting?
That's right. So the regs at the moment impose an obligation to collect that information and then to report that information through what's called the data acquisition system. Now that is, as Ms Jones just mentioned, is one of the challenges that the DQPs are confronting is the complex telecommunications that is required to connect a meter up to the cloud.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Barnes, are you aware of any floodplain harvesting licences that have been issued above the volumes that have been recommended by NRA itself?
I'm not aware, but I also would say that NRA would not have recommended any volumes where the agency that ensures the conditions of licence approvals are compliant with. We don't set the rules or have any role in implementation.
But this is okay, but you've also had a look at what different irrigators can store in terms of it can store on their properties that the floodplain, the Healthy Floodplains project had a look at, correct? Have you? Yes.
Yes.
That was the work undertaken by you. So, has there been any work done from your perspective, from your agency, that has had a look at what you've recommended to the department, and then ultimately what was handed out?
So there's three elements that where we're involved with floodplain harvesting monitoring. The first is the Eyes in the Sky program, and so we know the on-farm storages that have been licensed, we know their rating curves, and we're able to use satellite imagery to show changes in storage volume. We have staff, boots on the ground, who are inspecting those licensed locations. And then the third element is then we connect the information that the meters or the measurement devices are recording in floodplain harvesting. You triangulate those three and you're able to determine whether the take is in accordance with their entitlements. Now, as the floodplain harvesting licences are progressing, it is in the border rivers and the Guida where the primary deadline for measurement devices is now passed. We're in contact with all of those users. We are seeing good progress with some in that they've done what they're required to do. Some are in progress and a small number have yet to start. We've been very clear with those who haven't yet met their obligations that we're watching, and if they were to take floodplain harvesting, overland flow, we would know it and we would come to them with respect to investigations. So these users, licensed as they are actively monitored by NRA.
Thank you. There's no time for why are we up to 3:30? Yeah, okay, we'll go another two over here.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple to both. The first one's just to Sydney Water. I wondered if there's an update on the Water Fix program that was doing the water efficiency audits, but also discounted fittings and installations, whether you have any figures in terms of how many consumers took part in that and actually got those sort of tangible water-saving hardware delivered?
Yes. If you just give me the time, I'll find the numbers and get back to you.
That's fine. And then another one, I think both Hunter Water and Sydney Water piloted over 2022 and 23 some inefficient washing machine replacements for social housing tenants, a pool cover rebate, and also a hydroloop trial for reusing grey water. I'm just wondering if there were any outcomes from those pilots that you could share with the community.
I can mention the hydroloop. So hydroloop trial is still continuing. So we've got a number of devices that have been installed in small developments usually, and the trial is continuing.
Okay. Is there anything from Hunter Water on those?
So that we're not directly participating in the hydroloop, we're obviously closely watching the outcome from Sydney with the washing machine rebate. So that program has been implemented. I can take the numbers that have been, the number of rebates provided and installed on notice. Okay,
that would be great. The pool cover rebate as well, has anyone got any data on that? I'm happy for you to take it on notice if that's not.
So Hunter Water didn't have a pool cover rebate, it was the washing machine rebate.
You just did washing machine,
Correct.
Okay. And then for Sydney Water, same thing, on notice. Okay, fantastic. And then I've only got 25 seconds. I think I'll wait because I want to get onto regional water and it's going to take a bit longer than 20 seconds, Chair. So.
I'll do. Mr. Barnes, just on your previous statement, and this might go to Ms. Jones as well, actually, but just wondering, so with that handful of irrigators, landholders, what happens to those? So you've said that. What have you alerted the department to in terms of, you know, that they're holding out, not as enthusiastic about metering? Have you notified the department of that, I assume, or not yet?
Is that with respect to non-urban metering regs?
Yes.
Yeah. The former, yes. We formally reported the board our experience ensuring compliance against those regs about 8 months ago, and I think, and also to the Minister, and that was the catalyst for the Minister directing officials to commence a review earlier than what was scheduled.
Okay, so that's a review, but what else is available, and is the department doing anything in terms of contacting those landholders, or it's all in your court at the moment, Mr. Barnes?
And that's for non-urban metering?
Sorry, yeah, we'll just continue. It's the same line of questioning, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we have a monitoring program tied to Tranche 1, and as I said before, we are satisfied with the level of compliance we're seeing for those big users. We're actively in the field at the moment in both the north and the south with respect to Tranches 2 and 3, and that is where...
As I take it, Border Rivers and Gwydir, a small handful, as you said, are not cooperating, not moving.
That's with respect to floodplain harvesting. And so in the Border Rivers and the Gwydir, they have now the primary measurement device obligation. And so if I think about Gwydir, there are 12 entities that we're actively engaging with at the moment that hadn't satisfied us that they'd taken any steps. 7 of those say they won't be installing devices as they maintain that the size of their allocation is not economic, and they are going to declare those works inactive. Others have encountered challenges installing gantries to which the measurement devices are put in place. So where challenges have been presented to us, we're very clear though that they are encumbrances on them actively taking floodplain water. They cannot do so lawfully, and if they do, we will detect it and we will follow up with enforcement action.
Thank you, that's very useful. Thank you.
Chair, can I just we'll put the rest of our questions to Sydney Water and Hunter Water on notice, so if we're happy for them to be excused. But up to
I
you,
have
obviously, if
Sydney
you've
Water
got
questions,
more.
but not
Okay.
Hunter Water.
All right, well,
sorry, Mr. Shaw. I'll try. So,
just trying to help where we can.
so let's see. That's everything, Mr.
Cleary.
Yes. Plus, yes. Sorry, Mr. Shaw. Yeah, Mr. Cleary. You are able to go now. Thank you. We can't do that for anybody else, I'm afraid.
Chair, if I may, could I respond now very briefly to 2 questions that Ms McCurran-Jones raised, that I've got the information now, if that's appropriate?
Yep, sure.
Yep,
No
thank
worries.
you. So the first one was around our expansion of Aboriginal suicide prevention and mental health wellbeing. Out of the 18 FTE that were committed under that enhancement, 11.5 FTE, not headcount, but the establishment have been recruited to, so there's still a few more to go. And on the second point around the integrated mental health complex at Westmead, the planning and planning approvals have been completed and approved, and the design work is done. The early works will commence at the middle of this year, and once they're completed, the main works and construction will commence.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll now break. We'll be back at 3:45. Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I get the time.
Thank you. Welcome back. We'll proceed straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Sarah Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions in relation to the Bullabula Water Security Project, so probably through you, Ms Jones. I note the uncanny timing of a media release this morning from both the Minister Jackson and Minister Plibersek in relation to the final business case for that scheme. Are you able to provide any information in terms of when you anticipate the final business case will be complete? Is it still working towards a mid-2025 timeframe?
So I'd say that it would be later in 2025, the funding having just been confirmed. And it's it's for both the Bullabula,
Yes.
and Macquarie Womble. So both of these initiatives come out of the Regional Water Strategy for Macquarie,
Yes.
and are related to the Lachlan Regional Water Strategy, which is just about to be finalised.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in terms of the business case, and particularly focused on the Bullabula Water Security Scheme, not sort of later 2025, is that the time frame?
I know this release does say mid 2025, but we'll target mid 2025, but it could be late 2025.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of how long from that business case being finalised until a decision would be made on the various elements within that project, within that scheme, I should say, any timeframes on that the department would work towards?
Well, we'll make recommendations, and I think it's fair to say that it will depend on funding availability.
Okay. And who's undertaking that business case work?
So the department.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all internal, there's no external contractors working on those?
Well, I'm sure that we will need to employ consultants for particular facets of the work, but it'll be led by the department.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for you to take it on notice at the moment, and obviously I appreciate this has just been announced today, but are there currently any contractors working on the business cases, or not at this point in time? I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yes, there were previous business cases
Yeah.
that were started, but the projects were re-scoped as
Okay.
there was more identified in the regional strategy work, and that's why this new funding. So we're looking at more options in these cases. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I want to turn now to issues around flood mitigation, particularly in the northern rivers. And I know some of my colleagues and the Minister mentioned it today, but obviously we are aware that today is the 2-year anniversary of the terrible flooding events in Lismore, and I think everyone would agree it's been a really tough time for those communities across a range of measures. I wanted to ask specifically about the New South Wales Flood Recovery and Resilience Grant Program, which I understand is open for applications now.
That's not something that the Water Department manages.
Right, so that there's no okay. Are there any other sort of flood mitigation initiatives in terms of preventative measures, particularly in the northern rivers?
So for flood management is actually in the urban area is the council's responsibility. In regional areas is BCS.
Right.
What the water agency does is floodplain planning.
Okay.
And we've done the northern rivers, the northern basin, and we're moving to the southern basin. What we will identify is structures that are illegal in the landscape that could create more issues in floods, and we'll start to recommend removal of some of those works and modification. Works require licensing, and that's also what we manage.
Okay, trying to understand, I guess, the interplay with the different agencies and how everyone has their role. So in terms of, you said you've already done the northern basin.
The northern basin, which
Okay.
was part of the floodplain. Harvesting work as well. We'd also did work on floodplain planning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in terms of that work, is that then presented to government? Is that made public? what's the process?
Those plans, it's available on our website, and it helps Ward New South Wales in licensing actual approvals of works.
Okay. And so I apologise, part of this is probably my ignorance because it's not my subject matter of expertise, but from, I guess, what we saw, particularly with the flooding events in the Northern Rivers 2 years ago, is there any work that you have done, and I'm also happy for Mr. George or anyone else to answer, that would help if there was a further flooding event to mitigate risk to community through what your agency does?
Not directly through what we do.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll go now to some questions in relation to the Murray-Darling. Oh, actually, no, I want to do Murray and Murrumbidgee regional water strategies first. And I apologise, there might be a little bit of overlap between some of the questions that I know Ms Fairman has asked as well.
And I should probably mention, in Northern Rivers, it is the Reconstruction Authority who's looking at...
the main body. Yep, no, I'm just trying to understand the interplay between all the different agencies as well. So just for the draft Murray and Murrumbidgee regional water strategies, my understanding is that there was some further consultation last year, and there was a webinar that came out in October with the discussion paper and modelling, inviting feedback, and that process indicated that there would be outcomes released in early 2024 and a short list of options to be released beyond that. Is there an update that you can provide in relation to that particular water strategy?
We should have options identified by mid-year and a follow-up.
Okay. And in terms of the outcomes from the October-November community consultation, is that something that gets released publicly by your agency?
Yes, there should be a What We Heard report available.
Okay. Could I ask you to just move the microphone? It's a little difficult to hear. Sorry. No, that's okay. You're soft-spoken. We're too loud as politicians, so we tend to take
apologies. Yes, there would be a feedback report about that consultation.
And that's publicly available?
I'll double check, but it should be on our website.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And then in terms of the alternative to buybacks plan that I was asking the Minister a few questions about earlier, that again was released I think within the last few days, are there any budget implications to some of the initiatives that are listed in this plan?
Well, I think New South Wales would expect that the Commonwealth will pay for its reforms.
Okay.
So I think we'd definitely as a state be looking to the Commonwealth to fund the initiatives out of that program.
Okay.
It's early days in terms of the Commonwealth legislation only having passed in December.
Sure.
And all Basin states are having discussions with the Commonwealth about what framework they will use to identify the criteria for projects such as in that alternate plan, and even the rules-based initiatives that Ms. Fairman was talking about this morning. Yeah.
Okay, and so presumably that's just something that over time there'll be government or discussions between both governments in terms of funding and how that will actually flow, to pardon the pun, but for those water saving projects.
Great.
Okay, and then in terms of and I know that Kate asked about this too, but any sort of consultation around rules-based changes, I know that that's mentioned in that report. What does that process look like in terms of community input?
It's to be determined. We're still talking to the Commonwealth about even what criteria they'd use for valuing any rules changes as well as other projects. So I'm certain though there will be a community process involved, a consultation process in any of the programs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I know it's dependent on those interactions with the Commonwealth, but is there any sort of time frame in terms of particularly rule-based changes in the Northern Basin, but from your discussions
everything
with the
needs to be in place by 2027, so there's an end point, but I'm not aware of any other dates at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to also just seek some clarity in relation to the Yanko Creek offtake project. So in that, the alternative to buyback plan, it said it was discontinued, but the department website now says that it's being rescoped, and so I just wanted some clarity around that.
There are two Yanko projects.
Okay.
One's the Yanko modernisation project,
Yeah.
which is continuing.
Okay.
And the Yanko offtake is the one that's not continuing.
That's the one that's not.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the advice to government around why that one wouldn't continue?
So the Yanko offtake, two reasons really. The community didn't like the option. It involved raising of a regulator by 2.5 metres and other aspects which the community weren't happy about. But in addition to that, we did some modelling and identified that it wasn't going to save any water. It wasn't going to deliver any water.
Okay.
So that was the fundamental reason why it was withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I also just wanted to ask about, and again, I know you were here when I asked the Minister about Wilcannia, but is there any information you could provide in relation to the weir and the change from...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Wilcannia weir design that went out in the EIS in mid-2022 was a design that the department became responsible for this project at the very end of 2019, and that design was a design we inherited from previous work done by Public Works, I think. Unfortunately, of course, we then had COVID and we had a lot of flooding, so rather than delay the project any further, we went out with an EIS that had only a concept level design, and that, because we couldn't do any work we couldn't even get near the river while the river was flooded, so we couldn't do any more technical reviews to refine the design. So what's happened, we've had the EIS displayed, we've had feedback from the community, and we've also done a design review. So and in addition to that, I have to say the weir is one aspect of the whole of the need for Wilcannia. We've completed stormwater works recently, but we're also looking at the water treatment plant needs to be upgraded, and the wastewater plant also needs attention. So we're trying to take a holistic approach to the whole water and wastewater system in Wilcannia and work with the Central Darling Shire Council to deliver that. With regard to the weir design is much less complex. It'll be more efficient in terms of O&M costs.
So what's O&M?
Operations and maintenance. It won't require a power supply and things like that. It won't have gates. And from an environmental impact perspective, it has less impact on bank erosion, for example. And there's also a cultural and heritage aspect, so it will inundate less of the sites that are important to local Aboriginal people. I think the fish ladder is much simpler. It is a fish ladder rather than the baffled fishway that was part of the EIS exhibit design. And that's important because it's easier for fish to use. So for fish health, it's a better outcome. When we did the design review, we involved both Fisheries and Water New South Wales, who will be the asset owner. And the redesigned weir is the preferred option, particularly for environmental and fish outcomes, as well as for ease of management and operation. In addition to that, we had feedback from the community that did vary, but I think the fundamental difference is that the 1 metre lower weir, so it'll be a 4 metre weir as the original weir was, but 5 metres downstream, 5 kilometres rather downstream. That makes absolutely no difference to the size of the weir pool in normal operations. The 1 metre rise is only relevant when there's been more water in the river and it extends the weir pool by 18 kilometres, but that weir pool is shallower. It'll be subject to domestic take and it'll evaporate quickly. So there's, from a town water supply perspective, that additional 18 kilometres is really not relevant. That what we're looking at is For drought security for Wilcannia, we've identified, this is work that we also did post the EIS, that there is an opportunity for another bore, groundwater bore, which will provide Wilcannia with greater certainty in drought, because the groundwater bore is separate from a water table perspective than the surface water. So we're doing a combined package of works for Wilcannia, and we think that's the right balance. We do need to upgrade the water treatment plant so that it can easily move from surface water treatment to groundwater treatment. So we're looking at a whole package of works here. And while absolutely I think what's happened for the community, for some people in the community in particular, is that, you know, we've put out a design that was concept. We've done a whole lot of work since. We've come back with a different proposal, and we absolutely need to spend time in the community, as we are this week. Our project team are out in Wilcannia this week, talking with individuals, and we're back out again in a couple of weeks having a number of community sessions.
And thank you. It's good to get that clarity, particularly also to just, and you mentioned then that I want to know what consultation took place with the community between the original concept design and the new decisions. And I appreciate the reasons why you've given that has been the advice to government around that. But so how and when were community consulted in that interim period?
So there was an intense period around the EIS. And then we've been back out in the community to help. We had workshops in November, December to design the river place. We've also we've been out there to do the stormwater works as well. But in terms of going back to the community with a response to the EIS, that consultation started now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, and I sort of appreciate what you're saying, but certainly from the community, what I've heard is that a lot of them are quite unhappy or taken aback by that change,
that's
and it's
correct.
different to what they originally
There are
had
definitely people in the
anticipated.
community that are unhappy, and it's definitely on us to
okay.
go back and work with the community.
But you've got staff there now, and that will continue into the coming weeks as well.
That's
in terms
correct.
of that. Okay. The other thing, is there any update in relation to the Murrumbidgee optimisation project, a proposal? Is there any analysis on that happening within the department?
I think that's in the alternate projects list. No, so we had a range of projects that we were wanting to talk to the Commonwealth about before the legislation change.
Yes.
And what we have to do is redo that work with the
Okay.
Commonwealth as part of this new discussion.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that is part of that will be part
Yes.
of the discussion as well. Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about where's the other thing? Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit all over the place. Is there any the proposed expansion of the Burrinjuck Dam, is that going to be a part of, has there been any indication from government as to whether or not that would be part of the Murrumbidgee Regional Water Strategy?
So I think it's an option identified, but it's not progressed beyond that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I suppose the reason for the question is that I know that the proposed expansion of the Wyangler Dam wasn't part of the shortlisted actions under the Lachlan Water Strategy, and I guess the community are wondering whether, through the Murrumbidgee Regional Water, whether the Burrinjuck Dam will be in a similar position. But that's obviously
work to be done.
Government,
Yeah.
I suppose, too.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Okay, I've got 1:45 left, so I'll try and go to a new area that is a little bit more complex, but just coastal harvestable rights, which we spoke about at the last estimates hearing. And I think the Minister indicated that the agency would be doing work over the next period of time to work with landholders.
Yeah.
Is there an update that you can provide in
Yeah, there
relation
is.
to
So
that?
we've got sort of 5 stages of that work. I think I explained at last estimates that one of the challenges for setting sustainable diversion limits, which the Natural Resources Commission has been recommending we do since about 2018, one of the challenges on the coast is that outside the metropolitan areas there's very little metered data, and there's very few dams. So we've identified a method. That's the first stage of the work. How could we, without the metered data available, start to do this work? So we've identified a method, and we're now in the second stage, which is we're developing a detailed project plan, so that, and that was the commitment last budget estimates, is that by June this year we'll have a detailed project plan, and that will be able to indicate catchment by catchment the priority order in which we'll go about doing this work.
So you anticipate that that work will be completed by the middle of this year?
No, the project plan will be known by the middle of this year. The actual work to get sustainable diversion limits in place for every catchment will then take up to another 2 years, but
Okay.
we'll have a priority order in which we'll go about the work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, so by the middle of June, we should know the priority order of the
Correct.
catchments? Okay. I do have some more questions, but the bell's going to go, so there you go. Look,
Okay.
I'll wait till my next turn.
Thank you. I
Thanks, Chair.
do just want to turn to some questions about, firstly, in relation to the Chief Scientist report into fish kills. And I'll ask you first, though, Ms Jones, just in terms of within the department, within the agency, how is progress towards those recommendations being tracked?
So I can update you. We made an initial response to the report in November, and what we and all of the actions that we've undertaken so far are in relation to that set of recommendations. So, as I mentioned, we have a staff member in Menindee. The connectivity panel is set up and will report. If we needed to use temporary water restrictions, the Minister's indicated she would do that. We have the additional dissolved oxygen water quality monitoring in place, so we have 4 additional monitors in the section of the river, and they've been absolutely essential for the water group to do their work. We're looking at temporary fish passage options. We've got the nano bubble trial happening, and fisheries have undertaken the fish surveys, and in December last year the EPA completed an incident response plan so that we could manage through summer. So that's the list of recommendations that we've responded to so far. The second stage of the report is due in the middle of the year. That is our report back to the rest of the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Professor Durrant-White, do you think that enough has been done so far, or that you're seeing movement to start to reassure you that the circumstances around your finding number 5, which was that explicit environmental protections in existing water management legislation are neither enforced nor reflected in current policy and operations? Do you think that enough's being done to assure you that you might not make that finding in the future? Are we seeing changes within the department?
I think the first thing is, the nature of what the Chief Scientist's Office does is to, do the science report, consider it, deliver it to the Minister, and then it's up, of course, to the Minister to implement those. And in theory, we don't have anything more to do with it beyond that. Of course, we have a strong interest in it because we've spent a long time visiting the area and being involved. I do think action is being taken on all of these. I will point out, though, that we always envisaged a 0 to 12 month plan, which is really what we're in now, including the oxygenation, to avoid a similar event this year that we had last year, which I think actually has been achieved. But then there is the mid-term and the longer-term things, which are more a lot about enforceable legislation and about water quality and the systems-wide thinking. Although, again, as I've indicated, we're not theoretically involved, in practice we engage considerably with water and with the Minister to see that those are being done, and I believe they are.
Okay, so given throughout your report you did talk about extractions as well, not just drought or low rainfall, if you like. And earlier in this session, I asked the Minister about floodplain harvesting in the Barwon Darling. I think her response was something like, wait a few seasons and look at the impact before taking action. Do you believe that the river has that long to wait? Would you like to see that floodplain harvesting take reduced before then?
I think our report was pretty clear that the health of the river has deteriorated substantially in the last 40, 50 years. And it is significantly governed by a water quality issue, not particularly just a water volume issue. And that, the resetting of things needs to involve that whole of system quality approach. This is not something that's going to happen in frankly 1 year. I think we are. I'm not a we in this case. I do see that people are beginning to talk about the whole system. I know I have seen a report on river quality that's been delivered by the Water Group, and I genuinely think people are beginning to get their heads around what needs to happen here.
Are you feeding into the connectivity panel in any way? Have you met with them to talk to them about your kind of findings in the report?
So I'm here as the Chief Scientist. If I was here as the Chief
Yeah, no,
Commissioner, the answer would be yes,
Mm-hmm.
because clearly one of my staff is chairing it.
Yes. Okay. I did want to. I'm conscious that I can't ask you questions as your NRC capacity, which is slightly frustrating, to be honest. But yes, that's all my questions for you, actually, Professor. And I'll just see whether.
That's fine. We're happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
At this stage, yeah. Thank you. But if you were
Put
here
them all on notice,
if you were
the many
here
that we
for the
have.
NRC, I might keep you a bit longer. But I can't
You
do
have an
that.
opportunity in 6 months.
Yeah. Yes, we do. I just want to ask questions of you, Mr. Shiro, if I can, about this is going on to your executive and senior management, basically, just recruitment processes, how you're kind of competing in the sector broader sphere to recruit people. So do you benchmark executive and senior management salaries firstly to ensure that they are in step with the New South Wales public sector and the public water sector nationally? Are they benchmarked?
Yes, we do.
So they're benchmarked in terms of comparative, or are they higher then?
No, we usually benchmark below market. So we benchmark ourselves to a number of different organizations, so the public sector, the water industry, and the broader industry in general. Because when you look at our executives, they are coming from all sorts of different industries.
Okay, so with saying that you're benchmarking against the industry, so if you're that's not just benchmarking against the public service. That seems to me that because the industry would be paying more highly. So you're benchmarking, you said a couple of things there. So the public sector, plus you said the industry. Who else are you benchmarking against?
you've got probably 3 tiers. You've got the public sector, you've got the water industry, and then you've got, I'm going to call that the industry in general. When we want to recruit someone who's a qualified lawyer or legal counsel or company secretary, there are functions where we will compete with the industry in general, and that's why we benchmark very broadly so that we can have a good idea about the level of the market.
So say over, how long have you been in the position?
It's a bit more than 4 years now.
So during that time, let's say within the past 5 years or even a decade, I can put these on notice as well, but do you have a fair idea of, have they stayed relative to, yes, CPI, but have those salaries of senior executives within Sydney Water stayed reasonably aligned to where they were 5 years ago, accounting for CPI, or have you seen a bit of an increase as a result of this change in benchmarking? Or
it's probably very similar to what we had during the last 5 years. We are below market, that's for sure, and that's the difficulty of attracting good people into the corporation.
And do you engage in national and international recruitment efforts to fill those executive and senior management roles?
National, yes. International, not really, no.
Okay, who makes the final recruitment decision?
It depends
for
on the level.
Executive appointments, for senior executive appointments.
So that will be all so if you call
So, for example, let's go managing director and members of the executive leadership team who makes the decision. There's two things. I assume there's the recommendation that comes from somewhere in terms of a panel, and for all the executive leadership, and then who makes that decision.
So all the senior executive team will be approved by the board. So the board, there is a decision from the board to, obviously for the managing director, and for all the what we call the general managers, which are all the people reporting to me.
The general managers, that's senior executive then, I assume, if they're reporting to you. Who makes the recommendations around who gets those positions within that general management team? To the board. Is that yourself or someone else?
So that will be a combination. So all the executives, the recruitment process for the senior executives, so the GMs, the panel is actually made of myself and two board directors. So there will be two non-executive director and the managing directors making a recommendation to the board.
Okay, and so with the board members, the board members who are part of the executive team, is there conflict of interest declarations?
The board members,
and are they rotating members?
No, sorry. The board members are not part of the executive team.
Oh, sorry, recruitment, I should have said. Part of the recruitment team. Is that they're part of the recruitment panel?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do they declare, so there's how's any conflict of interest managed?
Well, that's the vote will be by the rest of the board, and the directors that are on the panel will not be voting during that time.
Okay, so that's good to know. The question was in terms of declaration of conflict of interest for the recruitment panel itself. So yourself or the two board members who are on the recruitment panel, is there a conflict of interest declaration process, a transparent process for that?
Well, it's completely transparent, so the rest of the board will know that which director will be on the panel, and then when we have the board meeting and the board decision, then these directors will abstain.
So there isn't really any other conflict of interest declaration process?
Oh, well, there is a conflict of interest declaration in the sense that's noted at the board.
So it does go to the board. For example, if someone's acting in a position?
If someone is acting in a position, no, it doesn't go to the board.
So there is no conflict of interest, just to be clear?
Well, if someone is acting in an executive position,
yes,
I will make the decision myself.
Okay, so when people from the board go onto these recruitment panels, there's no formal conflict of interest process that Sydney Water puts in place for the members of that recruitment panel to declare conflicts of interest and not be a part of that panel if they need to declare something.
Well, there's different questions here. Are you talking about a conflict of interest to be on the panel and not to be able to interview people that they know?
Yes.
Yes.
That's one question.
Yeah. So obviously, yes, that exists, that's in place, yes. And the second question is, when the decision or the recommendation comes to the board, the directors that have been on the panel will not vote with the rest of the board.
Yes. Okay, and then the question, so around people acting in positions, acting in a role, that's declared in terms of declaring that conflict as well?
So are you talking about someone acting in an executive position when we have a vacancy?
Yes.
Okay. So if I've got one of my GM that is away for holidays or something else, then in that case, I will appoint someone acting in the position. It doesn't go to the board.
So who oversees that whole process? Is there any kind of probity, independent oversight to ensure that the appointments to senior executive positions are, as much as possible, free from any interest, if you like. Who is that? How do we make sure that this is a transparent process within Sydney Water? Who kind of oversees it?
That's the internal governance of the board. So of the board and the rest of the company.
So nobody, there isn't.
No, there's no independent probity or anyone like this. It's all done in a very transparent way, and when there is a conflict of interest, then it's registered in the conflict of interest register.
Okay, thank you. I might have some questions on notice for you as well, but also, is there a project within Sydney Water called the planning project? Hang on, I'm just trying to find what planning partnership, I should say. Do you know? Is there?
Yes. Yes, there is. Yeah.
What is that planning partnership?
So the planning partnership. So I'm going to step back. So we've got a large capital investment program at Sydney Water. So we've got a capital program that is about 2 billion every year. So it requires a lot of planning and design of the project. So to give you an idea, we've got about 2,000 projects ongoing at every point in time. So what we have our internal resource working on the planning and the design of the projects, and this internal resource is supplemented with planning partners that are external companies that are embedded into the planning department. So that's what the planning partnership is. It's having people from 2 different companies
yes,
that are embedded
those
into
companies are
Arup
and Oricon. I'll
that's
just
correct.
help you out because time's limited. So I understand that. Do you know how many contractors or staff are being
I'll take that
employed
on notice.
from Arup and
And
Oricon?
I'll take that on notice. That's a difficult one because it varies depending on the projects that we've got ongoing.
So Arup and Oricon, for example, would they be involved in things like developing business cases for some of these? You said something like 2,000 projects, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
These companies writing the business cases for them?
They would, yes.
To submit to Sydney Water?
To submit within the internal process.
Do you have an example of one or two that they would have done in the last couple of years in terms of business cases? Any examples?
I mean, there are probably many.
Yeah.
So I don't have specific example now.
So give me examples.
To be very, very specific.
Yeah.
They are not doing it. They are part of a team, of the planning team, of the design team doing it. So it's not outsourced. It's a partnership between Sydney Water employees and the partners' employees.
Okay, so you could have okay, I see. So you could have staff from Arup, for example, working for Sydney Water in this planning partnership big unit. I assume it's a big team.
Yeah.
That could be working and writing on business cases for some of these projects. And then do we see Arup then tendering for those projects? Does that happen as well? Or is there separations here?
Yeah, there's a separation in a sense. It's just good governance if they are part of the planning, they can't bid on the construction. So that's just normal governance that we have.
Oh, it doesn't happen everywhere. So you're saying so if somebody from Arup writes or is part of putting the business case together, then automatically Arup can't tender for that project. That's
and well, probably go a step further, saying that any company, because sometimes we also contract with external partners to work on a specific business case.
Mm-hmm.
Every company that is working upstream on a project, so basically doing the planning, the design, cannot work downstream, meaning when we start the construction of the project.
Yeah.
So that's just normal governance.
Okay. And then in relation to the use of those consultants within this planning partnership, is there potentially a limit in terms of how long they're being engaged for? Because it does sound like these partnerships, this planning partnership, 2,000 projects, is a never-ending thing with Sydney Water. It's not a short-term project.
Correct, yeah. So the way it happens, we went to market, that was before my time, so that was about 5 years ago. We went to market to select the planning partners. I will come back with the precise number. I think it's a 5 years contract, and the team is preparing to go back to market and do the process again.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you,
Ms. Sarah
Chair.
Mitchell.
Just going back to the sustainable harvestable rights for the coastal catchments, can you provide any information as to how you're working out which catchments you'll prioritise in terms of that rollout?
It'll be a risk-based approach, but it'll also be where do we have the best information.
Okay.
Can I just jump in? Sorry, just Mr. Tidball. If we don't need him now, he can actually go at 4:26.
That's fine. Yep.
Just another committee.
Thank you.
Do you mind?
Sorry.
Mr. Tidball might be able to contribute just quickly on this question. So I'll just ask this question.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Just with respect, and this is to Ms. Pinkstone, but Mr. Tidball might have some further information to add. The DCJ Your Choice, Your Future program has provided additional leaving care support for young people transitioning from care to independence until they reach the age of 21. I'm just interested as to whether this support also includes housing support through Homes New South Wales being available.
No, it does not. It's falls in Minister Washington's responsibilities, obviously, but no, it does not.
Okay, so there's no housing support available under that program?
There is not.
Okay, thank you.
I could add there is something under the Youth Initiative, which is good. Formerly was called the Premier's Youth Initiative, which really focuses on young people leaving out of home care and can provide accommodation and wraparound supports.
Thank you, Mr. Tidball.
Mr. Tidball.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Jones, just back to you. So risk-based approach for the catchments and the prioritisation of those. In the past, when I've asked the Minister about this in the House too, she's talked about potentially some of those catchments that have gone back to 10% may be increased again up to 30% depending on that work. Is the advice from government to you as an agency that you would look at providing potential increases as you do that work, or will you wait till you get through all of the assessments of all catchments before making any changes to that percentage?
The Minister hasn't advised a preference, but I think we would advise it as we establish the SDLs in each of the catchments that you could do it.
You could do it. So you're not going to have to wait for all of the
to
work
the end
to be
of the
completed.
process.
You'll catchment per catchment, and if you can make increases based on that evidence and the risk-based assessment, that's what the advice will be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I want to ask just quickly back to some of the media today, but particularly the Burrendong Dam to increase water supply in the flood mitigation zone. That is something that I know is being looked at as part of that final business case. There's been a call from the Alliance of Western Councils to look at raising that storage to, I think it's 120% of the current full supply level. Can you confirm if that is being investigated as part of the business case
That is
work?
the option being looked at. And
Okay.
of course the trade-off there will be if you utilise the flood mitigation zone for storage, you don't have it for flood mitigation.
Yeah.
So,
okay, but that is being investigated
Yes,
as part of the
that
business
is.
case. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Just a couple more for you, and some of it might go again to, I know that Ms. Fairman had asked some questions already about Menindee, but my understanding is that there was some evidence given to the Senate committee on the 16th of February in relation to the state government trialling some new arrangements for managing water through the Menindee Lakes. It came from Dr. Davis of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, and he said that New South Wales has a new method for calculating environmental water coming into Menindee at the top. Do you have any information in relation to that evidence and methodology?
I'm not sure about the latter comment, but there was a period during which the Murray-Darling Basin Authority was drawing water from Lake Menindee, and we agreed that that so that we could benefit the stretch of the river where we're having the dissolved oxygen issues, that we drew the water from the upper lakes, Lake Paramaru, instead of Menindee, so that we made some temporary arrangements to support the fish health in the river during this last summer. But I'm not sure about the other comment.
So is there a new method for calculating environmental water, or was it just that?
I'm not aware.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah. It's just good to get the clarity. And then in terms of department staff, when there are issues at Menindee, do they come from Sydney, or do you have Broken Hill staff who go out?
That was one of the recommendations from the Chief Scientist's report, that we have someone based in Menindee, and we employed somebody late last year and they started in January.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just a couple more and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. The cold water pollution strategy that's talked about, particularly with regards to the Better Bidgie program, is there any updates that you can provide on that development, any funding or resources that have been allocated to help the development of that strategy?
No, I can't update that at the moment. Do you mean part of the SIDLAM projects, or?
Yes. Yeah. So my understanding is, and that there has been an indication that there'll be some work done for cold water pollution, particularly in the Better Bidgie. I've seen it on the website, so I was just curious about that. So I'm happy for you to take it on notice if that's easier. Yeah, it's quite specific. And I think I might just have one more quick one, and then I'll be done for water, or maybe that's... Oh yes, just the last one. Any updates on phase 2 of the town water risk reduction program, which I believe is underway this year?
The Town Water Risk Reduction Program. So that program is a mix of things. We offer, one of the key challenges in regional towns is actually not having the right not having skilled staff to actually do the water operations piece. We've seen that in Margate and other towns. We've provided 900 free training places that are certified training places through the New South Wales New South Wales Training Services. I think that of those places, we've had, I have a number here, I think we've had 465 places have been taken up. The department also provides training which is not accredited, but it's skills-based development training. We hold 12 sessions a year, and they're always overbooked. We also are looking at dam safety work for local water utilities. And I think probably the most sought-after assistance is we are providing additional operational support to local water utilities. We've been doing that in Yass and Margate and other places. We are using things like virtual headsets too, so that we can have remote support. So someone in a treatment plant can actually wear the headsets. They can walk around. We can, our engineers can give them advice. So that's the second phase of the program. It's 23 million over 2 years, and we're into the next financial year of that program, and that's what we're rolling out.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand to
Polly. Thank you very much. I might begin with a couple of questions, just following on from questions to Ms Campbell before about SHS recommissioning. Have you started the process of engaging with the sector?
Yes, we have. Very early days, obviously. And you asked a question earlier today about the EY, SHS evaluation report. We've sent a draft of that to the Peak, so we're actually consulting with them at the moment, and then we'll prepare a report for the Minister.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the time frame for consultation with the sector in relation to recommissioning, and the deadline of when, I suppose, contracts will be sent out?
So that would be, we want to have contracts in place by 1 July 2026. So we've got you talked earlier about the homelessness strategy, because that's sort of linked to the SHS recommissioning, and there will be a final of that by July this year, and consultation with the sectors happening in March and April this year.
Okay. Just in relation to the NAHA, which expires 30th of June this year, how's the discussions with the Commonwealth going in relation to finalising a new agreement?
They're progressing, Ms McLaren-Jones. So there was, as I think the Minister said earlier this morning, there was a meeting last Friday, I think it was. Was it Friday? Okay, it's Friday. And certainly we've seen a bit of a draft of the plan, but not a lot of detail at this point.
The other two questions in relation to the funding that was provided. I understand 1.7 billion was given to the states and territories for the extension. How much was that? How much of that went to New South Wales?
About 516 million.
Okay. And then in relation to the 187.5 that the Australian Government provided to states and territories through the National Partnership Payments for housing and essential services and remote housing programs, how much was set aside for New South Wales?
Need to take that on notice. I don't think we get much on remote housing in New South Wales. There used to be what was called the NAPARI many years ago, but oh gosh, I can't think now. About 9 years ago, New South Wales cashed out on that, and that went into the Murdi-Parkey agreement that was signed by the then government.
Okay. In relation to and this is in relation to mental health, the Northern Beaches announcement that recently occurred around the mental health support for young people on the Northern Beaches. I understand the Minister announced, I think it was 7.5 million. Previously it was being budgeted for 11.4 million. I just want to find out what's happening to the 4.5 million that had been originally marked for adolescent health, mental health in that area.
Yeah, thanks, Ms McLaren-Jones. So the period of time we've been working with Healthscope and the Northern Beaches Hospital and with Northern Sydney Local Health District to try and get the very best configuration of services, in the main didn't require much in the way of capital. The Northern Beaches Hospital has 4 beds available for admission for young people who require admission, but we've enhanced significantly our community-based mental health services at Brookvale in their child and adolescent mental health service there. And part of the announcement that you've mentioned looked at some increasing in terms of a safe haven at Brookvale Community Health Centre, as well as some enhancements to the Northern Beaches PACER team, which has been a very effective police and health co-response that you would be aware of. So at the moment there is some remaining capital funding, which we're just working with Northern Sydney Local Health District just to see what other options we may have that could go directly to child and adolescent mental health services. But at the moment we've just gone this far with the recurrent expenditure, which is largely community-based, as well as the 4 inpatient beds at Northern Beaches Hospital that are available for admission.
And so those 4 beds are currently interim beds. Will they become permanent?
No, they're permanent. Yes, they are permanent. The initial announcement looked for a capital solution to create a pod. That wasn't possible just within the designs of the hospital itself, but they have allocated 4 available beds for young people who may require admission. Any young person that is extremely unwell and would require, beyond a couple of days, they would probably be transferred to the Brolga unit, which is the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Unit at Hornsby, because Northern Beaches is part of Northern Sydney Local Health District, and all those access to all of those networked services is available.
And you mentioned you're talking with Healthscope about the additional funding, the 4.5. Will there be broader consultation with the community, with particularly the local members of Parliament, state and federal?
The consultation at the moment is actually with the local health district, just to look at and working, because they have the contract with Northern Beaches Hospital, so there'll be a joined up discussion to see just what would be a helpful and useful use of those additional funds. In terms of consultation, there has been a fair amount of consultation with the community around the child and adolescent services. It's obviously a big issue for the community up there in Northern Beaches, and certainly if there's going to be further investment around the capital, we would be very happy to engage with the community and the youth up there who engage with the mental health service.
And you said that there's been consultation that it's occurred. Is that in the last 12 months in relation to this recent decision?
Yes, I haven't been directly involved in it, but the local health district has, and I would have to take on notice in terms of Minister Jackson has some engagement with members of Parliament and some families who had a direct interest.
And if you can also take on notice who organised that consultation and why the state Liberal members were not consulted or invited to that or to be part of that consultation process.
I'm certainly happy to do that.
In relation to the Eurobadella family practice, which is one of the specialist homeless providers in the area, in response to a question that was given, we're advised that their funding is until June 30 this year. What has been put in place to ensure that they have additional funding moving forward?
I'll need to take that on notice, yeah.
Thank you. Final question just in relation to the Together Home program. This morning the Minister didn't commit to extending the funding. I'm just wondering what the process would be to engage with the sector moving forward, considering there is some concern that the program won't continue from 1 July.
Look, we're actively engaging with the sector. Obviously, we're going through a budget process at the moment, so we'll want to be able to notify those services as soon as possible, as well as the people that are impacted by it. But I know the Minister is very keenly advocating for that program.
And is there a time frame of when the providers will know?
Not at this stage, but happy to see if we can provide that on notice.
Thank you.
Ms Pinkston, picking up on another successful program which has a lot of support within the sector, I found, the Community Housing Innovation Fund. What are the government's plans for that fund at the moment?
So at the moment, the Community Housing Innovation Fund provides seed funding for new social housing that's developed or spot purchased by community housing providers. So we have been able to continue to supplement that program through funding that we received through the Social Housing Accelerator. At the moment, community housing providers are delivering around 113 homes out of that funding through the CHIF, and it's part of the ongoing budget. We know it's a successful program, and we're looking at that, how we would fund that into the future on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Ms Pinkston. And going back to the Land Audit Working Group, can you tell us a little bit about Homes New South Wales' role as part of that group?
So Homes New South Wales is represented on that group through our portfolio area, the old Land and Housing Corporation staff. And the process that I understand is that sites are brought forward and they're then considered by Homes New South Wales in terms of their suitability for social and affordable housing, based on our design guidelines and also our requirements around access to services and public housing and other concentrations of housing in the area as well.
And with respect to that as well, you said it's Homes New South Wales is represented by a LAC official who, without a name or that, but what kind of official from LAC is sitting on there?
A senior officer.
Okay, a senior officer. And does Homes New South Wales have first dibs, so to speak, in terms of any site identification?
We're certainly involved in the process, and we're putting forward our views strongly around the suitability of that housing for those sites for social and affordable housing.
Okay, thank you very much. And further to that, with respect to the transport-oriented development site, has Homes New South Wales, across those 31 precincts that are covered by the TOD set, does Homes New South Wales have any properties within those precincts?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
For you.
And if you could also take on notice whether you've had any assessments as to what are potential plans for those properties within those 31 precincts, that would be appreciated. And that's probably it from me. Sarah, have you got anything for that?
I'm not ready for it because I thought
sorry.
you were going to take the whole... Oh, you're
I
only
thought I
2
was
minutes
too.
later. Oh, okay. Let's see.
I have a question. Well,
Okay.
my colleagues over
Okay.
here. The mental health consumer subcommittee, is that still in operation?
Thank you, Ms. McLaren-Jones. Oh,
No, you
yeah.
go.
It is, but it's. I should explain. There are numerous consumer committees who the branch works with, but you may be referring, and I'm happy to be corrected, to a group that has not met for some time that we are keen to refresh and have actually as an advisory group to the branch for all of our policy pieces. We do have separate consumer advisory groups for safeguards, we've got a younger person's advisory group. We've got multiple ones that are, if you like, program based, but we do want to renew and refresh the branch based one that I understand has not met for some time.
Can I get a list of all the
Consumer.
consumer subcommittees that you were referring to?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, absolutely.
Yep.
I guess one follow-up question from Ms. McLaren-Jones before, in terms of Northern Beaches. So in terms of those beds, you said they're not interim beds, but is acute care required to be provided at Hornsby Hospital, or can that be provided at Northern Beaches as well?
When you say acute care, you mean for a young person who's
Yes.
acutely young? Yeah. Yes, they have a psychiatrist service there, and they have a consultant liaison psychiatry service as well as mental health nurses and allied health
At Northern
professionals.
Beaches?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, at Northern Beaches Hospital. But I think if a child needs, or an adolescent needs a longer admission and are very unwell, the Brogler is a highly specialised young person adolescent mental health service.
Okay, and that would be provided at Hornsby within that
Yes,
rate?
that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got some questions. Firstly, to Sydney Water, just about the Parsley Bay issue. So I understand that the community has been calling for essentially a reassessment of that project to ensure that Sydney Water conducts an environmental impact statement that hasn't been conducted for the whole project. I think you might be looking at, as a result of the community concern, re-looking at some of it, but not undertaking an entire environmental impact statement. Where is that up to in terms of addressing some of the community concern around Parsley Bay?
So Parsley Bay is a project where we've started to engage with the community back in 2018. This is the last outlet in Sydney where we have wastewater going back to the ocean untreated. We did an REF, a review on environmental factor, a few years ago already. We had the feedback during the exhibition from the community that they wanted more. And we did additional investigation on some of the fauna and the flora that demonstrated that the project that we were undertaking was not impacting the local flora and fauna. But most importantly, actually, when we did the work with the community, we were able to reduce the impacts on the local environment by about 80%. And when I'm talking impact, that's the number of trees that we needed to cut and the footprint of the pumping station. So that was really a constructive process, a good outcome. We continue to talk to the community. There has been many engagements. Again, last weekend the team was out there talking to the community and talking to the team on Monday. The feedback that they gave me was that the sentiment from the community was very supportive. There's obviously measures that we are going to put in place when we start the construction of the pumping station so that it doesn't impact the environment at all. Now, just want to also clarify the fact that this project doesn't affect Parsley Bay. It's within the reserve, quite far from Parsley Bay.
Thank you. Thank you. Just with time, I'll move on. So thanks for that response. Is there an update in relation to the potential Pooncarry weir? I understand the community requires the security of that for town water when the next drought hits, and certainly wants an update on that, as they don't want to run out of water again during the next drought. Ms Jones, have you got an update on that?
I don't have an update on that, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, and while we're talking about weirs, I understand so the government has received Commonwealth funding for consultation on it. This is a fish passage on the main weir at Menindee. Is that correct?
So I'm not aware of fish. Well,
okay.
We'd certainly welcome fishways in that section of the river. What we have yesterday was announced that we have an additional 112 million to continue with the SIDLAM projects that we have. So that brings that total up to 446 million for those works. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get some clarity on that and put those on notice then. I was under the assumption it was funding for consultation for that main weir, so I'll get back to you about that. In relation to the impacts of mining on water and water supply quality, what have you, who's within the water agency in terms of the staff that are involved in assessing mining applications? Just talk me through within the organisational chart who does that work in terms of positions, not individuals, of course.
So what the water group looks at is any state significant development mining applications, not all mining applications, and they're referred to us by planning. So they basically, it depends on what the application is. It could be a combination of the policy team as well as the water planning team. So it depends what the application is.
Is there anything that would allow the water agency staff, the hydrologists, they're considering SSD applications then, the cumulative impacts of any mining, interception of surface water or groundwater on individual river catchments? Do they have the ability to do that? I understand it is project by project, and that has been a frustration for many people, but how do they do the cumulative?
So all of those applications would need to be, depending which catchment it's in, but would need to be considered under the LTAL and under the SDL. So any impact that would affect those.
But that's take. That's a quantity of.
Sometimes mining companies are looking to build a dam in a river. So if it interferes with, so that's a form of take as well. So some of the dams, the tailings dams, the other structures that they build are actually a form of take. So they need to be licensed, and so considering whether they can be licensed needs to be taken into account within the available water.
Okay. So, for example, if they're with the additional interception, so for example, any policy statements that governments make, I'm just wondering in terms of the advice provided by the agency staff. So if governments make policy statements such as the former government, which made the New South Wales strategic statement on coal exploration and mining, is there any capacity, is there any consultation that's undertaken with this particular group of people within the unit?
So we wouldn't consult with the. So we have an assessment team, and the aquifer interference policy does require consideration of cumulative impact. So
So, for example, the New South Wales strategic statement on coal exploration and mining probably didn't go that far then to for example, the impact on. the
No.
aquifer, if you're saying it takes into account cumulative
we're-
impact, I'm pretty sure that didn't happen, or did it?
Well, that sounds like a broader policy piece. What we assess is particular applications for mining works
Yes.
that might require a licence.
Yes.
And that take and that licence must be looked at in terms of cumulative impact. So, yeah, I'm not sure of
Okay.
the policy that you're referring to, but it sounds like it's a higher level policy.
Yeah.
That I don't know that we would.
There's John Barilaro's policy,
Oh,
but
right.
still applicable, still current.
Right.
Yeah, incredible. Ms Jones, sticking with water and mining, has Water New South Wales raised concerns with the department about, the agency raised concerns with the department about the impacts of mining on the catchment and particularly Warrenora Reservoir. Has that happened to your knowledge?
I think,
This is in relation to the Peabody Metropolitan Colliery. Mr George, is that,
So
will
we
you
make
take that?
submissions to planning
Yeah.
as part of their assessments, and they're public submissions, and they reflect our mining principles, which are published on our website.
So I understand that the chief scientist has made recommendations that the mining companies make public their data on water in the catchment. There's been a long-standing recommendation from the chief scientist. Is that happening?
So these are issues really more for planning to consider, to take into account. So the water take for this catchment is really for the urban supply for Sydney. Anything that affects that we would provide advice on, but it's planning would be doing the assessment.
Is it? So, for example, public water monitoring, any of that is a planning issue?
Sorry, which?
So for companies such as Peabody to provide data around exactly what's happening with water in the catchment as a result of what their activities, where does that sit?
So if that was a requirement of a planning approval, then planning would put that requirement onto the approval.
Yeah, no, it's not a requirement. I think that the question was whether that was happening as a result of those chief scientists' recommendations quite some time ago now. I was just...
Yeah. Are you aware, Andrew?
I don't have a specific update in front of me today.
Yeah. We could take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I've got a question, this is for Sydney, a couple of questions for Sydney Water about, we've been contacted by a constituent who's having issues in relation to the very old sewage infrastructure in inner Sydney, and what I understand is the system of private properties in inner Sydney functioning with this system of shared sewers, so to speak. Are you aware of that, Mr. Chirot? And I'll put a question in on notice about how many properties there are with these shared sewers, but you're aware of what I'm talking about?
Yes, there's probably different cases where sometimes you've got actually our sewer going through a number of properties, and in that case we've got an easement, and
that's right.
The customers will have access to the sewer. And sometimes, yes, you've got private sewers that are owned by different property owners, and at some point then they will connect to our network.
Okay, and so is there a process for what's the process for the upgrade of these sewers kind of over time? I assume there's like an action plan and a timeline for...
if they are private assets, they have to be maintained or renewed or replaced by the asset owners.
And is that, when you're saying the private assets, that is what you mean by shared, that's what shared sewers are, is it's between private and the Sydney Water?
Yeah, that's why I was making the difference between the two. So sometimes you've got our pipes going through properties, and in that case we would look after the maintenance, the renewal, replacement, etc. And sometimes you've got a group of properties for historical reason that have decided to put their own pipes within their properties and then to connect outside this group of properties to connect to our network. And in that case, this pipe is their pipe. Therefore, they have to maintain, they have to replace it when it's...
So, and just to be clear, is that what the definition of shared sewage systems are? Is the combination of the private and the Sydney Water?
I don't think there is a definition for shared sewer.
All right. Yeah, okay, that's just the language that's come to me with these questions from this constituent. So in terms of dealing with this issue, is there any is there anything? So it doesn't seem like a great situation for very frustrated, some of these people who live in rentals, sometimes they obviously own the property as well, having to deal with this situation. Is there any potential kind of policy changes or work that Sydney Water has done around recommending a different approach to what sounds like an incredibly frustrating, complicated sewerage system with all of these privately owned sewers? Has any work been done on that in the past? Is there any scope for improvement? I'm coming quite new to this issue from this constituent who's talked to us about it.
So we are having discussion with our customers when it happens, and there's always the question about it's a private asset. So if Sydney Water would then take over and replace this private asset, that would be all our customers paying for it. So there's a principle of equity that we need to be very, very careful of, because this is a private asset basically. But we're having this discussion with a number of our customers when they come to us, and this constituent can, we would be very happy to talk to them.
Yeah.
And see if there's a different solution to make it work for them.
And so we're talking a lot of private properties, I assume, in inner Sydney. Is it extensive?
No, not many. No,
okay.
No.
The Floodplain Harvesting Action Plan quarterly progress reports for Q3, Q4 last year don't seem to be on the website, don't seem to be online. Is there a reason for that?
I'm not aware, so I'll take that on.
Because it goes up to obviously the end of June last year. So I was speaking to you earlier, Mr. Barnes, about the metering situation. The action plan, I understand it, for Gwydir and Border Rivers, it was by 15th of August last year, I think the action plan was suggesting that was the date which all telemetry equipment to measure floodplain harvesting was in place for those two catchments. Is that valleys?
Those two valleys are 15th of August 2023.
Yes. So they've missed that. Now, is information available as to, you mentioned certain data, you mentioned information before in terms of I don't think you said the numbers of landholders that have met those requirements. Is that available publicly? Do you put that on your website around?
So we have that information, we haven't yet published it. So we've conducted audits of every entity in the Border Rivers and the Gwydir who have a floodplain harvesting licence and an obligation to install primary measurement devices.
Now, does that become public? Is it up to you to publish that?
It will be, and so it's part of our, we'll incorporate it into our quarterly reporting of compliance rates for New South Wales.
Okay. So the quarterly compliance rates. Can I just? That's what I was talking about before, right? The progress against Q3 and Q4.
So I think I understand what you're asking, and so we report our compliance rates to in the Q3, Q4, and that stuff, those results were published a couple of weeks ago.
For Q3, Q4.
Yeah, so for the
Okay.
period October through to December 2023.
Okay, all right. So I've got a question about Macquarie, whether it will be fully equipped by 1st of March 2024 as required under the action plan, as well as Darling Barker River, which I understand is 1st of April 2024, how they're going.
So with 1 March deadline having...
oh yeah, that's this Friday.
That's this week. A couple of weeks ago we were in touch with those rights holders, and we, in addition to that, we've undertaken a media campaign to get the message out. And what we're doing is taking a very strict line here. If you haven't installed your primary measurement devices by the deadline, we know, and we're making it very clear it would be unlawful for you to engage in floodplain harvesting whilst those measurement obligations are not met. And that message has been generally well received by water users.
So just to be clear, what does that mean in terms of that 1st of March deadline? You're extending it a little bit to ensure that everybody's fully equipped, or you don't think that that is going to be met?
Those measurement deadlines are staggered across the 4 of the 5 valleys. So it's Macquarie's 1 March, Barrow and Darling is 1
I've got those.
1 April.
But I've got those. But so the question is, will the Macquarie River? It doesn't sound like it will be fully equipped with the floodplain harvesting telemetry requirements by the 1st of April. What deadline are you giving them? When are you hoping? Oh, you are saying 1st of March?
Oh well, it's very clear in the licence what the conditions are. We are making it absolutely transparent to the public, but directly
yes,
to
and
water users,
your confidence
what we
in
expect.
ensuring that everybody is going to meet that within the Macquarie River Valley by, where is it, 1st of March?
So if they are not if they have not equipped themselves with those primary measurement devices, they cannot lawfully take floodplain harvesting water. That's the message. Here's your obligation. This is what you're required to do. If you can't, we will know.
Okay, all right, thank you. We have a few more minutes. 4 and 4.
Chair, if I'm able, I can
yes, Ms. Jones.
reply to, you asked about the Menindee Ware Fish Passage. That's something that's business cases being led by fisheries. Sorry, that's why I didn't know about it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I at least I wasn't completely...
Yeah, sorry.
Finish that sentence, Kate.
Yeah, well, no, maybe not at this time. Are you still have questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple more.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I think probably to you, Mr. George, just in relation to the work that Water New South Wales is doing for the risks at Warragamba Dam. I think in June last year there was a bit of media in relation to obviously the impacts of climate change, and I know it was a minimal geotechnical risk, but I understand that there was some work underway. Is there an update you can provide to the committee on that?
Yeah, sure. So we have indeed been undertaking much more complex computational modelling of the dam under those conditions, including now under 3-dimensional analyses. So that work is very close to being finished, and we're now also modelling what response to those risks will be to confirm that they will address the risks. And in parallel, we're writing a strategic business case that we hope to have submitted to the Government and Infrastructure New South Wales for a gateway review in May this year.
Okay, and so obviously pending the outcome of your work, I'm just kind of keen for timeframes, but that will go to government and then they'll make their considerations around what work may need to be undertaken at the dam. Is that the expectation? Or?
So the obligation is on the dam owner under the Dams Safety Act. So that'll be in the first instance a decision for the board on the steps that we take.
Yes.
We're doing that mindful that it will need to feed into our pricing submission to IPART, which is due in September this year.
Okay, so we might come back to this at a later estimate, as there might be a few more updates throughout the course of this year by the sound.
Certainly hope so.
Okay, excellent. And then just very quickly, one more back to you, Ms. Jones. And I know that, I think again, Ms. Fairman had asked a couple of questions on this one, but the non-urban metering review, my understanding is in the public consultation last year, there was a commitment to the What We Heard report and a recommendation report coming out. My understanding is What We Heard, that report has been very recently released, but the recommendations haven't, from what I can see. Are they coming soon?
That's correct. So the What We Heard report was released on the 21st of February, and we're now considering the advice we'll provide to the Minister in the first instance.
Okay.
And then, depending on her decisions, that will form part of a regulatory program.
Okay. When would you anticipate providing that advice to the Minister?
I think in the coming months.
Okay. And is there any, I mean, I think there was some expectation that would all be published by December last year, but I appreciate that there's been machinery of government changes within your agency.
Correct.
Is that the reason why there's been a bit of a delay, or?
I think when we actually got the feedback from the consultation paper as well, there were some other complexities we wanted to think about as well. So it wasn't really, I can't blame the machinery of government change. I just think we needed to take more time to consider some of the issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's it for me, unless anyone else has got anything for the last 50 seconds, or we'll give you an early mark of a minute.
That's great. That's excellent, because I don't have questions either, and I didn't want you to take them. So I definitely won't.
Chair, if I could, I can answer.
Yes, you can.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones will take up the
That's
remaining
time
as well.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So you asked about when we had submitted the water resource plans to the Murray-Darling Basin
Yes.
Authority. So December 2022 was the Guida alluvial and Namoy alluvial groundwater plans. August 2023.
Ms. Jones, I might actually just get you to submit that on notice.
Okay.
Actually, if it's data like that, it's probably
Absolutely.
easier.
The other thing I wanted to come back to on is you asked about the economic analysis for the value of floodplain harvested water.
Yeah.
And while we don't have enough data to really do market analysis, because there's not all licenses are in place, and there aren't trades that we can look at. But we did undertake an economic evaluation in October 2021, and it is on our website. It's called the New South Wales Floodplain Harvesting Economic Analysis, and it looked at the value of floodplain harvested water as a modelled value. The median value before reform, so the value of the water, was 873 million. And the reduction from making the reform, that is constraining take, is 126 million. But that report is on the website. This is looking at a present value over 10 years. And also, I think I might have misspoke, if that's a correct terminology. With regard to the Namoy unreg floodplain harvesting, the model applies to the regulated river, but it's a methodology that's applied to the unreg, and this is for the Namoy. So what we do is the methodology is actually set out in clause 23 of the 23D of the reg, but it's basically that the unreg floodplain harvesting amount is calculated through a method using the crop area, a specific crop area of the licensee, and then the existing unreg and groundwater entitlements. So we take into account the existing groundwater entitlements as well as the unreg entitlements, and we take away the amount of crop area and the water take required to have a yield from that crop area. So it's a reasonably conservative methodology, but that's how we identify the shares and take for the unreg.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you so much. Government.
Put them on notice, Greg.
So no more questions. Thank you so much for appearing. Obviously, your time and the work you do, and the Secretary will be in touch with all the questions about all the questions you took on notice, and no doubt supplementary questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a nice evening. Thank you.